Good morning, Chatty House.
What's up, Chatty House?
What do we got? Ramsey. Good morning. Ramsey got the belt, it looks like. Oh, there's Warren. We up in here. Who's coming to the watch party tonight at Tom's? No, Spencer. There will be no wrestling talk. Nope.
Yeah, tune into D'Lo and Casey for that. We got a whole segment mapped out for that.
Mm-hmm. All right, Spencer. Hi, AK. How's everyone doing?
What's up, Warren?
Yeah, we got a little Jesse Tapia up in here today. James has to run a show, which see how that goes.
What's up, Miss McTown? What's up, David? What's up, Spencer? Yeah, come hang out with us at Tom's later. That place is sick. I went out there for Dolphins Raiders. That was fun.
Tom's is cool. Hopefully we get a big crowd from the Chatty House because it's kind of centralized, right? So I think we'll be down there at 4:30.
Yeah, 4:30. What's up, Tyler?
Yes, you guys can talk amongst yourselves, Zabo, about your wrestling. I did see a video of John Cena getting like, I don't know what that move was, but
see, you're into it. You saw.
No, I just saw a clip on. I think Davion put it out there. You tell me when we're going because I have no idea, Jesse.
What's up, everyone else in the chat? Showtime.
Welcome into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia. Kyle is once again on vacation.
He is. He's a vacation guy, but you got to respect it. That's how you're supposed to be, I feel like.
I feel like Kyle's doing it right and we're doing it wrong, Jesse.
Maybe.
I do.
I do like this radio gig, though.
Yeah. So Kyle is in jolly old England today. Well, for this week. And the crazy thing, Jesse, I don't know if this is his first time out of the country.
I did not know that. That kind of surprises me, actually. I figured he's been to England before.
No, he's never even been to Mexico or Canada.
That's wild.
Isn't that weird?
Do we know like where the farthest he's left California?
Oh, he's been all well. He went to Florida. He went to Florida Keys. Yeah,
okay, yeah,
that was one of his other vacations while he was.
That's like a different country, I'm sure.
I think that is a different country. I think there is a possibility we might just like put a trench and have the boot like by itself over there on the side.
Good for Kyle, though. International Kyle.
International Kyle. That's what we'll call him. Yeah. Where is the furthest you've been?
Mexico. Yeah.
Okay.
Mexico, definitely.
Mexico.
Yeah.
What part of Mexico?
I've been to Mazatlan a bunch of times. Been to Mexicali. I think Mazatlan is more south than Mexicali, so probably Mazatlan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Jesse, world traveler. Yeah, I love to travel. My wife and I have been all over the place, and I'm excited for Kyle. I hope he gets a travel bug. I hope that I don't have to like run the show all the time without him. But
yeah, come back.
It'd be
have fun, but come back.
It'd be like that sometimes. Buddy Hill. We had a crazy weekend of sports. I'm sure all of you guys were out there watching, binging all of this incredible sports. We had the Kings lose a close one in Boston on Friday night.
That was a wild one. We'll talk more about that later on in the show. But that was chaotic.
It was chaos, man.
That's I think just essentially the word for it, just chaotic.
Yeah. I fully agree. And then of course the Kings were able to bounce back and just smack around the Brooklyn Nets on Sunday. We also had, like, my goodness, man, the women's Final Four was off the charts.
Yeah, tournament was a monster this year.
All of it was great, Jesse, from top to bottom. Like the road to get there was spectacular. The build up, the fact that the better team won and not the better player. And shout out to Dawn Staley, who led her South Carolina team to a 38-0 record.
I feel like that game is kind of where, like, obviously not everyone wins because I was losing or whatever, but just for the stories and all that, like you said, the better team did win. South Carolina is deep, starting 5 bench and all that, and just you saw Caitlin go for, I think it was 18 in the first quarter. Like, oh no, like you see what it is, like the legend status and all that. Why everyone's talking about her. Like, I feel like everything came out the way it was supposed to after that.
Yeah, I totally agree. So Camila Cardoso wins the player of the tournament, whatever it was, the MVP of the Final Four. She was incredible. Caitlin Clark was just off the charts. I mean, she's like Steph.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like watching Steph.
I love seeing her pull up from half court or whatever. I think it was the first quarter. I think it was she pulls up, just crossover, whatever, pulls up, hits it. Nothing but net. It's insane.
I also got the feeling like in the second half, maybe even in like the fourth quarter when things were starting to slip away, that she understood it was either her or it was no one. Like there were so many missed layups. How many lead out passes did she hit somebody in stride and have them brick a layup, like trying to finish on the other end? And how many times they couldn't complete a play without her. And then when she couldn't hit, it was ball game.
Yeah. I mean, stars got to be stars.
No, it's very true. Let's what else do we got? We've got a huge men's final tonight. And by huge, I mean it's Zach Edey against Donovan Clingham. I don't know.
I won't quote you on that.
2 very, very tall men.
Yeah, catches at Tom's Watch Bar, by the way, tonight watching that one.
Yeah, we're going to be at Tom's Watch Bar. Jesse will be there. I will be there. D'Lo and Casey will be there. I don't know how we're all going to get there when we have a show that ends at 4 and all that.
Actually,
stuff.
I believe D'Lo and Casey ends at 3:30 today.
Oh,
we're taking pregame of the national championship.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. At least that's the last I heard from Charlie last week. So I believe we got 3:30 today.
Okay, Jesse, do you have any stake in this race?
No, I don't have any stake. I'm just happy it's the top 2 teams in the country. I think you can easily say that, right? It's the top 2 teams in college basketball right now.
Probably.
Yeah.
And I
UConn is like a machine too. They're insane.
They are insane. But I'm pulling for Zach Edey and Purdue. I may or may not be in a gigantic
do you have any stake in the game?
I do. I have a stake in this race. Me and my friend Sean Cunningham both have a stake in this race. We are definitely pulling for Purdue tonight. Not because we're Purdue fans or Zach Edey fans, but mainly because we're in a gigantic pool, and that gigantic pool could pay us gigantic.
There's money to be made here.
There is money to be made. I'm not a gambler outside of maybe some fun DFS prize pick action.
Of course.
Not anymore, at least, but it's definitely one of those things where it's not life changing, but it would be fun.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like you're never gonna be mad at a blessing, you know.
Yeah, Purdue wins. Jesse's definitely getting a round of drinks bought by James.
Let's go Purdue.
That's right. Let's go Purdue. We had the Sacramento Kings facing off against the Brooklyn Nets in Brooklyn, and that's just a bad team. I hate to say it. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts. The Brooklyn Nets they're just not good right now.
Yeah, that whole rebuild, whatever you want to call it, went completely sideways.
It's like the sloppiest rebuild of all time.
Well, yeah, because it started, you fired Steve Nash. It's like you didn't even really want to hire Jacques Vaughn because you wanted Ime Udoka. And then somehow that blew up or whatever. And then you get Jacques Vaughn. Then you fire him this year. Michael Bridges, like him leading the team isn't necessarily working because they're not winning enough. It's just time to blow it up this offseason.
Okay, so this is random, and I didn't expect to go here. You bring up Ime Udoka because he was courted heavily, and everyone thought he was going to Brooklyn.
I mean, that's the way Woj and those guys were tweeting about it.
Do you think it's... I don't want I don't take this politically like the wrong way, but do you think that Ime Udoka's issues are just more acceptable in Texas for the Houston Rockets than they are in Brooklyn?
I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think the NBA probably just wanted a little bit of a buffer period between that story and the Nets hire him so quickly. I don't think it has anything to do with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued because he's a heck of a coach. His off the court stuff is not great, but he's a heck of a coach, and we're kind of watching that play out. Was there anything like that stood out right away from this Brooklyn Nets game for you?
Yeah, this one's over. Kings are going to handle their business. I think like, it was one where like it was just you could tell off the bat like the Kings were going to be fine or whatever. I didn't think they were going to let their foot off the gas like they did against the Knicks. It's like, okay, yeah. And 2, I think what made me feel strongly about, like, I don't know if strongly is the right word or whatever, but they've been kind of handling their business against these bad teams lately. Like it's not so much of an issue as it was before.
Well, I would say the one game that they didn't was Washington. And, just to be honest, if you would have, like, this is horrible. If you would have won the Washington game, you would be tied with the Suns and the Pelicans right now, with the same record, and because of the tiebreakers and the Kings conference record, the Kings would actually be in. They would be the 6th seed right now. We could also say the same thing if the Kings could have got a ball to drop.
I will tell Kings fans to shy away from, if we handled our business, shy away from that game, because I'm sure it's ugly.
Yeah,
If
the
the
whole
Kings took care of business this season, I'm sure they're a top 4 seed or something like that.
yeah, the hindsight is 2020 thing is not going to be good.
Yeah, you're
Like,
not gonna like it.
yeah, every year I write a postmortem on the season, like, let's, sort of an obituary for the season. And typically, I mean, for most of my career, it was just like, okay, well, they canceled the final 25 games of the season and coasted in so they could get a better draft pick, and this is what the draft looks like. This year feels so much different just because it's a lot of near misses, but also they're still a good team. They're still, they still
They're
have,
still, like, even with all the issues and just the bumpiness of, like, the season, they're still right there, a game out of 6th.
I know.
And, like, AK throws it in the chat right here. I just want to know how this ends. I'm tired of standings watching. This is exhausting. It's like every loss is just, oh, they're done. They're done. No, they're done. Play it. We're playing the Warriors. It's over. And then it wins, like, oh, they won, guys. We might get back into it. It's just up, down, up, down. It's just, you want to know how it ends already.
I don't think like anyone out there who was watching the standings this weekend, Kings fans, I'm sure, like the gut punch when the Lakers passed the Kings.
Yeah, that was a tough day on Twitter
for like 24 hours.
Yeah.
And the Kings dropped down to the 9 seed, which just becomes a whole nother. I mean, that's not something you want to be in at all.
Yeah,
like,
want no part of that.
No, you want no part of that at all. So I think it's an interesting weekend to watch and see how a team how they're still trying to grow at this point. And hey, look, if you don't think Mike Brown is coaching his behind off at this point, you're not watching the games, because out of nowhere, Colby Jones is in the rotation. Colby Jones, like a rookie,
producing and making an impact.
Yeah, it's just wild. Like, Colby Jones is in the rotation and fighting and giving them good minutes. And this is a kid who spent almost the entire season in the G League. And, I don't even know what to say. When Mike Brown has to reach into that bag, that tells you something's gone horribly wrong, which of course means that Malik Monk and Kevin Huerter are out, but also that you have players who just haven't stepped up and just haven't risen to the occasion.
That's the thing too. It wasn't just Huerter's not playing well, let's go to Keon Ellis. Like, it wasn't as smooth as that. We didn't get to Keon Ellis, and we'll see with Colby Jones and all that, how much more he's producing and stuff like that. But like, there was bumps in the road to get to those points.
Yeah, definitely. So we're gonna dive deep into the win over the Brooklyn Nets in 6 quick thoughts, which is coming up next. But Jesse, outside of that, what else in the sports world caught your fancy this weekend?
I know this isn't your bag. I don't even know if this is sports world, but Wrestlemania was sick. I mean, we'll talk about it later for D'Lo and KC. But I mean, I was really focused on the Kings and college basketball this weekend mainly.
Yeah.
I picked up a puppy last Saturday, so I was chilling with him. Yeah.
What kind of puppy did you get?
He's a retriever and a lab mix.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's sick, but he doesn't let you sleep really. So,
no, he's a baby.
Yeah. He's 2 months old.
Look at you.
So we were chilling with the puppy, me and the fiance chilling with the puppy, watching basketball. It was nice.
Look at you, Jesse, taking the natural steps of a young man.
We're growing the fam, you know?
Look at you, the natural steps of a young man. You go out there.
Please let me get some sleep, though, Doc. Please. His name is Coco, by the way.
Engaged. You get a puppy.
And we're hitting the steps.
You are hitting the steps. Yeah, you chose a good dog for those steps.
Yeah, he's a baby, but he's pretty smart.
We did not. We chose a Yorkie, and then when our first son was born, the Yorkie was 4 years old and hated the kids from then on and would hide under the bed for years until he finally perished at age 16. Yeah, so
lived a long life.
He did a little. We were waiting for like 4 years. Like, come on, little fella, it's time. All right, we've got all kinds of sports to talk about today. We're going to dive deep into the Sacramento Kings victory over the Brooklyn Nets with 6 quick thoughts coming up next. I am James Ham. He is Jesse Tapia. We are the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. You're on ESPN 1320. We'll see you in just a sec. What's going on, everybody? Jim Garfinkel. First of all, Jim, how's your back? Secondly, does Herter's trade value drop significantly? Like, look, it didn't help. It did not help at all that he dislocated his shoulder and needed shoulder surgery. But I do believe that he will be okay, and that a team understands that he's 25 years old and has plenty of basketball left in him, and his contract is reasonable.
Well, yeah, because like they feel like with Kevin Herter, what you would have traded for before the shoulder injury is like what you're getting after, like a guy who hits threes and stuff like that. Like nothing's like really changing after his injury, unless like he just can't shoot the ball for the rest of his career.
Yeah, and it's his non-shooting hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when we had Dr. P on. Dr. P said the biggest issue that he was going to have was very specific. That like he defensively, if he did not get it fixed, like defensively, you would worry about like full extension and having someone bump into him and potentially knock his shoulder out of the place, and then going up for a rebound. You go up high and hands up. The potential there for re-injury, but now that he's had surgery, he should be fine.
Yeah, once he's healthy, stuff like if I'm the GM around the league, if I'm need a 3-point specialist or whatever, like I'm looking at Kevin Herter still.
Yeah, and I just keep like trying to explain this. Like Kevin Herter, if you had him next to like a long athletic 3 and 4 or a defensive specialist 5, like Kevin Herter would be really good.
Well, yeah, it's like you said last week. You guys have said multiple times, like Kevin Herter, Keon Ellis not better than Kevin Herter. It just fits. Kevin Herter needs to go somewhere where he fits better, probably.
No, totally. So, can you pull some strings to get Raw on at the Tom's Watch Bar? I wouldn't doubt that they have Raw on, at least on.
I feel like they've done like watch parties and stuff like that at Tom's before for the wrestling and stuff, so they might.
I think they did. When was WrestleMania? Was it last?
No, that was yesterday. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe they did this weekend. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because I know Sean said he was out and there was a bunch of wrestling fans like on Friday or Saturday out at Tom's. Yeah, John Poles. I saw somebody, I'm not going to name names, who tweeted out something about maybe Colby Jones gets brought up to a standard contract. Colby Jones is on a standard contract. He is on a new contract that the NBA, a new exception that the NBA just created this season. And it's a 2nd-round pick exception. So it used to be that you could only sign 2nd-round picks to league minimum deals, and league minimum deals are only the length of contract is 2 years, right? So what teams had to do was either carve out a longer deal out of salary cap or out of one of their exceptions. So this comes into play with the Malik Monk money, in all honesty. Malik Monk got like $9.5 million in his first year because the Kings, I'll get back to this later. Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia. We're going to have a fun week. We're going to have all kinds of guests this week. The great, incredible, legendary Jerry Reynolds will be in tomorrow to hang out with Jesse and I. I think on Wednesday, we have Chris Biederman from the Sacramento Bee and Candlestick Chronicles. He is, of course, really good friends with Kyle Madsen. And Thursday, I think we have Jake Gaden from Channel 13. I actually had to go on Channel 13 last night, Jesse. It was a little different from my bar.
Yeah, you were at the bar. I was gonna say, have you ever been like in studio doing TV?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I worked for NBC for 6 years.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. What is that like?
Actually, it's a really good. I think it's something that people don't think about. Like you just think, oh, you just go when you talk. First of all, they're teleprompter guys, right? So Jake, because he's running a whole show and he has all kinds of things set up, he has a teleprompter that he's written a script for and it's popping up. When I was at NBC, Jim Cosmore was the teleprompter guy, right?
So you're just sitting there reading the words on the screen.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
not like Anchorman, obviously, because it's more serious, but like,
it takes a certain skill to be able to read something as you're going.
No, I was gonna say, I don't think I could ever do that. Like everything, radio is just off the dome or whatever. We got a little rundown, but I don't think I could ever just like, I gotta make sure I'm hitting all these words.
Exactly. Well, I think my biggest issue with TV wasn't like, I always feel comfortable. Like, I don't have like a panic button really. inside. I don't know why, but I would just like get comfortable, and it for me it was conversational, and I never over prepared. Like I see some people who like they study cue cards and they're so like locked in, and then one thing goes wrong, you lose your place mentally in your cue card and you're shot. So I never do that. I was taught to speak extemporaneously. So just kind of off the cuff, I know what I'm talking about. I'm saturated in whatever it is I'm talking about. But the crazy thing that you don't think of is the cameras. So like there's so many different cameras, like ideas that are going on at the same time. So there's like a 3-shot where it's like 3 people on a set, right? So say it was me, Doug, and Cosmore, me, Jerry, and Cosmore, right? Or name that other host that we had with us. Well, that's one wide shot, and you can't just stare at the camera the whole time because then you look weird while everybody else is talking. You got to kind of be part of the conversation, glance to the camera. The camera is the 4th person in the room. They're always the other conversation. Then there's a 1 shot where all of a sudden it's you on the camera, and you need to look at the camera, and sometimes you need to look away to bring in the other people, but look back to the camera. Then there's a 2 shot where it's you and someone else standing next to each other.
Yeah, TV's not for me. I'm realizing.
You're figuring it out very
No,
quickly.
I'm cool. I'll sit behind the mic. I got my Davion Casey
That's
sweater on. I
right.
got some sweats on, whatever. Like I'll do that. Leave the TV to the TV people. That sounds way too complicated.
Well, then
If I can't wing it, then I'm not winning.
There's like the live hit on the floor where it's you staring into a camera and just like glazed over. And I was at Oracle and someone dropped a chair next to me and snapped me out. Done. Shut. You might as well just gone to commercial break. I was a wreck. Like, so there's all these different ways in which you have to like understand that the camera is there. And that's kind of the worst thing. Outside of that, I was always like, whatever.
Yeah, you're pro's pro.
Well, it's more like I'm so saturated in what's happening that like you can't ask me a question about the Sacramento Kings that I can't sit here and riff on for like 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's fair.
Let's get to 6 quick thoughts.
All right, let's get thought number 1 right here.
The Kings were stuck in the mud in the first quarter until Davion Mitchell came in the game. He started to break the net zone, which I thought was impressive. Over his last 10 games, he's averaging 8.7 points, shooting 52% from 3. He kept the Kings alive early when they really were just not figuring things out. Finished with 12 points, 2 of 5 from deep. Man, he's been so good lately. I'm someone who's been hard on Davion Mitchell in the past, but I think he's been tremendous, and we'll get to this a little bit later in the show, but tremendous over since the All-Star break.
He's had like since he's been in the league, he's had like good stretches of games and all that. But I feel like this isn't a stretch. I don't feel like it feels like just Davion Mitchell was just maybe found his role. He's just playing good basketball. Like this is Davion Mitchell.
You know how many times I've asked him if he's found his niche with this team, and he always looks at me and is honest and goes, "Not really." I think he finally found it.
Yeah, it seems like from the way he's playing right now.
Yeah, just the way he's playing, he's comfortable and he's letting his game show, and I think that that's spectacular.
All right, let's go point number 2.
We got a Trey day. Trey Lyles did not play well against Boston, but he started 5 of 5 from this game, finished with 14 points, 10 rebounds off the bench. He was super active off the ball. Jesse, his rebounding over the last couple of games since he's been back is so incredible. He is flying in from all kinds of different angles. The Kings have what they call a crash zone, which is around the key. And every time the guys on the wings, the ball goes up, the crash zone guys, they're supposed to fly in and crash. All of a sudden, we're seeing Trey Lyles like take advantage of the crash zone. We're seeing Keegan Murray take advantage of the crash zone. And I kind of feel like the Kings got so far away from this idea because their transition defense was horrible, especially last season. And all of a sudden you're seeing them, hey, their defense is shored up and they're playing much better defensively, and they're allowing these guys to hit the crash zone. And it's really fun to watch because some of these guys are very good rebounders.
Where he's doing his thing and like kind of tying in with Davion Mitchell too. Like Trey Lyles and Davion Mitchell really haven't let the Kings fall off since Malik Monk's injury. I feel like they've taken, I don't want to call it burden, but I don't know what the right word is. They've just taken that, whatever Malik Monk has left, and kind of kept them afloat.
Yeah, I totally agree. I really wish we could have seen Trey Lyles, this Trey Lyles with this Davion Mitchell and Malik Monk.
Yeah.
And Keon Ellis as a starter. I kind of wish we would have saw that formula, and we're just not going to get to. So,
all right, let's get to point number 3.
Give the rookie a look. Colby Jones played well down the stretch against the Celtics on Friday and earned a little more time. Man, he's a jack of all trades. He scored 7 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, 2 blocks, flew all over the court, gets in everybody's face. He's everywhere all at once.
These are the guys that make you excited, like because he's like a second round pick or whatever, and you're not expecting him to be like a Nikola Jokic or whatever. But if he can come in and hey, give me a couple points, give me maybe a couple boards, play defense or whatever, give me some minutes, and you're getting impact out of these guys, that does wonders for your team building and all that. I feel like as far as rebuilds,
I totally agree. He's a decent 3-point shooter. He's got a beautiful floater. He's super athletic. Him crashing the boards too. He gives him a different element, almost like a Dante DiVincenzo-esque rebounder from the shooting guard position, which I think is something this team needs. They need somebody who kind of gets it. Like, hey, we're not getting enough rebounds. We need to go attack. He's super fun. We're going to dive into this situation in the next segment of the show too.
All right, point number 4.
For the 61st consecutive game, Domantas Sabonis has posted a double-double. Man, I kind of wish the streak would go away because people start like they jump all over him when he's not playing extremely well, and they act like the double streak is just something he's going out and trying to do to extend it. I don't think they get it that this is just who he is.
Yeah, that's just Domantas Sabonis' game.
Yeah,
like that's literally what it comes down to. He's not out there fishing for rebounds, fishing for assists. Like it just literally all runs through him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he had 18 points, 20 rebounds, 9 assists. He barely missed his 27th triple-double of the season. He still leads the league with 26 triple-doubles. He's one ahead of Jokic. He also, I think they flashed the stat. What is he at? Like 73, 74 double-doubles on the season?
Sounds about right.
It's something absolutely crazy.
All right, let's play real quick. Let's play hindsight. If the Kings are taking care of business, is Domantas Sabonis in the MVP conversation this season? Maybe we'll say we'll round up or whatever when they win a handful of games of the 4 seed. You think he'd be getting MVP conversation?
Yeah, he would have been top 5. Yeah, if they would have taken care of business.
He's having a hell of a season, man.
He is. I think people just they ignore the fact that he leads the league in rebounding at almost 14 a game, but he's also 6th in the league in assists, like well over 8 a game, and he's almost at 20 points. There is something weird. He hasn't made a 3-pointer in like 7 straight games. And he's only made 1 in his last like 10 or 11, and he's still shooting like 39% from 3, but it just shows you like he stopped shooting the 3 ball, and I feel like he's beat up and his legs are a little shot.
I mean, it would make sense the way he plays all season.
Yeah.
Let's get point number 5.
Keegan Murray struggled early, but his shooting stroke came around in the third quarter. Again, the Kings weren't playing that well. They scored 13 points in the third quarter, Jesse. 9 of those points came from Keegan Murray. So this game was up for grabs. Especially like they just got again stuck in the mud like they did in the first quarter. The third quarter, I don't think either one were particularly great. But he finished with 19.6 rebounds and a career high 4 blocks. He also had 18 shot attempts, which we're looking at a streak here. We're looking at a trend, not just like a one-off where he's starting to stack these games where it's 17, 18 shot attempts.
Yeah, that's the stat I'm most happy about is the fact that he's taking these shots. Like he's not going to be 11 of 18, 10 of 18 every night or whatever. And frankly, I don't even know if he's shooting as well as he did last season. That'll all come, I think. But the fact that he's getting the shots up and kind of getting used to this role where, no, Keegan, we need you to get these shots up or whatever, because if not, like, we're just going to be in trouble. The fact that he's getting used to it, get some development time doing that. Like, I'm happy, especially because there hasn't been a game where it's like, oh, Keegan only took like 10 shots today or took 5 shots or whatever.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but it kind of feels like we're watching what life after Malik would look like. And I don't think anyone wants that. Everyone wants Malik to be back. But
yeah, that's tough.
But it's kind of like you're getting a look, the Colby Joneses of the world, the Davion Mitchells of the world, all that stuff. All right, let's get to the 6th one.
Point number 6.
De'Aaron Fox didn't have his A game, but he kept grinding. He posted 20 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, and a steal. 8 of 20 from the field, 3 of 11 from 3, and 2 of those threes came really late. He played heavy minutes in the back-to-back. I think he played 44 minutes against the Celtics on the second night of a back-to-back. He looked like he had heavy legs.
If he has heavy legs, who can we expect to pick up the slack?
No one. Well, Keegan Murray, Colby Jones, Keon Ellis. I mean, somebody's got to do it.
Because that kind of concerns me right now. Because, like, I get it. Like, 82-game season. He's been carrying this team on his back all year. It's just Malik's out right now. It's just kind of concerning. Like, who's gonna pick up that slack? And hopefully it is Keegan. But
that's right. All right, Jesse, let's step aside. When we come back, we're going to dive into this this young guard rotation that's developing late in the season for the Sacramento Kings. We're also going to give away a $100 gift certificate for the Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game. I am James. He is Jesse. We are the Insiders here on ESPN 1320.
This hour of the show is brought to you by
Jiffy Lube has a special promotion going on right now. Purchase a Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic Oil Change at Jiffy Lube and receive a $25 e-gift card from popular brands for food, gas, and more.
I would love to see
Visit Jiffy Lube
like what's going
today.
to happen with Malik.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established.
Email on the contract or on the commercials, guys.
Carlos E, did you panic when Jim Cosmore was talking when you're doing a live hit? There was a moment when Jim Cosmore walked on set and I was doing a live hit and he just walked right in front of the camera and someone yelled at him, "Hey, Jim." And he stopped, and instead of like ducking, he just turned his head and looked right into the camera. And so it's me talking over the backside of him and his giant face like in the camera. That happened once. Emmy, you weren't happy with Sasha's minutes yesterday. Look, they had to try something different because it was a matchup issue, and I don't think it had anything to do with Sasha. Look, Sasha's coming back after an ankle injury, and the back-to-back on an ankle injury and the travel isn't great. So it's also possible he's just a little creaky, and so I wouldn't doubt that was part of the issue.
David, there could be an apocalypse, and they'd still play Cars for Kids.
Yes,
that'll live forever.
Cars for Kids is the cockroach of the radio industry.
It's a nice jingle.
Yeah, I have brought up Jim Cosmore. I worked with Jim Cosmore, just like I worked with Grant Napier. So, like, you guys, neither one of them I'm not close with either one of them anymore. Certainly, I was closer with Coz when he was here, and then he went a little sideways, and I wish him well. He's in Tennessee now, and I don't see him anymore. But yeah, we had some moments, some good moments, and some very, very bad moments.
What's going on with this eclipse?
I don't know. We're not supposed to really be able to see it.
Like, what does that mean? Like
where we're at,
I gotcha.
Like we have a bad angle. I was talking about, okay, so the Kings, Malik Monk got a $9.5 million contract, right? And the reason he got a 9.5 as opposed to a 10 or like $11.1 million starting salary was because the Kings carved out a $1.6 million rookie scale extension, a rookie scale contract for Sasha, and then Sasha turned them down. But that's what they had done. They had carved, because the mid-level exception, you can actually break up into multiple contracts. And so they had cut this little piece out of Malik's money that they gave him, and it was for Sasha. And that exception can go up to 4 years, right? So Malik could have got a 4-year contract as well. But whether it was a team or whether it was Malik, they didn't want to go 4 years, which is why we're in this situation we're in right now. So that's where I was getting at with because we're talking about the Colby Jones contract. Now, the NBA this season opened up this new thing called a second-round pick exception. We're back in 5. Welcome back in. I'm James. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia. Kyle, of course, is, I don't know, crumpets and tea? Is that what you think he's doing? Crumpets and tea or bangers and mash?
Maybe bangers and mash. I mean, it's dinner time over there, right? It's about 6 o'clock over there.
Yeah, you're right. They're 8 hours ahead. Yeah, he probably has a beer in his hand. I'm gonna almost guarantee he has.
I gotta say, from the outside, and the outside meaning looking from Twitter, British food does not seem appetizing.
No, I don't think it is, Jesse.
Like they eat beans and toast. You know this?
Beans and toast
For breakfast. Just
Bean-
mashing on some beans and toast.
No, I'm not eating beans and toast. No, I'm not even like an avocado toast, dude.
I can do some avocado toast. Avocado's good, but it's not my go-to or anything like that. It's just that we don't got nothing here, and I got some avocado here, and I got some toast there.
Okay.
Yeah, but we're not. Yeah, but that's better than beans and toast.
Beans and toast is weird.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not great.
Yeah. So Kyle did post a photo of him in like an old style red phone booth in
You got to do that.
Yeah, I mean, good. I hope he gets on a double decker bus tour.
Does he stand? I don't know their names. Does he stand next to the guards who can't move, but you can't kind of like touch? I guess the guys with the big hats.
That's Buckingham Palace.
Yeah, is he by there?
I don't know where he's at. I don't know. Like he wasn't going to go to a soccer match.
Yeah, I asked him about that too.
That's what we would have done.
Yeah.
Both of us. We would have been like, okay, where are we going? I'm going to go see Man U. You're going to go see.
I'm a Tottenham fan.
Tottenham. Oh,
Picked up a big win this week.
Tottenham Hotspurs. Did you watch the Man U game?
Did not catch Man U.
Oh man, they gave up a PK at the very Wan-Bissaka tackled somebody in the box and got called, and they tied, but against what was it? Arsenal? Was
Chelsea.
Chelsea. No, it wasn't Chelsea. Who has Salah?
Liverpool.
Yeah, Salah's
they played
Liverpool.
Yeah. Chelsea before that, I think.
No, it was a great game, and the Man U actually had a Bruno Fernandes hit a 55-yard screamer. Like they turned the ball, like the other team turned the ball over right in the middle of the pitch, and he just one-touched it straight over the top into the goal for like a 55-yard screamer.
Yeah, no better feeling than that. I'll never know it, but should have no better feeling than that.
Yeah, it was he hit it pure. It was clean. Look at that. We're talking soccer on the Insiders.
International
Football.
Thank Kyle for this.
Football.
We'll need an England update too when he gets back.
That's right. We will need to get an update on what it was like for Kyle to leave the country for the first time. I mean, he's never been through customs.
See, we got to know all of that too. Like, did they take you aside, Kyle? Did they search your stuff? Like, what happened?
Did they make you cough, Kyle? What happened? Did they give you the rubber glove treatment? We need to know.
We're gonna need a step by step.
We do need a step by step. Let's see. We're gonna dive into this guard situation. The Sacramento Kings, out of necessity more than anything else, we're seeing a young guard rotation that we just hadn't seen throughout the first 65, 70 games of the season. And all of a sudden, you lose Kevin Huerter first, then you lose Malik Monk. And, Davion Mitchell's been in and out of the rotation all season long. I think he has 9 DMP CDs this year, did not play, coach's decisions. And that's for somebody who had only had one the first 2 years of his career. And that hurts. But also, I think we've talked about it so many times, Jesse, just for so much of his time here in Sacramento, he's been like a square peg in a round hole.
Yeah, and even when he got drafted, like it was just from the start. When he got drafted, it's like, okay, like backup point guard De'Aaron Fox is here though. And just even then, like it just wasn't a fit.
And you had Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah.
Well, I think that they knew that their defense was horrible, and they're trying to give some support. I also think
didn't talk to the guy all draft process.
They did not, which was weird. I also think, Jesse, if you go back and you can kind of like figure out when the Kings decided that they were going to trade one of their guards. I think that they knew going into that season that Halliburton and Fox weren't going to work together, that they saw the potential of Halliburton as a lead guard, as a guy with the ball in his hands all the time. But they also saw De'Aaron Fox as that player. They had just given De'Aaron Fox a big contract. He was going to be tougher to move, and they sort of were weighing what they were going to do, but they knew that they were going to need another point guard. And so that's why they drafted Davion. And to be honest, Franz Wagner went the pick before. I think if he would have fallen one
pick
spot,
that never was right there.
You know what? Look how that would have changed everything.
Yeah, it would have helped a lot.
Yeah, it would have helped a ton. I mean, you would be looking at a much different starting lineup at this point. And I don't think it would have made so much difference that you wouldn't have made a move. I just think that this was, it's one of those moments in time. But what is it that you've seen from Davion Mitchell that kind of stands out to you here in the last It's going on like 6 weeks where he's been really, really efficient.
The word I'll use is flow. It's not like you said, like you're always asking, like, what's his role, Davion? Do you know your role and stuff like that? Flows now. It's like, it's steady, it's consistent. It's not a stretch of basketball. It's no Davion Mitchell is playing like along the lines, he's playing Kings basketball, he's playing along the lines of this team's identity, and he fits right now. I think that's the biggest thing that stands out right now.
I totally agree. I think he fits in. I also think, like, during his rookie season, De'Aaron Fox missed a bunch of time at the end of the year, and Davion started. It gave him an opportunity to like go out and put up a bunch of points. He averaged 11 points a game for his rookie season. Everyone kind of looked at that. You look at what De'Aaron Fox averaged in his rookie season, which was like 11.7. You're like, okay, maybe he does have potential to be an offensive player. And there were times early in his career, Jesse, where I thought he looked a lot like Ty Lawson as an offensive player, where the speed and the quickness, a change of pace, change of direction, the strength that they play with, like all of that stood out. Maybe he's not as fast as Ty Lawson, but he still had some of the same sort of characteristics. Like
Davion too, he's not maybe as fast, but he's also like, he's quick though. I think you would say too. He's shifty, like when he's moving and stuff like that. Like it is difficult to keep up with.
Well, that, and I don't think if you were going to put Ty Lawson and Davion Mitchell in a bench press competition, like I think that Davion could not only bench press as much as Ty Lawson can, but he could actually bench press Ty Lawson and that weight at the same time.
He's got that Texas strength.
Yeah, he does. I mean, Davion Mitchell is built, right? And so I think there is a strength component here, which really comes into play on the defensive side of the ball. But as an offensive player, I think it's really like the 3-point shot has changed dramatically. Like last season, we had this. He had worked in the offseason the previous year with some coaches. They changed his trajectory on a shot. All of a sudden, he's shooting this like Omri Caspi-esque like balloon shot. And I don't even know, like they were so concerned with him getting a shot off from behind the arc that they added this crazy loop to his shot. And I thought that didn't help him at all. Like NBA players close out quick and a shorter player can get his shot blocked. But typically when you get your shot blocked, if you're a smaller player like this, is because you're going off the dribble. And that's not what Davion Mitchell does. Davion Mitchell is not like an off-the-dribble 3-point shooter. He's more of a catch-and-shoot guy, and that's part of the necessity because that's how the Kings run their offense.
Yeah.
But also, like, there's just not a lot of creating at the top of the key for Davion or for anyone outside of De'Aaron Fox. So I think that was a weird thing that they did, and I actually think it set him back a bunch. I mean, this is a guy who shot 42% from three at the college level as a senior at Baylor, and it should have translated. He should have been able to bring that shot to the NBA, and it's taken like sort of this weird path to get to where we are now, but he sort of found his shot again.
So yeah, he's found it now and he's playing well. Like is he the Kings backup point guard for the next few seasons now? Like what does that mean for the Kings now that he's kind of found his role?
Yeah, that's a good question, Jesse. I mean, like if he's going to shoot 36% from three, which is what he's shooting right now, I think he's got an opportunity to stick. He's about to enter the final year of his rookie scale contract, and that can be a little complicated, but like basically he's under contract for next season. If the Kings wanted to extend an offer for him, like to extend his contract, they can do that this summer, but I'm going to guess that they're not going to do that. And he's going to have to figure out, he's going to have to play for his contract in the next year. He would be a restricted free agent if the Kings give the qualifying offer after next season. And so that means that the Kings could match any offer given to him. And so I think you're going to leave a door open because if this is a player he's going to be, you're intrigued.
Well, yeah, because it makes you think, because we're only like, it's been mainly from, I think, since the All-Star break where he's been playing well, but it's like, what if we had a full season of this? I feel like a lot of the things with the Kings right now is kind of a lot of what ifs. Like, what if we had a full season maybe of Keon Ellis, where they kind of just, they figured it out late. Like, you have the injuries and stuff like that, but now there's more pieces that fit into their right roles and stuff like that. Like, what if you had a full year of Davion and stuff like that? I think you can kind of wonder about.
No, I totally agree. Since the All-Star break, Davion Mitchell is shooting 53.9% from the field, 42.6% from three. He's averaging 7.3 points in 18 minutes per game. He's getting more opportunity, and that's because of the injuries and everything else, but also because he was playing really well. I think, the problem that I have is that, number one, you drafted an older player. So people forget that Davion Mitchell is 25, like, and he'll be 26 before next season, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he's got a September 5th birthday, so he'll be 26. So it's kind of like in the same thing with Chris Duarte. Chris Duarte is a third-year player, but he's a third-year player who is 27. I mean, it's not your standard NBA operating procedure here. So I like that what we're seeing right now is Davion like unleashed and sort of who he should have been. But I also worry that it's situational. And
see, that's the thing too. It's like we did have to get a lot of things had to happen for us to finally get here.
Yeah. No, I agree. A lot of things had to go right. If you were choosing like how you're going to move forward, would he be your backup point guard next year, or are you going to use his $6 million contract and the way he's playing right now as like a potential trade chip?
I think I can go into the offseason thinking like, yeah, Davion Mitchell can very well be my backup point guard. I'm going into next season, but like that's not going to be a hindrance or anything that's going to keep me from making a deal as well. If that comes up on the table on Monty McNair's desk or anything like that.
Yeah.
Like if a GM comes up to me like, hey, so-and-so players, we're going to need Davion Mitchell for this. And you like the player coming in, like, sorry, but you make that deal still.
No, I totally agree. And I think it's interesting. We're going into this off season knowing that the Kings have to do a whole lot to change this thing around, right? This is not your standard. Like they need some.
Yeah, there needs some fixes still.
Major tweaks, right? And I think Davion might have worked his way into a situation where he might be one of the way down the list of things that you're going to look at. I think I'd kind of put him in the same boat as like Alex Len. Like Alex Len can come back next season as a backup center, and I don't think anybody has a problem with that.
Yeah, no.
But going into this offseason, you got to look at it. Both Duarte and Davion are entering the final year of their contract, so you could look at those as like $6 million expiring contracts.
Davion is almost. He's not going to be the center. He's almost like collateral damage for a deal you're going to make.
Okay.
Like we need that. Hey, we need this extra $6 million. We need this extra money for your contract or whatever. It's not necessarily like, oh, Davion's not playing well. So like you said, we can go into next season with him being the backup, but it's just like, like it's just a matter of we need you to make this deal.
Yeah, I totally agree. So I would say like if you look at his $6 million, you look at Duarte's $6 million, you look at Trey Lyles' $8 million, you look at Kevin Huerter with 2 years left at like $38 million. You look at Harrison Barnes with 2 years left at what is he at? I think he's at $37 million. Like you have all these movable pieces that can be packaged in different ways.
You said the magic word before the show. You said expiring contracts.
Exactly.
Those are like gold.
Expiring contracts are now like we haven't really seen it play out completely, but the salary, we have these new aprons, right? So there's the first apron, then there's the second apron. And if you're a repeat offender of the second apron for a certain amount of years, you actually start to lose your draft picks. You're going to have teams that are in panic mode. Like the Golden State Warriors are going to saw off like half. Well, I don't know how many. They're going to saw off a bunch of dollars this year. I mean, they're paying, what we figure, $186 million in luxury tax this year.
Yeah, I think that's a problem the Celtics are going to come up on in a couple of years too.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, you want to put together a really high quality product, but the problem is in order to get over the hump, if you're the Celtics, or to compete and to continue to compete, you have to make these little deals that end up adding up. I mean, again, with the Warriors, if they sign like a $5 million player, right? They use like one of their small exceptions. They signed a $5 million player. That player costs them $5 million in salary, but then an additional 15 or 20 million in luxury tax. So you're basically giving $5 million to a player and having him cost you 20 to 25 million bucks. And that's crazy talk. And I think that's where the Kings have continued to stay with this lower salary. And they haven't broken the bank. They haven't got into the luxury tax yet, but it's players like Davion, and then it's players like the next guy we're going to talk about, Colby Jones, that actually can help you retain your star level players and remain flexible. And so I think it's an interesting conversation. And you know what, Jesse, it leads me to, we have a Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game to give away. We have two today. We have one from the Celtics game because we give away one after all 82 games this season. And we'll just go ahead and give that away now. So if you're, go to ESPN1320.com, right there in smack dab in the middle, there's a Jiffy Lube contest page. click on that contest page. And actually, for that matter, while you're at ESPN1320.com, bookmark it, because we have some crazy things coming up that you're going to want to be part of. And so I definitely would sort of bookmark that and make sure that you're ready.
Oh yeah, James isn't lying. Listen to James right now. Seriously.
Yeah, listen to me. So bookmark ESPN1320.com. But for today, go on, click the big giant Jiffy Lube logo, put in your information. Right now you're putting in for a $100 gift certificate to Jiffy Lube, which is spectacular. People come and pick them up all the time. They get shipped to you. But also you're entering to win also a Sacramento Kings jersey. We have one more jersey to give away that we're going to give away after the season ends. So make sure you're jumping on board. The code word that you're going to put in for today for the Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game from the Brooklyn Nets game where the Sacramento Kings thumped the Nets by 30 points. I think, what was it, 107-77?
Yes, sir.
Colby Jones. 2 words. Colby Jones. So partially that's a hat tip to our friend Kyle Madsen, who's not here today, who is the president of the Colby Jones fan club. So shout out to Colby Jones for being our Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game.
Was a Colby Jones guy earlier in the season too. Jumped on the hype before everyone else did.
Oh, you're there?
I no, not me. I saw Kyle Madsen. I'm vouching for our guy Kyle Madsen. Jumped on that early.
Yeah, my friend Brendan Nunez was like super in on Keon Ellis early on.
I remember that as well.
But he was super in on Keon as like a fun dude, and like again, I think maybe it's Kyle connects with Colby Jones for some reason. I know like Brendan and Keon, like there's a connection with them being like young and like they're able to converse more easily and stuff like that. So yeah, it's good. I mean, what we're seeing here is a young player who is stepping up in Colby in a weird moment. Like Colby Jones was an afterthought. His season was basically over from like, I didn't think he would play this year.
Yeah, you figured he was just going to be a 2-way guy. Maybe he gets into not even into the bench minutes. He gets to sit on the end of the bench a couple of times or whatever, play some G League games, and we'll be done with it, at least for this season.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. And then, of course, the Stockton Kings were in the playoffs. They accidentally got bounced. Well, not accident. They got bounced last night by the Oklahoma City
on purpose.
Blues. I don't know, whatever they are.
Jamias Ramsey's team.
Jamias Ramsey lit the Kings up. Right?
Every time I see his name, I want to call him Jamias because of John Hollinger when he joined D'Lo and KC one time.
Oh, yeah.
It's stuck in my head.
Somebody else butchered his name last night. I won't say who. I may have been on TV last night.
We won't name names.
Jamias. And I had to go back and learn how to spell Jamias again, because it's one of the most unique names that I've ever had to spell as a reporter. But anyway, Jamias Ramsey was incredible. I thought that Colby Jones would probably finish the season with the Stockton Kings, and for some reason the Kings brought him on this trip. And I think it's, you knew you had some back-to-backs, you knew you're going to need somebody here and there, but all of a sudden we're in this strange little world where Colby Jones has played 5 consecutive games. The first 3, he played a minute in each, either 1 or 2 minutes in each. And then all of a sudden against Boston, he was in the closing lineup. And this crazy attempted come from behind game where the Kings ended up losing by 101-100. But I'm watching this guy on the court and I'm just intrigued, man. I keep trying to like put my finger on who does he remind me of? And it's like a really rare group of players. And is there anyone that you're looking at Colby Jones and you're like, ooh, I think he kind of reminds me of this?
Nobody reminds me of yet, but just more so guys from the same like fabric of like, and I know his name isn't popular or whatever, like Pat Bev, those guys who kind of just, they come in, they're not necessarily like stars or whatever, but they come in and they have an impact. They make their presence known, not by points or whatever, but hey, I'm going to get you these rebounds. I'm going to play defense and stuff like that. Like not even necessarily Pat Bev. I'm not saying his game is like that, but more so just those dogs that come in and just the guys that come from like the Marcus Smart types where they're just making an impact. Like I don't need you to fill up the box score or whatever, but like you can see their presence and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I don't have a specific player for that, but just more so along the lines of that.
Yeah, I think again, don't get me wrong here. Like I'm not comparing him to a Hall of Famer and saying this is who he is, But I'm saying, like, the way that he moves around the court, the way that he's always in on everything, the way that he's so active and he's so in your face, it reminds me a lot of Manu Ginobili. Just like there is a way that Manu like navigated the game that was unconventional, but star-studded. Like he was absolutely a superstar in his role. And that's where I kind of look at Colby. He's like a jack of all trades guy. And I don't know what Colby Jones, he could be out of the league in 2 years.
Yeah, it's only been a handful of games so far, if that.
Yeah, I don't know what he's going to look like down the road. But like when I'm watching him, it's this disruptive force that no matter where the ball is on the court, your eyes are drawn to him. He flies all over the place. You're like, wow, how did he get from there to there? Why did he get from there to there? I'm confused, but the whole time you're left with this, like, okay, I think this could work. It can't work if you have 5 of those guys on the court or if you have 3 of them on your roster, because then you have a bunch of guys out of position all the time. But for small bursts, especially early on in his career as he's learning the game, it works.
Yeah, I mean, what you need from him too, I think, was kind of helping. Like he comes off as a smart basketball player. He's not going to come in and make mistakes, really, or anything like that, or kind of just mess the game up. So just come in, get in the flow of things or whatever, and just kind of fall in line. And that's exactly what they kind of need for a guy like that right now.
Yeah, I'm loving that he's got a floater in the lane, which is spectacular. He's super athletic. He can hit a 3, but also he's confident enough to take a 3, and that's something that I really a big shout out to the Kings coaching staff, because they have instilled this in all of their players that if you're going to stay on the court, you got to shoot the 3.
I mean, that's what the league is at this point too.
Yeah.
Like if you want to, like you said, if you want to be on the court, you have to at least be able to take a 3 at least.
Yeah. And I'll even point this out, Jesse. This is why the G League matters. Exactly. Right here. It's that you should be trying to manufacture this type of player, the Keon Ellis, the Colby Jones, which to me, they're very different players, Keon and Colby. They're very, very different. But you need both of those types of players, and again, to just go back to old Spurs, like if you're the player that Mike Brown has compared in a way Keon Ellis to is Bruce Bowen. And if you have that type of player and then a player that plays in a similar style as Manu Ginobili, not that he's going to be as good or that he'll reach those heights. Who knows what he's going to do as a player, but it's still, it gives you this idea of how you can manufacture players at the G League level that can come up and fill a specific role and give you something. And I think the Kings have done a really nice job of putting some money into like developing, surrounding them with pros, getting, guys in the second round or undrafted guys, and having them figure out a way to fit into something that is meaningful for the parent club.
Well, that's not something we've really seen from them before, right?
No.
Yeah.
No,
I'm gonna say like now, like Keon Ellis and Colby Jones, like we'll see what Colby Jones does and stuff like that. But I mean, that's already 2 guys coming from Stockton or whatever before. Like the Kings just never really, I don't want to say like cared or whatever, just never really got an impact from that at all.
Yeah, I really wish that there was more of a symbiotic relationship between the parent club and the 3 two-way contracts. I think will help, but it doesn't really help like Jordan Ford. I feel bad for Jordan Ford. He's on a 2-way contract, so he's making $550,000. So good for him. But he also hasn't really got an opportunity at the main level because the Kings have a bunch of point guards. Whether it's Fox and Malik and Davion and even these other like Keon that can take on the role for short stints. You need to figure out ways to blend these 2 products, in my opinion. And I think one of the ways is if you could do like a true, like sending guys down on rehab assignments, right? I think Trey Lyles could have totally used 2 or 3 games at the G League level to get his legs back under. Maybe he could have come back, not a week earlier, but he might have been able to come back
fresher,
more ready, more NBA ready.
I wonder how much of that is an Eagle thing. Not talking about Trey Lyles specifically, just NBA player, whatever you want to throw in there. I wonder how many would be just opposed, like you can't send me down to the G League or whatever. Like I'll just be ready when I'm ready.
No, I know that's an issue. I remember Hassan Whiteside refusing to go to the G League, and saying I just don't want to go, and that's when he was young. And he had a bunch of complaints, including like the beds were too small. Which hey,
I mean he's 7 feet tall. Maybe the beds were too small.
It's very true. He's 6'11" and 3/4 because that's what he measured in, and because he didn't wear he wore flip flops. The NBA measurements.
Should wear your NBA shoes.
There you go. All right, so like a lot of good stuff here from Colby Jones, and I'm intrigued to see what happens here. You got 4 games left, and all of a sudden, Colby played 23 minutes, and I'm looking around like, what is happening here?
Colby Jones, welcome to the club. It's go time, pal.
I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it. So, all right, we're gonna step aside. When we come back, we've got all kinds of stuff to talk about, especially the schedule is just tightening, and we're almost out of games here, and the standings are not kind. The Kings got a little bit of help yesterday, and we're going to break down with our Around the NBA segment. So I am James. He is Jesse. We are the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, your sports leader. Oh, Jesse has left me. Hello, friends. Alex, you got to remember, first of all, Keon he doesn't turn the ball over all that much. I mean, I don't know what I can look. I'll have the stats up in 2 seconds, but we're talking about a guy who's, number one, he's not a natural point guard, and they've asked him to play that a couple of times. He's averaging 0.6 turnovers per game. So, when it comes to Jones, he's going to have to figure it out, because like they're asking him to do like a bunch of different roles, and he's more versatile on the offensive end, or at least he feels more comfortable showing his versatility on the offensive end than what we've seen so far from Keon. Keon is more of a catch and shoot guy. Jesse's back. I don't think Keon Ellis turns the ball over too much. I think that there are times where, I mean, any player turns the ball over, but what we've seen, like even there was a turnover he had in the last, I think against the Nets, and I don't put it on him at all, but I think he was given the turnover. I think it was on somebody else. That somebody else is becoming sort of a problem. Sort of an issue. What else? Wait, have we talked about who's coming? Who's coming to Tom's Watch Bar tonight?
I know Zabo's going to be out there in the chat.
Zabo's going to be out there? Emmy, I don't know what his future is going to be. Like, I think he's going to be a guy who gets some bench minutes and scores some points, but he still has a lot of work to do, and I'd like to see him work with the NBA Kings training staff all summer long without having to worry. Well, I mean, he's going to play, if Bulgaria is in the Olympics, he's going to play for his national team. But I would like to see him really spend a summer working with an NBA training staff, because you can really, really change who you are as a player from one summer to the next. And I kind of feel like he needs that. And I also think he's been much better defensively than people talk about. Like, he blocks shots. People try to go at him all the time, and it does not usually work out. People used to try to go, take Isaiah Thomas to the post. You couldn't score on Isaiah Thomas in the post. But everyone thought they could do it because he's 5'9". Okay, so Bulgaria is not in the Olympics. Thank you, Emmy. Oh, but they are qualifying for the next tournament. Okay, so he will have some games this summer, but that's okay. He can play some games, but he needs to be like in Sacramento for 3 months this summer. Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me, Jesse Tapia. We are missing Kyle Madsen, who is hanging out in England.
Some street in England right now.
He is. Yeah, he's just wandering the streets. Maybe he's, maybe he's at Buckingham Palace. Maybe he's
next to the guards right now.
I don't know. I'm excited for Kyle. His first time leaving the country. It's good stuff. Jesse, we do have a watch party tonight, so we need to make sure everybody out there in King's Land and even further, we're Jesse and I and D'Lo and Casey will all be at Tom's Watch Bar tonight at 4:30 for the NCAA championship game between the UConn Huskies and the Purdue Boilermakers.
Yeah, come catch us for that. Tom's is very. It's perfect for sports bars. They got all the TVs right there. I guess I was there for Dolphins Raiders. I was there with actually Marcus Smith, who works for the Sacramento Bee, hanging out with him and stuff like that, watching the game, and I'm cheering or whatever. It's full of Raider fans. You realize, Dolphins scored. Maybe I should cheer a little bit less because I'm the only one yelling in here right now.
You don't want to get beat.
I want to be nice. I want to be friends with everybody.
You don't want to be the guy who gets thrown out of the bar.
Yes. I just want to cheer for my team. And Tom's is fire. Make sure you guys come out with us.
Yeah, I think tonight it's going to be amazing. Like Tom's is right outside the front door of Golden One Center in the Doco, and it's a great spot. It's absolutely. They have a nice outdoor area. They have a million TVs. I think it's going to be an absolute blast. It's brought to you by Michelob. That is who's sponsoring the event. We'll be out there having a great time. And I implore all of you, if you're driving around, just pop in and join us. Even if it's for 15 minutes, you can buy Jesse a drink. And Jesse can have like 7 drinks at his table at one time. That's acceptable.
Won't finish them though, because I have to drive home.
Oh, okay. That's what Uber's for, Jesse.
It's true.
Well, but you got to be here tomorrow.
Yeah.
You got to be here tomorrow. You got to be here tomorrow as we...
Shout out Steven, too. I seen him at Tom's Watch Bar as well. My pop-up today, so.
Oh, yeah.
Show up, Chatty House.
Steven Castaneda, he in the Chatty House here. He is he rolled up to a local restaurant at one point and joined us. That local restaurant decided to bring us all tequila shots. Most of us had to go back to work, so Steven had to take one for the team, or take 7 tequila shots for the team. Good for Steven.
Shout out Steven. He shows up.
Yeah, you do show up, Steven.
Yeah, shout out to everyone that shows up.
Let's get to other people who are showing up. You know who showed up last night, Jesse? The Minnesota Timberwolves.
They kind of really haven't slipped up since Towns was ruled out. I think he's going to be back soon, if I'm not mistaken.
Towns, I believe, was in playing 5-on-5 practice or in some sort of he's been cleared for contact and he's back at least partially. We'll see how that works out.
Do not rush him.
Yeah, I would say don't rush him, but also, Jesse, I think a 4-game tune-up to get ready for the playoffs or a 3-game tune-up to get ready, that might help, but he's not a guy who typically stays in great shape when he's not.
Yeah, they've never really said, he's always relatively healthy.
Yeah. So this is going to be one of those situations where I think he does need to get back on the court as quickly as possible if he's going to have any impact in the playoffs at all. That's a dangerous team, but they're also a team that realistically, if they're not 100% healthy, they're not ready to roll in the playoffs, they could have a tough time. And they're fighting for a number 1 seed. But they did the Kings a tremendous favor last night. And that is they beat the Los Angeles Lakers 127-117. The Lakers had moved above the Kings into the 9th spot.
It was a dark night.
I mean, yes, they pushed the Kings into the 9th spot. They had moved up into the 8th spot. And for those of you out there who don't understand what that means, very specifically, if you're the 9th spot, you play the 10th spot. And if you somehow win that game, then you go on to play the loser of the 7-8 spot in the play-in tournament. And so in order to get to the playoffs, you have to actually win 2 games. So you want to be the 6th spot, right? And that if you're the 6th,
you just want to make it as easy as you can for yourself.
Yeah. If you're the 6th seed, you avoid the play-in tournament completely. If you're the 7, you play the 7-8. And if whoever wins that is now the 7th seed, right? That team who loses, the next team that loses there, they go on to play the 9-10. And so the last thing, if you're a Kings fan, that you want to see is for them to have to host a Golden State Warriors team just to play either a Pelicans team or a Suns team or a Lakers team.
James, stop. You're scaring me right now. Stop.
Just to get the 8th seed so you can go up against the Denver Nuggets in the first round. None of that is pleasant.
Well, I mean, just essentially these playing games are just game 7s too. So just the exhaustion of playing the Warriors and that. Boom, we beat them, fellas. Nice. Wait, now we got to play the loser of the 7A game. Another game 7. We beat them, guys. Cool, we're in the playoffs. Oh,
yes.
Great. Now we got Denver.
That's not good.
Yeah.
So look, if you're going to be in the play-in tournament, the best option for you is to be the 7 seed. Because if you're the 7 seed, then you're the home team. And you're the home team for both games. Because if you're the 7 seed, you have a better record than both. So also we've got as well as the Minnesota Timberwolves beating the Lakers. Again, the Kings have now moved back up to, oh boy, what are they? They are the 8th seed. They've moved back up to the 8th seed. They are at 45-33 on the season. The Lakers are at 45-34. So it's one game in the loss column. The Kings would have to lose. No, let's see, 45-33, 45-34. The Kings would have to lose 2 games, and the Lakers would have to win out for the Lakers to make it. The Lakers only have 3 games, though, for the Lakers to be in over the Kings, because the Kings have the tiebreaker over the Lakers. They've beat the Lakers 4-0 on the season. Still, I don't want them in a one-game play-in tournament.
Yeah, you just want no part of a one-game play-in tournament against LeBron James, Steph Curry. It's just
no.
Yeah, it's just those. Those teams need those guys to show up for one game. Just get us for one game, and that's what they do. So you want no part of that right now.
Well,
not saying the Kings can't win those games, but just more so, like I said, make it easier on yourselves.
But Jesse, the officials are involved too, and that's one of those
things
where,
I mean, we know how it goes.
We do. We know how it goes. On top of that, the Pelicans beat the Suns, and now the Pelicans and Suns is crazy. So the Kings are at 45-33, like we just said. The Suns and the Pelicans are tied for the 6th spot. The Suns are above the Pelicans in the standings. Dallas has now separated themselves. They're 2 games ahead of these 2 teams. So the 6th seed is Phoenix. The 7th seed is New Orleans. They're both exactly 1 game above the Kings in the standings. And here's where it gets crazy. The Kings play OKC on Tuesday, tomorrow night. Then they play back-to-back the Pelicans and Suns on like Thursday, Friday. And then they finish the season with the Blazers, right? So the Kings, in theory, just people stay with me here. If the Kings win out, they're pretty much in the 6th seed.
That's the thing. And it's so funny because you look at the season, it's like the Kings have had opportunity after opportunity. It's right in front of you. Just take care of your business. It's like we're literally at the last part of the season. Can they do it?
Yes, exactly. So I would actually say I've got to fix what I just said. If the Kings win out and the Suns and the Pelicans only loss is to the Kings and all 3 teams tie, so they would tie for 6, 7, 8, the Kings would actually get the 6th seed. They would have the tiebreaker over Phoenix. Phoenix has a tiebreaker over the Pelicans. The Pelicans have a tiebreaker over the Kings. In this scenario, if they're not division rivals, you first go to division. If they're not division rivals, it goes to conference standings. The Kings cannot be beat in the conference standings by either of those teams. The Kings would jump up to 6th, and then it would go Phoenix and the Pelicans. So you wouldn't even have to face those guys again. So the Kings, in a way, they can control their own destiny. It's pretty intriguing. Jesse, I'm going to guess. Go ahead.
You take your guess.
I'm going to guess the Kings finish the 7th seed.
Yeah, I think.
Unfortunately,
how much faith can I put into these guys? Like we've been asking them all year, take care of business, take care of business. It's a point where it's like they just haven't. I'm along the lines with you. I think they're going to be in the play, and come the end of game 82.
Yeah, I think so too. And the other problem I have is that I don't think the Pelicans are going to lose twice, right? So the Pelicans' remaining games are the Blazers, at the Kings, at the Warriors, and then they host the Lakers. So they could lose one more.
I can see it right there. I don't think it's too difficult. I could see them losing to the Kings. I can see them losing any 2 of those 3 games right there.
Okay, and then the Suns' remaining games: Clippers, at Kings, at T-Wolves. I have a tough time thinking that the Suns are going to win all 4. And if the Suns win all 4, I don't know. This is going to be tough. It's going to come down to the wire. There is no way to predict exactly what's going to happen here. There's too many variables. I do know that, again, Dallas has kind of taken themselves out of this situation.
Dallas took care of their business.
They did. They've moved up to like the 5 seed, and they're going to be extremely comfortable there. I think it's interesting, though, because all of these 3-way ties and and strength of schedules left and all that. The Kings are in a dogfight.
In a perfect world, I mean, I look at it, I feel like the Kings are the team most set up to come out of this as top 6. Like if you just take the context out of this season and them not taking care of what they've needed to, like you look at it, I mean, I think they can beat the Pelicans and Suns. I think they can take care of OKC. Like I think the Pelicans will lose some games. Same with the Suns. Like I could see it all. Just it's all in the Kings' favor, I think. But it's just how much faith you have in them to do it, and I don't really have much.
Okay, no, I mean that's fair. That's fair. Okay, we're gonna step aside. When we come back, we're gonna talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly, because there was a lot of good, there was some bad. And there's really one thing that's standing out as ugly that keeps popping up with the Sacramento Kings. We're also going to give away another Jiffy Lube Player of the Game gift certificate for the Boston game. We'll give that away in the next segment. So stay with us here. We are the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. I am James. He is Jesse. We'll see you in just a few. I spilled coffee all over myself, so I'm really hoping that I don't have a giant coffee stain on my leg because I had no intention of going home before the watch party. And I don't want to go buy another pair of pants.
It's tough. I think there's a Target down the street, though.
Jesse, I'm not sure that I've bought a pair of pants at Target in 30 years.
I don't think I've ever bought a pair of pants at Target.
Yeah, I don't think that would be in the cards.
Mom used to take us to Marshall's.
Oh, there you go. I did that a lot too. Marshall's and Ross.
Shout out Ross as well. TJ Maxx is good.
See, TJ Maxx wasn't really a thing when I was a kid.
Oh, no?
Mervyn's.
My mom used to take us to Mervyn's for back to school shopping, like early, like elementary school.
Yeah,
used to have a Mervyn's by my house.
Yep. Yeah, Mervyn's. My mom would give us like, me and my brother would each get like probably $100 to buy all of our back to school clothes. But it was a different world. So that was actually, maybe it wasn't that much. I thought it was that much, but that included shoes. So we didn't have a ton of money, but like you had to make your budget stretch.
Dave Garcia, I'm more of a Marshall's guy than Ross, but to each their own.
What's going on? Mervyn's. There's a Mervyn's, an old Mervyn's right down the street. There used to be one right on Douglas.
Oh, used to. I thought you just said one still existed.
No, I think it's a Hobby Barn or Hobby Lobby or whatever. Like it's a giant building. It's like Best Products. Does anyone remember Best Products? Carlos, I have no idea.
Yeah, no thoughts on J. Cole apologizing?
I've heard the name J. Cole. I couldn't pick a J. Cole song. Like I have no idea.
I can't believe it.
Okay, so Emmy, we're not allowed to go to Old Navy anymore because Old Navy is owned by John Fisher.
Yeah, that's enough for me not to go. Not
just
that
saying.
I was, but
yeah, I used to go to Old Navy when I was a young man. Yeah, Emmy, I also like Banana Republic sweaters, and I can't buy them anymore from Banana Republic because John Fisher owns Banana Republic. And they have some beautiful dresses that I've bought for my wife. So,
2 Min Report is the most useless piece of information that comes out every day.
Well, I mean,
I'm not even sure I get what it's for, but it's not doing anything.
Well, I just don't like. How can you not like throw a challenge flag at the end of a game? Like that's something that, like the Colby Jones gets slapped in the face. It's a clear foul. Everyone saw it.
Yeah, he was fouled. I will admit.
I mean, it should have. I don't know if he's going to hit his free throws. I don't know if it's going to go to overtime, but
we make it so difficult to get these calls right.
Yep. I agree. Banana Republic is the dumbest clothing brand name ever, but they do have some cool stuff.
Write you down. Do not support the New York Yankees.
Yeah, Emmy, I think that he'll spend a good amount of time in Sacramento. As far as Sasha. All right. Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Jesse Tapia is joining me today. We usually call this James and Friends the week when Kyle is gone. Somebody else had a different name for what we could call this. Was that you, Jesse?
No, it was Soren last week. Called it ham and sides.
Ham and side dishes.
Yeah, ham and side dishes. Yeah, ham and side dishes.
Ham and side dishes. Yeah, I enjoy that. That's funny.
Yeah, we're calling it ham and side dishes this week. Shout out Soren.
Ham and side dishes. Jesse is our first side dish. If you were a side dish, Jesse, what side dish would you be?
I hate conversations like these, James, but I'll go mashed potatoes. I'm a big mashed potatoes guy.
I think you are mashed potatoes. You're the substance that's gonna carry us through the week.
Yeah, give me some ham and mashed potatoes, and we're good.
You can go get all the other stuff, but you're the the substance that's gonna keep us
there.
afloat.
I'll take it.
You'll take it. See, Dave Garcia is going a little wild here in the
I'm like the 1320 utility man. I play left field, right field, center field, play catcher a bit.
Are you the Colby Jones?
I might be.
Are you the Colby Jones of ESPN 1320?
I might be. Just let me know what you need.
All right. Let's get to the good, the bad, and the ugly. For good, let's see. What do I have for good? The bench effort. I thought Trey Lyles, Davion Mitchell, Colby Jones were excellent. I thought they were absolutely tremendous. And I think that they were most of this weekend. The Boston game, the New York game, sort of put to the side. But I think the bench unit has been really, really good, stepping up with Malik Monk out.
My good is you beat a bad team. All season it's just been kind of like we don't know what we're gonna get from them, whatever, and it's just kind of we can't afford losses like that against teams like this. So you took care of business, and I'll give you props for that. So took care of business against a bad team, especially with what you got coming up too. You got to win these games.
Yeah, that's such a good point, man. The Kings have sort of squandered these opportunities throughout the year.
There's no more messes to make at this point.
No. Well, they don't have any soft spots left they do.
Well, the last one.
Man, could you imagine if they somehow...
I don't even want to talk about it, James.
They somehow beat OKC on the road. They come home, dramatic back-to-back against the two teams you're competing with. Phoenix Suns. New Orleans Pelicans, who you have not beat all season. Like, you beat them both. You get to Sunday, all you got to do is Blazers, and you're the 6th seed.
That's a game where, Kings fans, just nobody watches. Everyone close their eyes, and when the game's over, I will let you know if we're happy or we're sad. Just don't even watch.
Just see Scoot Henderson with
just eyes covered the whole time.
With his giant goggles going out there and dropping 45 on you and like, oh, come on.
Polo in the chat, Jeremy Grant and Scoot. No, we're not entertaining this. We're not doing that.
We're not
entertaining that.
Yeah.
Vibes, only good vibes here.
Wait, Chris Murray says I'm the real Murray twin.
James, I'm gonna have to mute you. You have to stop.
All of this is possible. You know what it is? I was in Portland, Jesse. Kings dropped 83 or 84 in the first half on the last day of the season. They're going for 40 wins under Dave Yeager. Dave Yeager had other plans. Dave Yeager knew he was not going to be retained the next day. And he pulled the plug on his starters and benched everybody. And a 6-man team in Portland came back and beat the Kings. It was like Anthony Simons. It was Scal Labissiere. Caleb Swanigan played in that game. 6 players played total for Portland, and they beat the Kings on the last day of the season, and the Kings finished with 39 wins.
It's giving me just like, Kings lore is not great.
Yeah. I woke up the next morning. I was in a hotel room in Oregon. I went down. I got breakfast. I found this great breakfast spot. It was like hash with like beets, and like it was just like this incredible breakfast bowl. And I get a phone call, and I'm like, oh,
I'll be taking this to go, please.
I know what this call is. And then it was like, okay, and then we have other news, and there were more than just Dave Yeager losing his job that day. And it was like, oh, this is a brutal morning. Yeah, not great, not great. Let's get to the bad. Since we're talking about bad things, let's get to the bad. The Kings scored 13 points in the third quarter, and 9 of those came from Keegan Murray. Like, what in the world are you? Came out against a bad team, and you tried to lay an egg in the second half.
I mean, at least they picked themselves up.
Okay.
I mean, it's just a matter of you learned this from your mistake this time. You learned. All right. I'm not going to fault you. You tried, but you picked it up. You won. I'm not going to be mad at you. You handled your business.
If they learned, they wouldn't have got in that situation again, man. Come on.
Baby steps, James.
Baby steps.
I'm going to go with my bad. De'Aaron Fox still not shooting well. I know he still played well against Boston, but you look at his numbers since March. I believe he's shooting 44% from the field. I believe 35% from 3 around there. And you mentioned tired legs earlier. Just like I said, kind of concerning because Malik Monk's not there to pick it up. So I'll go with the bad for that.
Yeah, I mean, Jesse, I think that's the other key to somehow getting the 6th spot is that you actually get a couple of days to like take a breath. And
yeah, they need it. I mean, Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox. Sabonis is getting punched in the face every game. Fox is just trying to do what he can offensively just to keep this team afloat. And it's just a matter of these guys need breaks.
No, I totally agree. I think this team fully needs a break. And you have a lot of players who have played nearly every game for the Kings this year. And, again, Harrison Barnes and Domantas Sabonis both have played all 80, all whatever they're at now, 78, right? They've played 78, but you got Keegan Murray who's played 73. You got De'Aaron Fox who's played 70. Malik Monk had played 72 before getting injured. Even Kevin Huerter before getting injured was a 64. 68 for Davion Mitchell. Like, you got a lot of guys who have a lot of minutes on their bodies right now, and it's not easy. Let's get to the ugly. The ugly, I think we're in unison.
Yeah, we're teaming up on this one.
Yeah, Harrison Barnes just looks lost. And talk about the wrong time, bro. I'm a guy who understands the value of Harrison Barnes. And right now, like, he's just, you can't have a guy just disappear in the most crucial moment of the season. And it's just so jarring to see against the Knicks. It started with the Clippers. He had 6 points in 25 minutes against the Clippers. But he also only had 2 rebounds and 1 assist. You get to the Knicks game, he had more turnovers than points, rebounds, and assists combined. He had 3 turnovers, 0 points, 0 assists, 1 rebound. You get to the Boston game, looks a little bit better, 10 points, 5 rebounds, but most of his points came in the fourth quarter as the Kings were trying to claw back in the game. And then you get to this Brooklyn game, man, and
do you have any idea what the explanation is for this? Because you figure a vet, and we'll talk Harrison Barnes specifically, because we know what he's been in his career and all. He's just been consistent or whatever, 15 points, however many. He's just always been consistent. I feel like that's one you can count on. I don't know if it's a Sacramento thing or whatever, but he just has these moments where it's just he completely disappears. It's not even HB had a bad game. It's like an extreme. Like, he just did not show up today.
Yeah, it feels.
I don't get it.
Like, Jesse, I don't get it either. Like, again, it's not like Harrison Barnes doesn't want to have success. Like, and he wants his team to make it to the playoffs. Like, he's one of the leaders. He wants to be there.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna guess it's a couple of things. Number one, he hasn't sat in like 3 years. He's played every single game. I think he's running out of gas late in the season. So I mean, I'm gonna say that's the one thing. But the problem is that when you say you're running out of gas, it usually means that you can't hit a shot, right? 2 for 7, 0 for 2, 3 for 9, and 1 for 4. He's not shooting.
That's the thing. It's just he's not involved.
I don't get it.
And I'll say too, in a moment in time like this, where like the Kings are trying to make the playoffs or whatever, and like you're just in the second year of your, I don't want to call it a rebuild, but just trying to make the playoffs or whatever. Of a build. Yeah, second year of a build. Like, the Kings, they need guys like Harrison Barnes to kind of help them along the ways, like get them, be that little consistency towards the end of the season where it's like, all right, we're in these big pressure games, but like, what HB's giving us is 15, so we're good there. Like, it's just, I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
He's supposed to be the stabilizing force. And I think that's the most jarring thing. I want to give a hat tip to Mike Brown because we saw this in the Knicks game. Harrison Barnes he tried to go back to him late in the game, and the first thing Harrison Barnes did was fumble the ball out of bounds. In this game against Brooklyn, it wasn't working, and he knew that. And in a game where you won by 30, check this stat out. They won by 30. Harrison Barnes ran a negative 15 in 11 minutes.
I'm not a plus minus guy, but I mean, like you said, they won by 30.
But a negative 15 and a 30-point win,
yeah,
that means that you were
swing.
like 45 points less than like what the score was. Like
that's when we're plus minus maybe did tell you something that night.
But I was going to say Mike Brown limited him to 11 minutes, and like, look, if it's not working, he's going away from you, and he's going to try something different. And bravo, Mike Brown for like giving someone else a shot here when somebody's struggling.
Mike Brown did give him his opportunities too. Like this is not the first time he's been struggling. Mike Brown left him in there, but now it's just a matter of we need something else.
Yeah. Okay. Before we jump into break, Jiffy Lube player of the game for the Boston game. We're gonna go. So go to ESPN1320.com. Click on the giant Jiffy Lube logo. You're putting your name in for two things. You're putting your name in for a contest for a $100 gift certificate to Jiffy Lube, and we are giving away one more Sacramento Kings jersey before the end of the season here. So put your name in for both. The Jiffy Lube player of the game for Boston was Foxy, Foxy, Foxy. 40 points for De'Aaron Fox. Try to will his team to victory. It came up short. All right, we're going to step aside. When we come back, we'll have all kinds of things. We'll talk about that Boston game a little bit more. We'll talk about the Kings' defensive identity. We'll welcome in D'Lo or Casey for the handoff. You are listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Sorry, a little bit late getting out.
Chuck, it's what we do, though. We're sports fans. We all I don't know. Being a sports fan is just about being disappointed.
I think it is. I mean, even you can be a 49ers fan and just like revel in the fact that you have like the second best team in the NFL.
Like, Chuck, if you haven't quit, like if you're just now quitting, you might as well just stick around, pal.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about, 39 years?
Yeah. Like you went through the 16-year drought. We're talking about them fighting for the plane and all that. Like things are good when you throw perspective into it.
Yeah. I think perspective is a good thing.
Could be the Charlotte Hornets.
Johnny G, you just ran out and took a look at the eclipse. Hopefully you're wearing your little paper goggles. Can you see the eclipse in Sacramento?
They said in the chat, they were saying like it's going to be covered like a third or something like that. They were throwing numbers in there.
Okay.
I think it's going to be like something full or whatever. It won't be like Alaska.
I'm not going to do the like.
I won't. I'm not even going to look. I'm not even going to try it. I will not test the eclipse or the sun.
No. Maybe someone has a bunch of glasses here in the studio. I would assume that somebody here would say, "Hey, I'm going to buy a 15-pack and bring them to work."
You'd figure. I'm surprised we didn't have an eclipse lunch or something like that. Maybe an eclipse potluck.
Oh yeah, that would have happened during our show.
Facts.
Yeah. Yeah. Good work, Zabo. Blinded yourself with an eclipse. Oh. Okay, we keep asking, but who's coming tonight? Who's going to be at Tom's Watch Bar?
Warren's coming later, he said. Steven said he'll be there. Zabo will be there.
Sweet.
You'll be there. I'll be there. So we will talk about it later on Deal on KC, but that was perfect.
What was perfect?
WrestleMania, mainly the last match. Finish the story, James. It was perfect.
Yeah, WrestleMania looked really cool.
It's fun when Twitter's into it.
Yeah, I mean, if that's who you are and you're a big fan of it all.
Because I'm not watching like the Monday Night Raws and SmackDowns every week or anything like that, but like it's cool, like just like tagging along with it and stuff like that, following stuff like that. And like I said, like when Twitter's into something, like that's always fun.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
All good, Octopus ears. We'll see you next time. Little brother, not me, but there's Red Sox fans out there who waited 90 years probably to watch their team win it. You never know.
I would love to see, and not just the Kings win a championship, but for them to be in that type of situation. Like getting to cover Warriors through the finals was pretty wild.
Not trying to downplay Arjun. I was like a little kid this weekend again, but like I said, I just don't watch the Raws and SmackDowns anymore. But it's cool to follow still and like get into it still.
Yeah,
I'm more of a social media clip guy now.
wow. California has not experienced a total solar eclipse since 1923. Stats.
So, did you see the one where with Drewski? I can't remember who got put through the table, but the camera pans him was like, "How's this fake?" It was hilarious.
Ham and
Welcome back in. I'm James Ham. Joining me, Jesse Tapia. We're in the home stretch of our Monday show. Kyle Madsen is probably at a pub somewhere in England, enjoying his evening.
You think he's listening? You think he's listened once? You think he'll listen at all this week?
Yeah, I think he'll listen. I mean, I don't think he'll come in and like do a part of a show.
Oh yeah, no, we won't be sending him the link or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't think so. Well, I mean, he probably. Well, maybe he didn't bring his laptop. Huh. Okay, so maybe if he didn't bring his laptop, you do know I like when I go on vacation. Typically, I do come in still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because you guys' jobs are like you guys are just 365. I feel like that's how the IT guys here are here too. Like the IT guys, I always ask them like when you guys go on vacation, like because like we can't just have no IT guys here, just because the radio station go down. Like we need someone to fix it. They take their laptops with them. They take calls on vacation. It's insane to me.
Yeah, I mean, like last year, I'm gonna do the same thing this year. I don't know why it works out this way. We have friends who have timeshares in Mexico, and last year they invited us to go to Puerto Vallarta with them, and so I was there like the week. I think I left the day after the draft, which didn't really matter anyways. And then the week leading up to free agency, but like I'm always on. I bring my laptop with me. And, you know, I was able to like we're on news from there, like the Trey Lyles signing.
Does the fam kind of just accept what the job is? Like Dad's just gonna have to hop on and report some stuff sometimes, or
yeah, like I wouldn't do a vacation where I was like,
stuff could break and stuff like that.
No, it's not that. Like as long as I'm somewhere where we're kind of like stationary, right? So you couldn't do like a European vacation and still try to break news and try to like you're at the Eiffel Tower and you got to pull out your laptop and start writing.
You imagine bringing to the Kings' next head coach reported from the Eiffel Tower.
Yes, exactly.
That'll be fire.
Exactly. Like here I am with my family. No, but the family does understand. Like if we're on a trip like to Mexico, like we're sitting around the pool and that there are times where I'm just gonna have to go away. I'm gonna have to go up and start writing or start breaking news on Twitter or like I came on last year. I came on with D'Lo and Casey from Puerto Vallarta wearing like a giant sun hat. Which
so it's always nice when you join us from vacation. Fedora Ham did set the tone.
Yeah. Oh, that was New Orleans. That was for the Final Four. And then last year, what do we call it? Sombrero Ham. That's what we had last time. Like this job does not shut off, and your brain can't shut it off once you're in it. Like, I don't even know what breaking from this would mean. It would like, I would have an identity crisis for at least like a year.
Well, this is the thing. A lot of us are just working this field. It's just like, I go home. What am I watching? Whatever basketball game is on or whatever. Like, even if it doesn't have to go do with the Kings or whatever, it's just sports.
Yeah. And now, because, we do the morning show here, like, I have to watch all kinds of stuff at night. Typically, that wouldn't be the case on a night where there's not a Kings game. I might shut the brain off for a little while and just try to relax. But then, again, like, not only do you have to watch the Kings game, but you got to watch the women's Final Four. I'll be watching the Final Four tonight, the finals tonight. And then on top of that, I had to turn on the Lakers Minnesota game late. I had to turn on the Stockton Kings playoff game.
We're very basic people, James.
Yeah, it's just like there's just too much, right? Yeah. It doesn't shut off. The Kings, it looked like they were going to shut off on Friday night. I played the Boston Celtics in Boston. We talked about this second night of a back-to-back. It's one of the most brutal. It was a scheduling loss. I think
that was an insane way to schedule that little part for the Kings.
Yeah, just brutal. And not only that, but Jesse, the NBA typically doesn't send you 3,000 miles away in the last 2 weeks of the season. Like, what are you doing here?
We always wonder, like, you got to figure, like, the NBA, I don't think is actively working against teams or whatever, but give a little bit of respect to Sacramento one time when you're creating the schedule.
They don't actively work for teams, though.
That's the thing.
There are certain teams that do get a schedule that makes sense. But again, Phoenix had the most difficult schedule in the league, like down the stretch. But I would also say that Phoenix's schedule was so difficult because some teams that weren't great last year stepped up and all of a sudden were great. Again, you wouldn't have thought that a game against Dallas, who didn't make the playoffs last year, a game against the Clippers, or a game against the Lakers, who were barely hanging on last year, that those aren't that important. But also, like, a Minnesota jumps from like a
play into best team in the league. Almost.
Yeah, 7-8 seed to all the way up, and a team like OKC all of a sudden is much tougher. And so you can't really predict that kind of stuff. Even like last year, where the Kings were all of a sudden the third best team in the West.
Maybe have the back-to-back though, New York, Brooklyn, and then go to Boston after the day rest,
though Kyle and I talked about this when we kind of workshopped it, and I actually think it was advantageous because I believe the Kings stayed in the same hotel in New York the whole time.
Oh, I gotcha.
So they had the game in New York for the Knicks. They flew to Boston, I assume they flew to Boston. But then they flew back to New York that night, went back to their same room. So you just left all your stuff in your room.
Yeah, I guess that helps a little bit.
At least that's what I think. And then they played Brooklyn, 2 days later. But this Celtics game was weird.
It was chaotic. We talked about it. It was chaotic. That last 7-9 minutes, however long Joe Mazzulla left the bench in for that fourth quarter, you're just watching like, oh my gosh.
It was a 21-1 run by the Kings. Totally frenetic, totally out of control. Again, Mike Brown decides to go to Colby Jones. So I thought he was waving the white flag. He goes to Colby Jones. All of a sudden they start building. They start picking up momentum. Mike doesn't make a move. He leaves Colby Jones in the game. And I'm like, wow, like and again, Colby Jones had played a minute or 2 minutes or less in the previous 3 games as the end of a game time. Right. And then you start seeing them build and build and build. I thought it showed a couple of things. Number one, that the Kings have a lot of fight left in them. That De'Aaron Fox at 44 minutes and going for 40 has a lot of fight left in him. But also, I just thought it showed you how good the Celtics are and how they can just waste a game if they want to.
Well, that's exactly what it was. Joe Mazzulla after the game was like, yeah, we needed, I don't think he was trying to disrespect, but he's like, yeah, we needed practice for the guys just to simulate that environment where it's just frenetic or whatever. And I think kind of flipping that over to the Kings, a game like that just can only help Colby Jones because I'm sure he's probably going to, well, is Colby Jones eligible to play in the playoffs? I think we talked about it earlier.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay,
so Colby Jones is on a standard NBA contract.
Okay, yeah. So with the injuries you have now, I'm sure he's probably going to need some minutes come playoff time. I mean, we'll see or whatever, but like just in case he does need that, at least you get some high pressure moments coming into it. All right, I've been through this a little bit. I mean, it's not the same as playoffs, but it's more so just getting them some run.
Yeah, and to be honest, I don't know that Colby Jones will ever get off the bench at all in the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm not saying he will or whatever, but just in case due to the injuries and stuff like that, you might need some minutes here and there.
Yeah, I mean, I think you do have to leave a door open, and who knows? Maybe Colby Jones steals a spot here in the final 4 games of the season where he's just become such an ingrained part of what you're doing that you can't look away. I think the Kings, I think Mike Brown tried to give Kessler Edwards a shot, and Kessler was okay for 1 or 2 games. He's been giving Keon Ellis this opportunity, and Keon has been good and then struggled. He's had some struggles. I think when Keon's wide open, he hits everything. But I also think that it's all hands on deck, man. You're looking for lightning in a bottle. You're looking for versatility. You're looking for somebody to step up and say, hey, look, you can't take me out of the game because I'm playing too well. And I think that's what Colby's provided. It's interesting you asked about the contract situation. So when, again, there's this new exception that the NBA has for second round picks, and that new exception, basically it allows you to sign your second round picks to a 4-year contract. It's the same basic contract of a first round pick, which is why a lot of teams don't like their late first round picks. It used to be that if you gave a late first round pick, you had to guarantee their money for 3 years. Now it's 2 years guaranteed, and then a team option for the 3rd year and a team option for the 4th. The same thing goes for Colby Jones' contract. He has a 1-year guarantee for year 1, partially guaranteed for year 2, and then like very team friendly for year 3 and year 4. So when you have a player like this, when you put Keon Ellis in the same boat, where you give him these like rookie scale deals, these low budget deals, I mean, he's going to cap out at like maybe $2.2 million in year 4. And you still have full Larry Bird rights to him afterwards. He's still a restricted free agent afterwards. And so Colby Jones is like, again, I used the term last night when talking about the win, but like manna from heaven. Like you can't get any better than that. If you're going to have a forever $50 million or $40 million Domantas Sabonis or $38 million De'Aaron Fox, if you have these $1 or $2 million guys, you're basically saving that much on a roster spot. I mean, they're literally minimum roster spots that you're being able to hold with guys who are impacting wins and losses.
Well, you bring those stars like that, you're just gonna have to find guys who are kind of like not rough around the edges, I think, but just more so guys who aren't as polished. That, hey, we need some impact right here for this amount of money.
Yeah, and Jesse, it's why your G League means so much. It's like you have got to be able to churn these guys out. And you've got to always, second round picks, unrestricted free agents, all that stuff on draft night. You've got to keep finding more and more of these guys. The Kings have put time and effort into a guy like Kessler Edwards, hoping that he develops into one of those guys. But also, a guy like Keon that they undrafted, gave him a 2-way contract on draft night, but those 2-way contracts, they could cut him anytime and just walk away and sign another 2-way guy. But Keon worked his way up, and the next thing you know, this season, that's another distinction we should make. Keon Ellis was on a 2-way contract, and 2-way contracts are not eligible for the playoffs. So, like, Keon Ellis could be your starting shooting guard all the way through the second half of the season with Kevin Huerter out, and you get to the playoffs. And if the Kings had not converted him to a standard contract right after the trade deadline, he would not have been eligible for the playoffs. Now he is eligible, and you got him locked up for another 2 years at like bottom basement price. You might have a starting backcourt that's paid like $43 million, and $41 million of that is one player.
Well, yeah, because you look at the best teams in the league too. I feel like each team has just a couple of those guys where it's like, we're not paying this dude a lot of money, but he comes in every night and he's making an impact at least.
Yeah, you have to have
playing the Jokic's, the Tatums, or whoever else.
Financially, you have to have those players,
yeah,
but also you need these players that come in and give you something that's different, right? And that's why I think Keon Ellis, like, he gives you something that's very different than what you had before. But he's also sort of a guy who just fits. He just fits in, and
he's kind of connected to the defense too, I feel like, because we had it on the rundown their defensive identity if they found it. Like, I feel like since he's came in, it's just kind of like the term of, like, I feel like the last few years is kind of working on a string or whatever. Like, now they're kind of doing that. Like, he's kind of been that missing puzzle piece for them defensively.
It's kind of crazy how one player can impact your defense so much, right? Mm-hmm. Like, the Kings defense is on the season. I was just looking this up. They're tied for 15th with the Golden State Warriors. They're only 0.1 behind the Lakers for 14th overall in defense. And that's defensive rating on the entire season. Offensive rating, it's not great, right? Their offense is 13th, which isn't where you expected it. But since the All-Star break, the Kings have just, and again, we'll credit a lot of this to Keon Ellis. It looks like we're going to have Davion join us here in a minute, but he's over there trying to fight with a computer. Yeah, you got it. Since the All-Star break, the Kings are 9th in defensive rating at 111.1. And when you consider, again, the Boston Celtics that are 110.2, and you're only 0.9 worse defensively than the Boston Celtics,
I'd call that good, James.
I would call that good as well. Let's get Davion in the middle.
The fight is over. I have won.
You have won.
I have defeated the computer.
You have defeated the evil computer. I had issues this morning. I'm like, oh, this computer doesn't recognize me anymore. It's like, who are you?
That's what just happened with me. Because I'm used to logging in over there. Now I'm logging in Casey's spot. Yeah, it's all a mess. Damn Kyle Madsen just
dude just takes a vacation, just all willy-nilly.
Just goes and leaves for Europe and leaves us to fend for ourselves in the midst of a playoff race.
What's going on, man? How are you?
Good, man. Good. Yeah.
You ready for this? Ready for this watch party?
Yeah, man. It'll be a fun time tonight at Tom's Watch Bar. Really looking forward to it. I've never been there.
Oh, really?
So I'm excited. Yeah, I'm excited to finally hang out. They're gonna have a nice little area set up for us. The Michelob Ultra is gonna be flowing. It's gonna be a good evening, man. Purdue and UConn, man. It'll be fun.
Who are you pulling for?
Oh, I don't care. Yeah, I'll watch for fun. UConn, I mean the UConn both programs, but really the men's program, just their ability to constantly retool and get young men to go play there in the Northeast is pretty extraordinary to me. So I'm looking forward to it, man. I'm looking forward to it for sure.
I think I'm gonna go Zach Edey. I want Zach Edey to take a dub.
Okay.
Well, I need Purdue.
Yeah, Ham needs this.
For a pool.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, hey, there you go then. I'll root for Purdue. That's fine.
Yeah, me and my guy Sean Cunningham have an opportunity here.
Okay.
We need Purdue. Well,
I'm all about family coming up. So
we're all gonna be at Tom's Watch Bar hanging on every Purdue basket.
like who knew? Like Zach Edey, he's tall.
Somebody walks in. Who the hell invited all these Purdue fans? Where do they come from?
1320 is big Purdue guys here. Big Boilermakers.
That's right. We've been talking a lot about Colby Jones. How shocked are you that Colby Jones just dropped from the sky and played 23 minutes?
Yeah, it's one of those. I think there's. I've said this all. Mike's funny, man. Like that. I put that on a T-shirt. Like Mike is funny, and I don't know if last night was one of those things where he kind of knew what the game was and he trusted his guys. Because Colby, it's not like Colby didn't come in late. Like Colby was in the rotation. Like he came in early in the game.
First quarter.
Yeah. And the game was far from out of control. Like it was still relatively close at the time or was close at the time. And I was okay. Colby Jones is going out there. Okay. All right. I think Mike's got confidence in this game. And then I thought maybe Mike is looking for something. And that's where, I get hung up on with the Kings right now is you go back to, the New York game was kind of one thing. It's whatever, but you go back to that Celtics game and, you wonder, is that just one of those games where no Malik and no Herter is too much to overcome? And maybe Mike is looking for something. He found something in Keon while he was searching. Maybe he's looking for something in Colby Jones. Harrison has picked a terrible time to have a bad stretch. He's picked a terrible time to revert back to where he was the first 41 games of the season, and the Kings can't afford that. The Kings have what do we have? 4 games left, 1 on the road, 3 at home.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much have to win all of them. Like if we're talking about a guaranteed 6 spot, you pretty much have to win all of them or get a lot of help along the way. And they need to play, to beat these teams, including Oklahoma City tomorrow. And then you got the New Orleans and then the Phoenix and all that. You got to play damn near perfect to get those. And maybe he's just finding someone who can help them do that.
Well, you mentioned Mike Brown searching. I feel like this team is kind of like they won yesterday. They're kind of just hanging on right now. They can't afford anything else to go wrong. Because if it does, they're just cooked.
Yeah, that's facts.
And with Harrison Barnes, he's kind of just missing. So at this point, it's like Mike Brown's gonna be like, all right, Colby, then you're the guy then.
Yeah, I'm intrigued too, because when a player shows you who they are, you should believe them. And the Kings kind of doubled down on this roster when they had a couple of guys show them who they were in very, very difficult moments, and you should have believed them. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed this offseason. You can have a guy like Harrison Barnes be on the team You can have a guy like Kevin Huerter be on the team. You might not be able to have two of them that are prone in big situations to not be their best. And that's tough. Like if you're a team who has aspirations of greatness and you have two great players and you're trying to push for something, like everybody needs to kick in.
Yeah.
Like this is one of those, it's like you're on a road trip or like it's the plot of Stand By Me. Like you get all the way out in the middle of nowhere and it's like, who brought food? And Verno brought a comb. That's Harrison Barnes. Like
I haven't seen that movie since probably '87, so I'm gonna.
I've not seen that movie. I'll take your word on it, James.
They're pulling all their money and they're like, hey, we're gonna run to the grocery store and grab some dinner so we have some food tonight. And they come up with like $2.34, and they're like, what do you got, Verno? He's like, oh, I brought a comb. It's like, bro, you don't even have hair.
There's a very young River Phoenix and Jerry O'Connell in this movie.
Yes,
River Phoenix
Jerry
is
O'Connell.
Joaquin's brother, right?
That's correct.
It's like, man, like that's what I kind of feel like at this moment. You're like, where'd you go? Like, what do you got for us? Like, oh, I got a
Harrison
comb.
brought a comb.
It's like, you don't even have hair. Like, what are we doing?
I know Harrison ain't bringing a jumper. He ain't bringing his aggressiveness.
That's the thing too.
He had it, and then it's gone.
I could live with you going 5 of 15, Harrison.
Yeah, right.
0 of 2,
right.
0 of 4,
right.
1 of 4,
yeah.
like that.
2 of 7.
Yeah, why are we back at that? I thought we had gotten away from that. Like, why are we back there? For 41 games, you did that, and then it abruptly stopped. And you like emerged out of the darkness, like the Undertaker did last night. And then nothing. Back to nothing.
All right, we're out of time. Make sure to join us tonight at Tom's Watch Bar.
Yeah,
it's
man.
a Michelob Extra evening with D'Lo, Casey, Jesse, and James. We'll all be out there. Hang out with us. What do you guys got coming up? 2 seconds.
Yeah, we're going to talk a lot of Kings basketball. And, of course, baby, we'll recap WrestleMania.
WrestleMania.
Come on, man.
Cinema.
Let's go, baby.
Cinema.
James, stick around for WrestleMania talk.
That's right. All right, thanks for tuning in to the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. D'Lo and Casey will be back in just a few minutes. See you tomorrow.
See the chat out in 5 minutes.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I'll leave this open.
Thumbs up, Chatty House, if you don't mind.
Please do. I'll switch these around.
There we go.
And I'll switch the banners.
Spilled coffee. I almost spilled all of my coffee. It was almost a tragedy. I did spill coffee all over my pants. I'm hoping I don't have coffee pants all night.
We need to get you a lid.
Well, I'm just not used to being over here, which is all cramped.
Yeah, it is. It's terribly uncomfortable.
Yeah, like there, and I have to turn and all that stuff.
Appreciate you, Lizzie.
Yeah, it is terribly uncomfortable.
We made it through a day. The first day, once I get this first.
Audrey, I will say, I think he hit everything just perfect. There wasn't anything I was like, probably shouldn't have did that. Appreciate you, Johnny G. Yeah, hit the like button, guys. See, I wasn't familiar with NXT, so I don't think I've ever watched NXT, really. Appreciate you guys at the chat. Ramsey, it's never too late, dude. Come on. Cody just finished the story. Jump on. I think Ramsey said last week he used to be a wrestling guy, I think. Way back when. We're back, Spencer. I was training this weekend. I think we're gonna get some dubs this week. Last week was horrible, to be honest. I didn't pick up one win. Named him Coco, Tyler, like coconut. It's Coco for short. He's a little light brown and white. No, I don't know. I feel like I vibe pretty well with anyone else. Matt George is always fun to talk to. He's a goofy dude in a good way. Where like you could have some fun on a radio show.
Does today's show end early? Yeah, because we got to carry the pre-show. Yeah, you're right. It does end at 3:30.
We forgot. So what do you want from me?
Can you come on at 2:45?
Probably.
Or 2?
Well, I'll probably just stay. I'm not gonna go home.
Okay, Jesse will text you what we get because I'm not sure.
I'll pop in and.
Are you staying?
Yeah, I'll just stay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because we're all driving down.
Well, then come in whenever you want.
Yeah.
Well, we'll figure it out though.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember that now that you brought it up.
Listen to Jim Gray.
Jesus, man. What's up, guys? It's Orange Ramsey. I keep a couple of these at the house. We've become fans of them. I don't need to drink these fucking things every day, but I didn't. It curbs my appetite, and I didn't feel like eating today.
We'll talk about it later, but I need to know where Stone Cold was at.
Yeah, for real.
I'll tell you exactly where it was.
Nah, just stop. Just hang on.
Uh-oh.
Your boy a little out of practice. I had the KSFM stuff pulled up.
He's like that.
Yeah, okay. We ready?
We ready.
Okay, here we go.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
How was your weekend, baby? How was your weekend? Vibe check. 1 2 1 2 1 2. I don't care if it was against the Brooklyn Nets or not. We've established we celebrate wins here. Wait a minute.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us then, ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now.
See now.
Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look toward the sky like the beam now.
Tell them like the beam. Hey, that's our boy Young Zell.
Yeah,
Father to be.
Yeah.
Oh, man, Young
Let's
Zell.
go. Let's go.
Congratulations to Zell and his beautiful bride, the new addition on the way. I know there's a light the beam joke in there somewhere, but shout out to our man, Denzel Joyce and the missus. Very happy for you. Man, we're excited to get started today. Happy to be back with you guys. Sorry I had to step away for a couple of days, but very, very happy to be back here, man. We've got a lot to talk about. We crowned a national champion yesterday. And saw one of the greats ascend to rarefied air.
What you say?
Wipe that
What you
stupid look off your
What you
face
talking about?
and
dog?
don't act like I don't give props when they are well deserved. And the flowers are due for Dawn Staley. We'll talk about that. Meanwhile, a change in Kentucky.
Well, that's crazy.
Did not see that coming whatsoever, but you don't have to look hard to figure out why that happened. So we'll talk about all of that. We're going to talk about 2 days of WrestleMania. The Triple H, the Paul Levesque era has begun.
It has begun.
And my God, it's glorious.
I got so many questions.
Oh,
Like,
it's
good
glorious.
Ones, good ones, too. Good ones.
Oh, we're going to talk.
And I mean, okay.
We're
All
going to talk. I
We're
was
gonna
glued to the screen for 8 hours of WWE this weekend.
We'll talk about it.
Okay.
We'll talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll talk.
What are you doing, man?
What you mean? What am I
Seems
doing?
like
You
you got thoughts. Yeah.
You hating?
No,
Say it ain't so.
we're not. It's not time to talk
Oh,
about
he's
it.
hating. Wow.
It's not time to talk about it.
Wow. Okay.
It's not
All
time
right.
to talk about it.
I'm ready for it. Doesn't change the fact that I was glued to my screen for 8 hours. Well, I took a phone call when Logan Paul came on. Not a knock to
See,
Logan.
there you
Not a knock to Logan. It was an important phone call. I
Logan's
took it.
video is really cool. Did you see the one of him in the suite?
So yeah, that was very.
That was really
it
cool.
still wasn't better than Samantha's.
Oh no, that's my girl.
Samantha's, because when she
Yeah.
made the announcement, I was like,
Yeah, I could hear
Is
it. I
she
could hear
choked
it.
up?
Yeah.
and then the video dropped. It was like, oh,
Yeah.
she the one.
She's the young goat.
It is
The young
Fink.
goat.
It is Fink, and then it's her. Like those are the greatest ring announcers
sorry,
of all time.
Lillian.
Yeah, sorry, Lillian. It just you did great with Big Vis though. You did great with Viscera, but other than that,
That's another thing. Like just the shift in eras from just what we're watching now to what was the last decade and a half is way different.
and let me say this.
Well, there's still some remnants.
Well,
Oh
Shout out-
yeah, no,
shout
that
out-
text that was going crazy.
shout out Gin and Juice and Wingstop.
Not with Frescas, I guess.
Yeah, shout out Gin and Juice and Wingstop. We know who's running the ad department there for the WWE. We'll talk about J. Cole and Kendrick Lamar. I'm seeing a message here from Dr. David. Happy birthday to Dr. David's wonderful wife. She was celebrating a birthday. The funny thing is, one of Dr. David's daughters posted a picture of the kids, and I didn't know which one was which. I'm looking at I think that's his wife, but they all look the same. Like
Yeah.
they like
That
Dr.
family
David,
just looks like
your wife cannot deny your kids. Like she can't go, those ain't mine. No, yeah, man, those are her babies right there. So happy birthday to the wonderful Mrs. Dr. David. And man, let's start because we got a lot to do today. We don't even know if we have a full show today. We're going to be at Tom's Watch Bar in
Yeah,
downtown
pull up
Sacramento.
on us.
Yeah, we're going to be outside today for the national championship game. We hope you can come through, hang out. Michelob Ultra is going to be flowing for everybody. We'll hang around. We'll watch UConn and Purdue. We'll talk Kings basketball. We'll talk WrestleMania. We'll talk J. Cole. But let's start with the Sacramento Kings, man. They take care of business yesterday against the Brooklyn Nets after a tough start to the road trip where they dropped one in New York. I got to talk with you a little bit about that on Friday. And then they drop a second one just in gut-wrenching fashion
Oh man.
to the Boston Celtics.
And you know, the one thing about that game on Friday, I saw a lot of people, talking about, oh man, they had the scrubs in there at the end, and it's not a game you should have won anyway because they had the scrubs in there. I don't care. This what we're doing, maybe for Boston is something else where, the people who are in the game matter and all this. For the Kings, no. If they were able to get that win and add a win into the win column, that is the only thing that matters. I don't care who the hell was
We
playing.
might have come on
My
here.
1-year-old could have been
We could have
playing.
come on here just to play this song. We would have been on the air for 2 minutes and 11 seconds and just left. It doesn't matter at this
It
point.
does not matter. That was an opportunity to win a game, and they didn't get it. I'm not saying they blew anything or anything like that. I'm just saying that was a chance to steal one, to win one, whatever, put one in the win column, and they weren't able to do it, and that was tough.
Yeah, it was tough because it did feel like they had a couple of opportunities to steal that game. That was a game where I had lost confidence. I felt good about them going in. I wondered where Boston was. We knew who wasn't playing. We knew what happened the night before. We talk about that hyper sense of focus a lot. And it was a game. It was a game I tuned out. It was one of those things where it's like, I don't want to watch this anymore.
You and me both.
And I pulled up the game log. No, but yeah, the women's game was on. I pulled up the game log. And that's how I was following. And then it became all right, go back to it. And go back to see those final couple of possessions. And, man, there's a lot you could point to. The last 2-minute report, it didn't go the Kings' way. And it is a uphill battle with 4 games left in the season. I think Dallas is out of the conversation here at this point.
Yeah.
And it's Phoenix, it's New Orleans, and it's Los Angeles. And is it going to be 6, 7, 8, or 9? We saw the Lakers drop one last night, and it feels like in order for the Kings to have any hopes of securing a guaranteed playoff series, tell me if I'm wrong in this, it sure feels like they have to win the next 4 games.
I don't know if they got to win the next 4 games.
Okay.
I don't know about that. I mean,
they obviously have to win 2.
I got them 3-1. 3-1.
But 2 of those wins.
Yeah, you got to win those 2.
You got to win
Portland. You may lose against OKC.
But you have to beat Phoenix. You have to beat New Orleans.
Yeah. But I think because of Phoenix's in the schedule, Phoenix can go 1-3 to end this season.
You got their schedule in front of you?
I know they got back-to-backs with the Clippers, who you just can't really get a grasp on. Then they got the Kings, and then they got Minnesota. And Minnesota could be still fighting as well. So, maybe it's 1-3, maybe it's 2-2, on that front. And if it's 2-2 and the Kings go 3-1, if my math is correct, it's depending on if that one is Phoenix. Even if it's not, there's a number of different tiebreakers. But if the Kings go 3-1, Phoenix goes 2-2.
Well, they'd lose the tiebreaker to Phoenix in that case because it's 2-2 right now, right?
It is 2-2 right now.
I need someone smarter than me.
They gotta beat Phoenix.
But if they're if it's a 3-way tie, doesn't that throw the head-to-head out and it becomes a conference record?
Yes, James went over it earlier. That goes to the Kings. It's 3 ways.
Okay.
Because the Kings can't be beating conference record. I
guess.
The
the Pelicans the rest of the way have the Blazers, the Kings, the Warriors, and the Lakers. That's who the Pelicans have.
So I looked at. Hell, go win the next 4, please. That would be great. I still think they can get to 6 with 3-1. I think there's a possibility of that. And then if you're worried about 9, I think the way I read it correctly is the Lakers. They if the Kings go 2-2, I don't think the Lakers can pass them. They've got 3.
Well, the Lakers only have 3 games left. One of them is against the Warriors. Tomorrow night, and then it's the Grizzlies and the Pelicans. That's what you just said. So, and they have the tiebreaker over Los Angeles.
That's correct. The thing that I said before this road trip, I think still holds true. If you go 2-2, you can still you're okay to get that 6th seed. If you go 2-2. Now, if they were losing
1-3,
that's what I'm saying. If you lose against the Thunder, you go 1-3. That's when you probably got to win those final 3 to even have a real shot at being top 6.
So there's nothing, as is tradition. There's nothing tonight. Tomorrow, I know we have these games listed, and we've got 3 hours to go over what Tuesday looks like. But I think it's the Clippers and the Suns. So I guess everybody plays tomorrow. It's the Pelicans and the Trailblazers. There was one I remember looking at like, it's that one. Yeah, it's the Pelicans and Trailblazers.
Lakers, Warriors. Is the next
Lakers and Warriors. Yep. And then obviously the Kings and the Thunder play tomorrow night in Oklahoma City, the final road game of the season for the Sacramento Kings.
Ooh, it's going to be a crazy week, though. It's going to be a crazy week. I think this is going to come down.
It gets crazier
one way or another to Sunday.
It gets crazier to me if they win. If they win tomorrow, I think it's like, this is going to be something, because your next 2 games are against the 2 teams that you're in the fight with.
Yeah.
It's a triple threat match.
We had some interesting things go down over the last 3 games. Really, really interesting things to me.
Okay.
With the Kings, man. And we'll talk about it. But some interesting things that I got my eye on. I want to see I don't know what this means.
Oh, you're ready to trash Harrison Barnes.
I'm not ready to
trash.
No,
that's fine. It's okay.
I'm not ready to trash Harrison Barnes.
Should have heard him on Friday.
I mean, man did have one of the worst games of the season. That was one of his worst games of the season.
Yesterday wasn't much better.
Well, that's just hey, but look though. That's what I'm saying. We're gonna have to talk about something. I see something going on.
Okay, the Colby Jones hype train. It's gaining momentum here. Next stop, Kenny Caraway. We'll talk about it. We're just getting started. We're happy you're here with us. We have no idea how long we're on the air today, but we do know the national championship game is on ESPN 1320. We do know we will be live at Tom's Watch Bar immediately following this show to watch the national championship game with you downtown Sacramento. We hope you pull up and hang out with us. We've got a lot more to talk about as it pertains to your Sacramento Kings, and we will do that when dealing with KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Absolutely, Katrina. Happy birthday, Dominic. Yeah. 8 years old today. One more time for Dom.
Yeah, I like that.
Love all these birthdays.
Yes,
man. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing.
Speaking of, Ray went over again.
God bless it.
Well, see, Lo.
You have issues with the Eagles being there.
It was funny to see.
That was a good little spot.
That was funny to see Kittle there, though. Both nights, and they put him on the big screen.
They should have had him do a run-in, like Kelsey out. Beat your ass again in Philadelphia, pal. It would not make sense for this show to be over at 3:30 with the start time of 6:20. The game starts at 6:20. Well, okay. It might have been.
That also is a later than usual start.
I thought I thought for sure it was in the 5 o'clock hour. I had planned everything as if in the 5 o'clock hour, and then I looked. Well, my bad. Dummy. You big dummy.
Nobody's fault. But Jason alerted me to something. We talked about briefly, like real briefly, during one of the commercial breaks, that big plot of land downtown was sold by CalPERS to the original owner, the Miwok Indians. I don't know, but that tribe owned that land before CalPERS and sold it back for $17 million. They said the tribe has no plans right now of doing anything with the land. That's probably the biggest eyesore in the city.
What land are we talking about?
That big hole in the middle of downtown.
Okay.
And I look, if it has more sentimental value to that tribe, and they want to preserve it in any way, that is their right, 100%. But if it's just like unused real estate, it's the biggest eyesore in this city. It's just, it's a waste of a downtown front. And I don't understand why nothing's able to be done with it.
I understand. And agree.
Oh, the eclipse already happened.
Eclipse is overrated. Do we hype up these things every year? It sucks every year.
Trey Young tweets out, so do we need glasses or no? And then Donovan Mitchell says, nah, they say look right at it with no glasses. You should be straight.
Well, somebody did that.
For real?
You don't remember old boy?
OBJ?
The former president?
Oh.
Goof.
He was like, we back up in here, man. Happy that you're here with us.
There literally was so much going on yesterday. It was almost too much. It was almost too much for me. I almost like, you know what? It actually
what you
was.
mean? You mean
sports-wise?
Sports-wise, okay.
Sports-wise.
Yeah.
It was almost just too much. And I know it was too much because the Kings won.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the night, I just started watching the Freaknik doc.
Oh, I haven't watched that yet.
Seemed like a great time. Now I'm on there's like 30 minutes left. They haven't gotten to like
Is it a single doc or is it episodes?
No, it's one. It's probably a little longer than it needs to be because I'm not finished with it. There's like 30 minutes left. I've been watching for 45 minutes. But Freaknik, before it got into the dark times, looked like a great time. It looked like a great time. I wish I would have been able to go. But the whole point was I just needed to just walk away and watch something kind of mindless. It was just yesterday was a pressure cooker. That was a lot. That was a lot. There was too much going on yesterday, even for me. Usually on Sunday nights, I try to, I maybe throw on either Joe or Bill Simmons or something like that and, get on the sticks a little bit, just to wind down. I couldn't do none of that. I couldn't listen to Joe. I couldn't listen to Bill Simmons. I said, I'm going to just sit here and watch this documentary for about an hour because it was too much. It was overload.
It was a lot. It was a good Sunday for sure. Have you gotten to the Bray Wyatt joint yet?
No.
You got to get to that. I mean, we've got 3 hours of wrestling tonight that I'm really looking forward to. Cause I got thoughts about what might happen next. But we'll save that.
Yeah, we got to talk about it, man.
I could do 4 hours on WrestleMania. We ain't going to do that because the Kings played yesterday and we're in the midst of a playoff race. Oh, but don't question me. I could do it. This weekend I had so much fun. It was such a reminder about, we always wondered what wrestling would look like after Vince McMahon, and it looked like that. It was like, okay. And the fact that, it's cool for, Bailey and Cody in there, peak moments to mention, Triple H or Paul Levesque or so on. But when Paul Heyman does it at his Hall of Fame speech in front of that Philadelphia crowd, I think it means a little more, right? Because it's not, it's clearly, Paul doesn't do that stuff. And you heard guys talking about like how like freeing this moment was for them. And I'm sitting there last night. I was like, we got to do a wrestling podcast. We got to have a wrestling show. Like we've got to make something out of this, man. Things are white hot right now. And then you got the other company. Oh, they're hitting WCW 2000 era stuff right here.
I think they're in trouble, man.
We'll get. I don't think they're in trouble, but we'll get to all of that. We got to stay focused on the Kings, man. But it's a good weekend. I'm with you. It was a good weekend. I enjoyed the national championship game. I enjoyed the whole Final Four. I did. Stop looking at me like that. I did want to see. I did really want to see UConn versus South Carolina because I believe those two genuinely hate each other.
It's real.
I really wanted to see that.
A couple months ago, I watched a YouTube video on just the history of those two.
Yeah,
it ain't.
I wanted that in the and we'll talk more about this later. The national title game kind of went how I expected. Like Iowa threw a haymaker, and South Carolina took it and just started to wear them down a little bit. I thought Iowa played fantastic. I did not expect Iowa to be there. I thought their road was way, way, way too difficult. But Dawn has cemented herself in a very, very, very elite class.
Yeah. We'll talk about that. I want to talk about a little bit about Friday. There's a lot to talk about from that weekend because your girl was pissing a lot of people off, myself included.
My girl?
Your girl from UConn.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't like the way she was behaving.
Yeah, I got you. And we're short 30 minutes to do it. Are we airing like a 9-hour pregame show for the national title
Jim
game?
Gray's got to interview Tom Brady before the national championship game.
All I know is we got special programming at 3:30.
All right, special programming coming up. What are we gonna do for 30 minutes? I guess we can go live on KSFM 30 minutes. Or like, what are we gonna do?
Are you guys still gonna be here?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you guys got 2 jobs then.
All right. Well, the game doesn't. What we're gonna go down? The game doesn't start till 6.
Yeah, I might have to shoot to the crib.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna run to the house. We talk about elite company. We talk about elite status that Dawn Staley entered this weekend. Domantas Sabonis with a 61st straight double-double and another 2020 game for him this season. I didn't get the opportunity to listen to it today, but I saw that he was a guest on Adrian Wojnarowski's podcast.
Yeah, I saw that too. I didn't listen to it either yet, but yeah, I saw that.
I hope it's longer than some of his media scrums. Otherwise, this would be like a 4-minute podcast. But I'm looking forward to listening to that. I appreciate the fact, the influence that Adrian Wojnarowski has within front offices and within the league. The fact that Domas is his guest. And I know one of the tweets that he put out was talking about Domantas Sabonis hitting an all-NBA level center. And I really hope that that's the case for him, man. It just seems like it would be an absolute travesty for him to not be named one of the 15 best players in the league. And correct me if I'm wrong. I could look this up in 2 seconds, but you guys are sharp. Domas hasn't missed a game, right? This year?
Not that I can think.
He was listed as questionable. He played that time he was sick, but I don't think he's missed a game this year.
No, I don't think he has. I think James said he's played 78 so far.
78
Earlier
games.
today, yeah.
78 games, man.
Man, what a season. What a season from Domas.
Absolutely incredible. And I think he was an assist short of a triple-double last night. Yeah. Oh, I said he had 20. He had 18. I'm sorry. He had 18. Is this last night's game? It is. I'm sorry. He had 18, 20, and 9 last night. He didn't have 20, 20. That's my bad. He had 18, 20, and 9.
Yeah. But there's not much more you can say about this guy. And to your point, the only thing that you can say is it'd be a travesty if he wasn't an All-NBA selection. He's deserved it. There hasn't been, say what you want about talent-wise and all this other stuff. There hasn't been 15 better seasons this year. And that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about all time. We're not talking about who has a bag and all this other stuff. We're talking about this season. To me, that's what all NBA and all this stuff is. This season, who are the 15 best players this season? Who's had the 15 of the best seasons this year? Yeah. There isn't 15 guys who've had a better season than Domas.
There absolutely are not. What are you seeing?
Well,
you said something before the commercial break when the show got started, and I'm anxious to hear.
So on Friday, we talked a lot about Harrison. And Harrison, in my opinion, was the one guy that didn't show up in that game at the Garden, in Madison Square Garden. And it hurt the Kings. I'm not gonna say he cost them the game or he's the reason why they lost or whatever. I'm just gonna say it hurt the Kings. He played 15 minutes in that game. It seemed like Mike looked at him as like, nah, he's not giving us what we need. Got him up out of there, tried to bring him back in the fourth, fumbles the ball away immediately, just didn't have it. He plays 28, scores 10 points against Boston on Friday. Maybe Mike Brown looked at him and felt some type of way at that point. Like, all right, he's not the worst in the world, but all right, we'll still go with him. Last night, 2 points, no rebounds, no assists, no steals, no blocks, 1 of 4 from the field, 11 minutes. 11 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like Mike might have had the same mentality of, yeah, we're not going down that road tonight. And this is something that we've talked about a number of different times throughout the year. And he does it from time to time. This isn't the first time it feels like Mike Brown looks at Harrison Barnes, looks at the way he starts to play or his minutes, like, yeah, I'm not going down that road tonight. But with all the injuries and everything that's going on, you would think maybe there's a longer leash or, I'm just going to ride with him no matter what. And 2 of the last 3 nights, he didn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I'll go with Kessler. I'll go with Colby Jones. I'm not messing around with Harrison. That doesn't mean he doesn't like Harrison or he's going to stop giving him the opportunity or anything like that. But I don't know. I've got my eye on it to see if he's in that mentality. He's in that mode where he's like, I'm not messing around with Harrison. You've got 1 stint at the beginning of the game, 1 stint after halftime to show me you're ready to play tonight. If not, I'll go to the young guys. And I don't know. I'm anxious to see if that's really what's going on. What you think?
You hate this. A lot of people hate it. And you only use it in the most convenient of times. Harrison played 11 minutes. He was negative 15.
Ugh.
I didn't even notice that until this minute. But I had looked at the plus minus earlier because the 2 things that stood out, because they're just outrageous, were Davion and Trey. Davion was plus 36.
Jeez.
Trey was plus 37. We can talk about like what those numbers mean. We'll give you like some other context. Domas played 34 minutes. De'Aaron played 33. Domas plus 19. De'Aaron plus 16. So little bit of everything right there. To be negative 15 is stunning. And I don't know. I don't know what this is with HB. I was talking with James about this on the handoff just before you came in, and this was Harrison Barnes for 41 games this season, the first 41 games of the season, and he kicked out at 2.5 to keep the wrestling analogy going, and he started to hulk up.
Somebody else would have kicked out at 2.5.
Do better. Stop. No. Stop.
Really?
It was time.
Really?
We'll talk about it. We'll talk about
Wow.
I won't stand for this.
I'm a bit flustered.
We'll talk about it.
Flustered. I know he ain't talking about Cody.
I think he is.
I don't think he is. This dude was sending like tier gifts on Twitter. All right. We'll talk about it.
Dude, we're talking about Cody. The dude got his ass beat all weekend.
He really did. That dude wrestled a combined like hour and 25 minutes between the 2 main events.
Wow.
I mean, that main event on Saturday was like 40-something
long.
minutes.
Yeah,
that went way longer than I expected. And salute to The Rock. The Rock really took a back seat and let Roman and Cody have Sunday night. He played a far smaller role on Sunday night than I imagined.
I know. I thought he was going to be out there with him the whole time.
Yeah, so did I. And I thought when Cody's music hit, I thought the next music we would hear would be The Rock's. And it wasn't. It was Roman's. It was like, okay, they're going to play this out differently. And it kind of went the way we called it in the text thread.
Yeah, I hit the over.
Yeah, you did. The over for the over under for run-ins was 5.5, and I think Undertaker was the 6.
It was almost perfect.
Almost
9.9 out of 10.
Almost. But Harrison kicked out, and it's like, okay, look, he's shooting 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 times a game. He's being aggressive. Some nights he's hitting the shot, some nights he's not, but he's taking the shot. And then over the last, I mean, we got to be at what? 12 games, 13 games now?
Since
he's stopped doing it again.
Has it been that long?
I feel like it's been a while. I mean, think about it. We're at 4 games this month already.
I feel like if Thursday was like the first time it really jumped out to me. I didn't feel like it had been that long. But Thursday was, oh my gosh, he's back.
Well, that was okay. You're right. He took 19 shots in the second game against Dallas. He took double-digit shots in the first one. He took maybe I'm being a little unfair.
But it was so jarring on Thursday. I mean, the game was so monumental. Maybe that had something to do with it. But that's when I said, oh, no.
See, I'm not. He took 7 shots in the loss to the Wizards. Maybe it's not as consistent of a stream as it was before, but it's like,
even the 7 is still 7, right? Like the things
it's
that
not
we were,
one.
Yeah, that's what we were seeing routinely.
Yeah, you're right.
Early in the season,
you're right.
And I was like, bro, what? Why is this guy back now?
So what do you think's happening then right now? What do you think? Like Colby Jones entered the game in the first quarter. Colby Jones played 23 minutes yesterday and played reasonably well.
He played really well. I liked his minutes.
Is Mike just trying anything at this point? With Herter gone, with Malik gone, with knowing, making up for the absence of one of those individuals is difficult. Making up for the absence of both of those individuals is difficult. And by the way, it's not like they were hitting on all cylinders when both of them were here. You've had an up and down season, whether those two have been in the lineup or not. It's just you're at the most critical stage of the regular season right now. And even if you don't, and maybe I'm wrong in this thought, even if you don't clinch a top 6, you don't want to face plant into the play-in. Like you don't want to, I would think you don't want to enter the play-in being, 2 of your last, winning 2 of your last 6, being 2-4 over your last 6. Is Mike just searching?
I feel like he is. One of the feelings I got watching that game last night, I felt this way against Boston, felt this way in the second half against New York, is it felt like for all the talk of, they changed how they play and all this other stuff, offensively, feels like they're leaking oil. They are leaking oil to end this season. And they end up putting up 107 last night. And it seemed like they had to like really get hot to get to 107. And I think that Mike Brown, as much as he loves defense and all this other stuff, he's probably looking at it, or I think he should be looking at it in like, hey, I need some scores. I need some scores. I think we got enough people that are willing to be physical and play defense. But without Malik, without Kevin Herter, your line was spot on, and it was beautiful the whole time. We're missing 25 to 50 points.
25 with potential to 50.
Yeah. Like I need some scoring.
So, okay.
And I don't have time to mess around with somebody that's not going to shoot or is going to be invisible on the offensive end, especially somebody that I'm depending on. I need you, Harrison Barnes, to step up here offensively. You get all the shots you need. I need points. And you're going to mess around and just run up and down the court for 5 minutes. Nah, man, come on. Get on out of here with that.
So they shot 48 threes yesterday against Brooklyn and made 15. So 15 is normally that's the number, right? 15 plus, but 15 is the number. They shot 48. That's a percentage of 31.2. I feel like that might lend as an example of what you just said. We got to find scoring because 48 threes, even against a bad Brooklyn team, feels like a lot, especially at the clip that they were going for them. It's not like they were 20 of 48, like 15 of 40. That's 31%. I feel like that stat might lend into what you were talking about right there.
Yeah, and I was, watching the game. I had 2 screens going on for sure, and it was following on Twitter, and everybody was upset with them taking the jump shots and the threes in the third quarter. And I've said that's that's what this group has to do. They don't have enough shot creators to do something different. People want them to just go to the basket and all this other stuff. And they don't have the shot creators for that. Like they're like for the next 4 games, they'll probably average 45 threes a night. That's the way they're going to have to get their points. They're going to have to score. With that, the normal, hit 15 threes and you'll be good, might change a little bit because now you're taking more shots. So 15 of 48 isn't as good as 15 of 38, right? It's not as impactful because with 15 of 38, you got 10 more shot attempts where maybe you're getting to the line or able to get to the bucket, and you combine that with the 15. Now you're taking 10 more threes, but you're hitting 15. That's just empty possessions. You know what I mean? So the 15 might not, I don't know for sure, but it might not hit the same, trying to get to that number. And because think about it before.
Because of the attempt number.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
If they hit 15 threes before, they're getting maybe 122, not 107.
Yeah.
So,
yep.
Yeah, I think they're leaking oil offensively. I'm not sure if it's the group itself, the players themselves, or like the team itself, or this road trip. Like leaking oil, they may be able to get to the gas station, which is the Golden One Center, when they get back home. They just got to get there.
How much of it is De'Aaron? What we're seeing offensively, how much of that is De'Aaron? De'Aaron had a really good night against Boston.
40 that night. He played well against the Knicks.
Was that 20? Was it 29 attempts?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Against Boston.
Oh, against Boston.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. It was 16 of 29, 40 points for De'Aaron in that one. That's been. Most of the games line up with 26 attempts, 29 points. That was New York. The Clipper game, which they won, 20 points, 20 attempts. The Nets game, which they won. 20 attempts, 20 points. I feel like we're seeing a lot of the attempt number is close to the point number, right? And that's generally not the best. Like that's kind of an indication maybe the things aren't really going well for you offensively. But I feel like that's been the case with De'Aaron now, probably for obviously with the exception of the Boston game, like 13, 14 games. And if we talk about the Kings leaking oil, we talk about De'Aaron, 40 points in a game that the Kings scored 100 points in.
It's crazy.
And it's hard. So it's hard to pinpoint what's happening here unless you go to the obvious. You're missing 25 with the potential of 50 a night.
That's what it is.
And that's Malik Monk and Kevin Huerter being out. And we can come up with these scenarios like the bench playing well. The bench played really well last night. They scored 107 against a bad basketball team. The bench played really, really well. It's just not the same. The shot creation is different. The momentum is different. Like Trey getting a couple of shots here, Davion getting one here, Alex Len contributing 4 points. It's not the same as Malik having one of those nights where he goes for 28. It's just not. The point totals might, we'll say from the collective bench, they might measure out to be about the same, but it's the watch more games, bro. The flow of the game is different when Malik is in charge of something.
For sure. The other thing with De'Aaron that is really baffling to me, really upsetting to me, is you look at those last 3 games, for instance, the point totals, right? He had 29 on 26 shots against the Knicks. He had 40 on 29 shots against the Celtics, 20 on 20 shots against Brooklyn. Look at the free throw numbers. That's disrespectful. He had 2 free throws last night.
Yeah.
2 against Boston. 1 against the Knicks. That's disrespectful. For a point of reference, I look at Kyrie Irving last night, 48 points in his game against the Houston Rockets, 25 shots. He was 15 of 17 from the free throw line. You mean to tell me Kyrie is doing so much more to get fouls, to draw fouls? There's more contact with Kyrie than there is De'Aaron Fox. That's that Mike Brown talked about it a little bit on after Thursday's game, but that's pretty frustrating. De'Aaron Fox, a guard who attacks as much as he does, only going to the line 2 times.
And
I don't know about that.
And that's the other thing. It's the latest example that you just gave right there of a season-long problem. De'Aaron hasn't gotten calls all year. De'Aaron had a game this year where he was like 10 of 10 from the line, 9 of 10 from the line or something like that. We're like, oh my God. De'Aaron Fox shot 10 free throws. That's insane. He does not get the respect of his counterparts.
You look at it, and
he had a play. Sorry, he had a play last night. He got drilled last night on driving to the basket. He looks at the official like you can't be serious.
Crazy. And Mike talked about it, and I wonder if this is what you got to do, and it's not in these guys' nature as Fox, Sabonis, Keegan, or whatever. Maybe you got to fall down a little bit more. You got to flail. That seems to be the only thing that gets these people's attention.
That's crazy.
It's embarrassing.
That's absolutely crazy. Yeah, because Lord knows Domas emerging with bumps, bruises, and cuts isn't working. So, yeah, maybe the strategy is to fall. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. De'Aaron has shot double-digit free throws 14 times this season. More than I expected. 7 of those 14 have just been 10. 2 more of those times have been 11. The most free throws he shot was against the Warriors where they won by 1. He was 9 of 17 in that game. We'll come back. There's actually another free throw story to be told. And we'll take a look around the league as well as this crucial stretch of basketball continues tomorrow night in Oklahoma City for the Sacramento Kings and Steelers and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino. I'm excited to go to Tom's Watch Bar tonight. I'm looking at the menu, seeing what I could eat.
Very curious to hear you guys' thoughts on J. Cole.
To hear our thoughts on what?
It's
J.
a
Cole.
complex situation, man.
I don't think it is, dude. I don't think it is.
You got a tone. What?
Yeah,
you
he's
got
soft.
a tone. Wow,
Bro, no one I see people like, oh, well, we see how these beats go and stuff like that. People like it gets so serious. No, it's not gonna get serious between Kendrick Lamar and J. Cole. People just wanted you guys to go against each other. You said no.
Yeah,
and that's fine. And that's
Salute.
fine. Just don't tell me about how you're this and you're that. Soft.
It is a complex situation.
He ain't soft.
It is a complex.
The move is soft, not him. The move is like you should have went at him.
I disagree.
It's rap. It's rap. It's battle.
I disagree.
No, because here's one thing that I'll say about that. They have the phrase, just this, you don't play boxing, right? Like you get in there and you do what you got to do as a boxer. And if that's concuss the other guy, knock him out, bust his nose up, that's what you got to do.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing to me with battle rap. Like you can't go in there and tiptoe with battle rap. You're going to try and annihilate this guy, embarrass the hell out of him. And if you don't feel that for the person that you're trying to go up against, don't fake it. Like that's what I say. And he didn't feel that. Like he talked about in that moment. He was like, I wasn't feeling no type of way about it. But everybody else around me was like, yo, it's time to go. And he's like, bro, I'm not tripping, but I guess this is what I got to do.
And the tough part was too, is he probably planned on dropping I might delete later.
Mm-hmm.
And it could not have anything on it based on, what's happened. Mm-hmm. So it was probably, hey, we're going to drop this on this date, or hey, this is close to being done. Like, I think we may be able to get this out. And then like that drops 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago or whatever it is. And all of a sudden it's like, well, it can't be empty. Mm-hmm. It's not even the fall off. I hate this, but it's a mixtape.
EP. Like
okay, well, it was 12 records. Like, I mean, all right. It was 45 minutes. That's 4 times as long as Coil Ray's album. I said this on KSFM, which hasn't been heard yet. I love what Cole did. Absolutely.
I have no problem with. Now I understand Jesse's point as somebody that's a rap fan that loves to see battles, love to see the competitiveness. I completely understand that. I'm disappointed that we didn't get a chance to see that. And this, I'm not saying Jesse's not a grown ass man, but as a grown ass man, I understand that, man. Like,
no one's asking him to fight.
Why do we love battle?
Why he's not going to be able to, like, he's going to have to go there.
But
he's going to have to go.
But
there. That doesn't mean they're going to fight, but he's going to have to go there if you're going to talk about Kendrick Lamar.
But here's what happens, though, and this is what I talked about on Corners of the Culture and what I talked about with KC, is people parrot that stuff. And now you've got people who didn't feel one way or another. Well, Kendrick's cool. And then J. Cole says, oh, they gassed up, to Pimp a Butterfly, but we fell asleep to it. And it's like, yeah, he's right. Now it's all of a sudden, now you have these camps that form where it's what Future and Metro Boomin said, pick a side. Mm-hmm. Now you have people picking who love, like me, love Kendrick Lamar and J. Cole. I was prepared to pick a side today. J. Cole said, hold up, player, you ain't got to do that. And that's what I rock with.
I'll mention one other thing from our conversation during the break. Go check us out on YouTube. We talk all the way through.
Yeah, this is a for real commercial-free show today because we've got so much to talk about.
But when we were talking about J. Cole and what he did at the Dreamville show, and kind of bowing out from any type of diss back and forth with Kendrick, and Jesse, who's disappointed in Cole for doing that. This is where the OG speaks wisely. I've been saying, stop forcing these people to do something a week or a day after it happens.
I didn't tell Cole to do nothing.
No, you did. You told him and Drake they got to respond in a week. Stop doing that. You got to process these things. Sometimes it may take you a couple weeks to be like, I feel some type of way about what he said, or I don't, and I'm not going to respond to it. But the way society is today, he had to respond. He had 48 hours to respond. Man, like I always say, man, Ether was 6 months after takeover. 6 months.
But see, that's Doc.
I wish you'd tell the whole story.
That was a different era of music release.
Yeah, but
it wasn't the same. Like unless you was going to Dat Piff, like it was different. It was not the same. Or unless you were on Hot 97, like the release of Ether was not the same. And so now music drops instantly. It drops back to back, as you like to point out. Like it drops so quickly through social media forms or through SoundCloud or YouTube or surprise drops on Apple and Spotify.
But I think we
and attention spans get shorter.
I don't buy it. What you're saying is true. Having to do something, I don't buy into.
I don't either.
Because if Cole didn't do anything for 2 months, and then he dropped a real disc, like Drake might do. Don't drop anything for 2 months, and he drops a real disc 2 months from now. You think people are gonna like it less?
Well, it depends. It depends, and here's why though. This is what we were talking about during the break. If Might Delete Later drops and there's nothing on it, what do people do? If Dreamville hits and he doesn't say anything, then what?
No, I don't think nothing happens.
Well,
I think people are too scared of that. If the disc record is hot, it won't matter.
And the disc record wasn't hot.
He didn't have to. But my point is, if he didn't put it out and he put out Might Delete Later and nothing on there about
left
Kendrick,
that stupid ass song at the end off
and put nothing on there about Kendrick, and he comes back 2 months later on the fall off with a Kendrick disc, people aren't going to like it any less. I think people are scared that that's how you have to do it. Oh, I can't put out no record, no music before addressing this. And I don't think that's necessarily the case.
Yeah, I don't think that it is. I just think you in your head are operating in a time that doesn't exist anymore. Because Cole he couldn't have done anything.
He could have done
he couldn't have done.
He could have done Dreamville. He could have done all that.
So he could have done interviews.
Drake's been on tour.
He could have done interviews. And what's he doing? He's out there giving, I'm going to be me, and can't nobody step to me. And he's giving these little TED talks.
Once again.
Oh, but you know what he did? He tweeted he IG'd a picture of a notebook and a pen.
I'm gonna tell you this.
Drake about to cook.
I'm gonna tell you this. If Drake cooks, nobody gonna care about that. That's my whole point. Like if he flops, there'll be more jokes. But if he comes with a back-to-back level diss, nobody gonna care about none of this. You talk about attention spans, nobody gonna remember anything that they've said in the last week if he comes with a diss track. If like a dope one, a classic.
In 6 months?
I don't care if it's a year. If he comes with a back-to-back level diss track, nobody will care. People so afraid of, oh no,
I think
if
you're
I come,
wrong.
I completely doubt it.
I think you're wrong. I think in a year, it's like, why is he reigniting a beef from a year ago?
Whatever. It's whatever. If it's dope, nobody's gonna care. I firmly believe that.
I still like what J. Cole did better. J. Cole was like, I ain't about none of this.
If he's not about it, yeah, I love it.
It's cool.
But if you're about it, if Drake is about it and he wants to do it, I don't have no problem with that either.
I hope Drake does. I never wanted Cole involved in this anyways. I need a Kendrick Cole track. But I hope Drake, he's got his little pen out and we get Drake versus Kendrick. And I don't know why we like rap battles so much. I think because in our mind, I think and that's always what hip hop was, right? That's how hip hop started. It was on the streets, it was battle rapping, it was that whole deal. But I think there's a belief, whether it's true or not, and I'm trying to think of it. I don't know that it's actually true, but I think in our minds we believe competition breeds like the best, and you already have two of the best in Drake and Kendrick, and the thought that, oh man, a little beef might ignite, some of the dopest lyrics we've ever heard. It's like, okay. I want a different Kendrick Lamar project. That's what I want. Like, I don't really care if he goes at Drake or not. Just don't wait 1,820 days before you drop your next, piece, and don't let it be, the emotional piece of work that Big Steppers was.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what he's got doing that. But my man Ace, I see him in the chat. My man Ace, he said this like 10, 11 years ago. And Cole is the MVP. He won the MVP award for me last year. So it's not no disrespect. But Ace been saying this for a decade. He said, it's Kendrick and Drake. They're gonna have to meet up. He said this 10 years ago. He's like, when they were doing songs together, he's like, it's Kendrick and Drake. They're going to have to go head up with each other at some point. Just like Jay and Nas did. Kendrick and Drake. We may be at that time right now. But it's been something. He's like, these are the two best. They're the best. You get the biggest star, all this other stuff. Like, for a lack of a better term, Drake is where Jay-Z was. Kendrick is where Nas was at that time. And they're going to have to see each other. And we may be at that point as well. One more thing about Cole, because I know we got a lot of King stuff to talk about. And this is maybe to Jesse's point. I don't think it's as dire as some people might have said, but I'm interested to see. Some people said this was career suicide last night.
Oh, that's insane.
It's not insane. I don't know if I agree with it. It's not insane. But one thing I'm interested, like all that, don't nobody want to see me and I'm the best. Like,
nobody wants to hear that anymore.
Yeah, man.
I don't want to hear that anymore, bro.
Yeah,
so you all this, I'm this,
I'm
I'm
sunning
that.
all these guys and I'm this and that, and don't nobody want to see me on the mic.
So,
and the one guy that does, like,
there was
a challenge there and you turned it down.
No, that's whack. So there's something far more potentially damaging to J. Cole than this. It's if the fall off misses. The fall off is 4 years. He referenced the fall off on the off season.
Part of the fall off missing is you're going to have to go above and beyond what you already were supposed to have to go above and beyond. Because like Jesse said, you can't come with first person shooter no more. Like, nobody's listening to that no more. And
so are you
listening to it? I love it, but I'm just talking about as far as the masses. Like, I love J. Cole. I love what he did last night. It
don't sound like it.
No, I love it. I really do. I love it. Like, as a man that like is about energy and everything else like that, man, if you don't want to beef, don't listen to these people telling you have to do something. Go make the music that you want to make. I love what J. Cole did, but I know I'm not necessarily the masses based on my timeline last night. And if he come back with another first-person shooter, so nobody want to hear that.
Are you on? So clarify that for me real quick. Like, are you on my side that you think first-person shooter was a diss? Well, or because why can't he? Why
don't nobody want even if it's not a diss? Nobody want to hear. Don't nobody want to see me? Because somebody just said they want to see you and you bowed out.
But why can't he be the dopest rapper in the game without going at Kendrick Lamar? Like, why does he have to go directly at somebody? This isn't boxing.
But he talks about I'm this, I'm that, I'm eating everybody for breakfast. There was a lot of bravado in that verse. That's what nobody's trying to hear right now.
So,
and that's
here's the
part. I love it.
No, that's fine.
But I'm just telling you, ain't nobody. Jesse just said, ain't nobody trying to hear that.
He should have just not.
But I disagree. Like I agree with that.
I
agree with that.
If he didn't drop anything, it's just I'm not answering. That's fine, whatever. But yeah, I'm gonna dip my. Oh, I don't want it anymore. Like no.
He put out. But look, I'm not gonna fault Cole for not knowing how he felt until he released the track. Mm-hmm. The track was ass. 7-minute drill is garbage. And it's so funny to me how everyone is willing to acknowledge that now because Cole acknowleded it. Right. But all of the Cole stands.
I didn't think it was ass.
I thought it was just terrible. That track was.
Nah, it wasn't terrible.
Okay, let me ask you this.
It was just a song.
It wasn't good.
We don't have to have the hyperbole.
It wasn't good. It was terrible. It wasn't good. It was.
I can't tell you what you think.
It was the second to worst track on the album. But let me ask you. What you said it was a jab. What was like that?
It was a jab.
Yeah. A jab that was the #1 song in the country.
The song was dope. Like the song, like
that's
that
what
almost
I'm
ain't
saying.
That almost ain't got much to do with Kendrick. Metro went crazy. So you take
Kendrick the second verse out of that, and like that's the #1 song in the country.
Like that is a smash, regardless if Kendrick is there or not. I'm wrong?
Yeah, I think so.
I think Kendrick might have elevated it. That song is sick.
No, I'm not.
That song is nasty. Regardless.
So it's a
number. Just Metro and Future.
And it's the #1 song in the country.
I don't know if that's the case. Like I said, Kendrick elevated. I'm not.
So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
But it's still a dope ass song, even if he's not on there.
That's what I'm saying, though. It is the #1 song in the country. Mm-hmm. And everybody's talking about mother F the big three. It's just big me.
Also, Kendrick dissing made it that. If Kendrick got on with a regular verse, it's probably not #1. It's just another really good song.
But you say it was a jab. Mm-hmm. And you're saying 7-minute drill was a jab, mm-hmm. but it isn't the number. It's not going to be the #1 song in the country. Mm-hmm. They're both jabs. They're both, hey, I'm here. Mm-hmm. If you want to go, the other one is, okay, if you want to keep this going, I'm here. Mm-hmm. But one is 7-minute drill is not going to be played today on 102.5. Like that is. Mm-hmm. Like that. You like that. You go to IG, you get like that at the clubs. Mm-hmm. Is that Tiger? 7-minute drill's not that. Like there's shout out Bonte Hill. There's levels to this.
Well, I don't. Right? I'm not sure what you're trying to say.
I'm saying like, you're equating them both as a jab. One of them had massive impact, and one of them had none.
Well, he was the first jab too, so there's that. The other thing is a better song. Like if Kendrick put if you switch it right, and Cole is on like that, and Kendrick puts out a 7-minute drill type of song, same things are going to happen. Nobody's going to be like, oh, 7-minute drill is dope just because Kendrick's on there. It's not as good of a song. Like that is a better song. That's a testament to Metro and Future. And then Kendrick got on there and like what he said, the content and what he said, elevated.
I feel like this is just a roundabout way of you repping Drake because you've like trashed J. Cole and you low key
trashed J. Cole.
You said he can't make bravado records no more, and I think you're both wrong. He can absolutely make bravado records.
I think
he just can't miss with the fall off.
He can do whatever he
and
wants.
I felt like that before.
Like,
I felt like that before Dreamville because I was listening to the off season and he references the fall off and it's like, God damn, that was in 2020. This and I think we talked about this. Mm-hmm. The fall off better be the greatest damn album ever created or close. It better be a classic.
And what I'm saying is that just got tougher. Because now when you come up with a first person shooter type verse on the fall off, the first thing people are gonna say is, man, we ain't trying to hear that.
Yeah, but unless the feature on that is Kendrick and it's like, yo, we rocking together, I think it's different.
I think the people are looking at him crazy at that one too.
Well,
right or wrong, like I said, I'm team Dreamville and Cole. I think what he did last night was dope as a man, as a grown ass man. And I love what he did last night. But I saw my timeline too. And I saw what a lot of people who critique this music and even rappers, like what you think Joe gonna say?
I don't care what Joe says. Joe's probably consulting with Candace Owens about what to say on this podcast. I don't care.
I understand, but I'm just telling you the perception. I'm just telling you what the perception is.
But the perception, but the perception,
I'm telling you what the perception.
But the perception with who?
With the people that critique the music, with the streets.
See,
with the streets.
So the streets. The streets is this generic ass term we use when we're talking about something that we can't quantify. So what we're talking about really is the history of hip hop.
All right, if we did a poll on it, I think people would say, "Yo, was that a good look or a bad look?"
But the poll, but it's always the same. Where's the poll going to? Like it's the
where
the poll.
Oh, warning! That's how we felt. Warning. Yeah, I'm getting a flag.
I was off for 2 days.
Yeah, gosh.
Where is this survey being distributed? Right? Like there's I think hip hop always has a certain level of like hyper masculinity involved, where it's still the old school dozens, right? It's still the street corners, it's still the battle raps, it's still the 8 miles and the rock the mic competitions. It's still that. And there's little evolution in that line of thinking, I think, with some people. That's what you and I grew up to. That's what we know. I'm looking at Cole like Cole can still be the best rapper in the game. Cole has a line on Might Delete Later where he says something like how it's something along the lines of how many verses of the year can I have in 12 months or something along. None of that has changed. Absolutely none of that has changed. But we have this belief that because of the history of hip hop, because of Hit 'Em Up, because of records like Long Kiss Goodnight, which some people perceive as a diss, because of, Kool Moe Dee, and because of LL Cool J and Easy and Dre and Snoop. By the way, when we played Dre Day on the air, what was the first thing you said to me? Do you remember?
No, I don't, but I remember how I feel like that was a lot.
Right. You said to me, do you hear that record the same, knowing how Easy feels about that or felt about it? Cole here in real time is like, you know what? I don't want to do that. That ain't for me. And I tell you, we'll play anything with that 420 hit of the day on KSFM. You ain't never gonna hear Hit 'Em Up from 3 to 7, unless Complex throws it on. Yeah, that I hate everything that
4.
I hate everything that record. By the way, Casey's cooking. Casey's cooking. I don't think you have to like live in regret. Cole said, nah, I did it. It was lame. I hate it. I don't want no part of it. If and he even said in at the concert last night, if Kendrick feels some type of way, all right, brother, my chin's out, do what you do. Saying my hands are down, stick with your boxing analogy. My hands are down, do what you got to do, because this ain't getting a rebuttal. I'm focused on my music. I was trying to find an angle. I was trying to do all this other stuff. And he's not living in regret. He's saying right now in the moment, rather than the conversations you and I have had about diss tracks, rather than having those moments of how do you feel about that track now? He's like, no, I'm not doing it. It was a bad look and I'm moving on. I'm perfectly okay with that. And he doesn't have to change the way that he raps. He doesn't have to change the things that he says for that, for him to drop the, the Spider-Man meme is me looking at Drake or whatever bravado line you want to use. He doesn't have to change a thing.
I think he does. But I also think that, I love J. Cole. I love what he did. I'm going to listen to his music and love his music. I'm like not a one-man wolf pack, but there's not a lot of people who don't like For Your Eyes Only. I love that album. I love that album.
Phenomenal.
A lot of people said it put him to sleep. And I can understand that. I love
when they say that.
When it was out.
This weekend?
No, when it was out.
When they was trying to find a retort to Pimp a Butterfly. That's what I'm talking about.
When it came out, there was a divide of this is musical genius.
His best album. Yeah,
it was a musical genius, and this put me to sleep. I loved it. I love all the stuff he's doing. I'm going to continue to love everything that Cole does. I'm just saying, I see with the streets, with the bloggers, with the people who
bloggers,
the people. But I mean,
got bloggers.
I mean,
in the streets.
you got Ace. Ace is considered in the streets. He's not none of that, but he's a consumer of the music. Like, I don't think it's just idiots who are going to be like, nah, I don't want to hear that bravado talk. Like, there's people
say
who
that.
No, you didn't say. I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying, like, there's people who like Cole who will be like, I ain't trying to hear first person shooter from you, dog. Like, you had somebody come back at you.
Well, we'll find out. We'll find out when he drops the next first person shooter, because he's going to. Like, the last 12 months have shown he's going to drop another one. And if y'all tune out and that song ain't playing every hour and 15 minutes on 102.5, salute. If it's not the number one song in the country, salute. I'm calling cap.
Well, I ain't tuning out.
That's it.
Love Cole.
And I think there might be a lot of people pretending like, oh, and then they're gonna be like, oof. The Drake haters. Drake drop a dope track. Oh, they gonna listen to it. Me too. They gonna listen to it.
Shout out Cole, man.
Hip hop's a lot of bravado.
Shout out Cole.
Man.
Shout out Kendrick. Shout out Drake. Once again, I love all three.
The parallels between boxing and hip hop, I think, are pretty solid.
the one they were showing last night. Did you ever see that fight of the clip of the guy who walked out of the ring?
Yeah,
they were saying that was Cole. Hey, that clip is still classic.
That clip is funny. That clip is pretty damn funny. My man said, "Nope, no," and left. Oh man,
where are they listening to us at?
I don't know. 102.5 KSFM, number one for hip hop and R&B.
Well, Aaron did say we could, have crossover.
Well,
Tribal Chief.
Aaron once asked us before, or the Tribal Chief once said to us before we did the KSFM thing, would we just simulcast? Like, we would do this show on in its existing form on 102.5, and we were like, nah, that's not exactly what we had in mind.
James Ham at 3
Yeah, I
o'clock.
was gonna say that's yeah.
Shout out to Aaron, though. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey but what Aaron always loved were these conversations and how these conversations are obviously airable on both stations. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. We're with you till 3:30 today, and then we got coverage of the national championship game, where we will be at Tom's Watch Bar watching the game, hopefully with you tonight, courtesy of our friends at Michelob Ultra. Come through, man. We got some great things planned.
The streets were telling me, Tom's Watch Bar was popping over the weekend.
For Mania?
Yeah, man.
Oh,
yeah, man.
We got to get out there when they have
Shout
it.
out to my man Hung, man, over at Phenom, man. He was like, yo, they out here. They out here.
Man.
But look, this I have to bring this up, and not necessarily because of the comment, but because of the scenario. The Kendrick verse on that Future track was whack. Kendrick can say anything, and people's mind-blown emojis. That's Ben.
Oh,
That's
Ben's
right
live.
now.
Wow, Ben's
No,
live.
Ben tapped in here. He was on the inside. He's like, hey, I'm on time today, guys. So he's been on time for a couple hours.
Shout out, Ben.
I'm so happy Ben is listening live. I ain't even going to respond to the stupid-ass message he sent. I'm just happy he here. Shout out to our man. Ben, pull up on us tonight, man.
Yeah. Ben usually do pull up when we do the live shows and stuff, man. So pull up on us, Tom's Watch Bar tonight, man.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Purdue and UConn. Lakers lose to the Timberwolves last night. Pelicans beat the Suns. No NBA tonight, and we laid out earlier. It's a loaded schedule. It is a crazy stretch here for the Kings to get home. 1 game on the road, 3 games at the Golden One Center, 4 games left in the season. The 6th spot still very, very much within reach for the Sacramento Kings. 5 spot, not so much.
That's gone.
As Dallas
right now, that's over.
Dallas just continues to win games. What are they at this point? Is it like 16 of 18 or something?
Crazy. It's something
It's
crazy.
ridiculous.
They've lost 1 or 2 in their last 13, 14 games.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Jesus,
they went
10,
crazy.
11, 12, 13, 14. It's 14 of their last 16 games they've won.
They went crazy.
Hey, salute. I think Kyrie just won player of the week. It's got to be week. Yeah, it's not the end of the month. He just won player of the week.
Yeah. And then like this week is going to be crazy, man. Last night was crazy. Like last night was a trip. The Lakers and Timberwolves, AD goes out 12 minutes into the game. Or, I don't know exactly when because I was watching the other stuff, but he only played 12 minutes last night. LeBron was already not playing.
Off, yeah.
And they end up losing that was a big loss for them last night for trying to stay out of that 9-10. So they lose that game. I'm watching the Suns early on. They're beating the brakes off New Orleans. I was like, New Orleans is, you talk about the fall off. New Orleans is, it could be nasty. Ingram's out at the time. I didn't even really pay attention.
I got all the respect in the world for New Orleans.
The big ups to them.
Big
ups to them.
Big ups to the Pelicans. But, they're just a gutty team, just struggling right now.
Just got off champions.
True champions.
But
yes,
look,
indeed.
I'm just seeing the score of that game.
Yeah.
And they're losing by 20. And I'm like, damn, it's crazy right now. Ingram's out. Zion's finger's still hurt. We don't know what's happening with that. And then I go back to check a couple hours later, and I see this montage of Zion just blocking shots everywhere. Just get him out of here. I said, wait a minute, check the score. They end up coming back to beat Phoenix in that game. So last night was crazy.
You know what the killer was in that game?
Oh, that New Orleans won.
They split.
Yeah.
The thing was, don't split. Like in all of these matchups where there's two, where there's
Golden
two,
State and the Mavericks did, even though they're further away
at the buzzer, buzzer-ish.
Yeah.
Brutal, absolutely brutal.
Damn. You know that real quick, we'll be right back. But that Kings Nets game was on the Oculus last night. I didn't get a chance to watch it.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. I didn't get a chance to.
Did anyone see it? I'm dying to know what that.
Somebody
I actually bought
to
one of
the
those
other day.
devices to.
I hope they do some playoff games there. I'll definitely watch some playoff games there. They need to.
I wish I could. Let me know when they do, so I can come over to your house and see what it looks like. We'll come back. Look, man, I want to talk about Kings. I do. There's a lot to talk about. I don't know how much longer I can hold our WrestleMania thoughts.
No, we talk about it.
I didn't mean to go 20 minutes on Drake and Cole, but it's just Monday's a tough.
It's
sometimes.
a crazy day.
I ain't talked to.
It's a crazy day.
Y'all
bro.
don't like we don't talk to each other over the weekend. Like I have not talked to my man about any of this stuff yet, except outside the group text. So we'll come back. We got lots of King stuff to talk about. Colby Jones, King's free throw struggles. We got that. But it was WrestleMania.
Come on, man.
Stilo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
Kings won by 30. What more do you guys want? They play tomorrow.
That's it.
Me is the biggest mistake. The Spider-Man meme is me looking at Drake. I still think that was a diss track. I don't think my man Karosh is listening, but Karosh, I'm trying right now, man. I'm trying to get all this done for you. God bless DocuSign.
Jeremy, the Scrubs are playing for 9 minutes. What more do you want from me?
He is? Oh, nice. Hopefully, I threw some suggestions at Justine. Hopefully these are coming through, because if they are, it's going to create a pretty dope little vibe for our friends at Michelob Ultra. Six. We'll start saying it's 6. Why would we have to be there 2 hours before the game starts?
No clue. I'm just saying that's what's been promoted.
Charlie, are you listening? What time are we supposed to be there? We should have one, Spencer. Well, we'll have one by the end of the week because we'll either do a Kings. We'll get it worked out. But yes, there's going to be one, and it's likely going to be very, very soon. Very, very soon.
Maybe next week. Probably.
Oh, you all good, TC? You all good, man? That's what you got the number for, man. Share your frustrations. We got you.
Oh, TC didn't text your boy. All right, I see TC. Okay.
Yes, he did.
He
must.
did?
Yeah, I think it's a group text.
I had a busy weekend. Oh, there it is. My
TC.
bad, TC.
Yeah.
That's right. I do remember. I remember seeing that one too.
Yeah, Johnny, I think that might be what we're looking at. Where are you guys seeing? You guys know more than we do.
Yo, somebody else told me that the other day.
They know more.
Somebody else was like, "Yo, I seen it on the said, oh, y'all gonna be at Sky River?" I was like, I don't know. They're like, "Yeah, I drove by, saw it on the sign."
Well, shit, if it's on the sign. Yeah, I heard you. The game starts at. All right. I got you. Like, I don't know, Charlie, if you're listening, like, we have to be live for 20 minutes. We can't get there at 4:30. It's just not possible. But we'll get there at just before 5. But we have to go. We have to be on KSFM for 20 minutes. Boy, they ain't. So I guess April 19th is the date. We were. It's tentative, but I guess not. That's a Friday, right? Yeah, that's a Friday. All right. Sky River, baby. We back April 19th. Tentative plan. We're going to hold off on the heavy advertising for that. We were kind of waiting to see what happens with the Kings, but we do have a live broadcast scheduled for Sky River Casino coming up here real soon. Tonight, we're going to be at Tom's Watch Bar in downtown Sacramento with Doko, courtesy of our friends at Michelob Ultra. The beer is going to be flowing. Come through, hang out with us. We're going to be watching the national title of the game together. And apparently just sitting around and talking for a couple of hours too, because why not?
The Kings right now, according to ESPN's whatever metrics, they have a 54% chance of making the playoffs.
54 of making the playoffs. Okay.
Playoffs.
Yeah. All right.
Phoenix is 85%. New Orleans is 87%.
Okay.
They have a 32% of chance of making the 9-10 game. Warriors are 88%. Lakers are 66%.
The Lakers have, for real?
Yeah, 66% chance of making
the Lakers have a better chance of making according to this,
making a 9-10 game. Yeah, yeah. No, that to make the 9-10 game, Kings are 32%. Lakers are 66. Warriors are 88.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
No, what I said before was the playoffs. They have it all laid out. Like,
I got you.
Make play-in, make 7-8, make 9-10.
Got you. Well, they've all made the play-in, right? Well, I guess 6 is still to be determined,
right.
But all of the postseason spots are solidified.
Yeah.
The Rockets gave it a valiant effort, and they've now lost their last 5. So there's that. Still pales in comparison to Utah, who's lost their last 12.
Jeez.
But okay. And they all pale in comparison to Detroit, who's just won 13 games on the year.
And the times are out for the play-in situation.
Okay.
Times and dates.
Okay.
7-8 is going to be Tuesday.
9-10
will be Wednesday. And whoever has to play after that will be Friday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday.
So there is a possibility that D'Lo and Casey are hosting a live show at Sky River Casino.
There is, which will be a little problematic because what if the Kings are the 8 and they lose? Then that next game is going to be a home game on Friday.
So it's been understood that if there's a home game, we won't be there. Gotcha. Because even our friends at Sky River won't be there. They'll be at the game.
And then
so that's why we're kind of waiting before we start.
And then what if they 7-8 and they win the first game?
Well, then I think we're still doing the show.
Live show.
It just doesn't have anything to do with the Kings. Yeah, I think we're still doing the show. It's a celebratory.
Yeah,
it's a celebratory
good.
Friday.
Feeling
That'd be a great scenario. Kings in the playoffs. Hey, let's go out on Friday and talk about it. And let's talk about WrestleMania. Why do you hate Cody Rhodes? Let's start there.
Well, first of all,
let's start with
are we doing this without Jesse?
I didn't know Jesse wasn't there. Did Jesse just quit mid-show? Jesse said, "I've had it. Like he's been worked to death. He's got to do the insiders all week because
he'll be back. He'll be back
because Kyle's off looking at Big Ben or whatever he's doing over there in Europe." And
so, first of all, Cody Rhodes. I got no problem with Cody Rhodes. I understand why that's a great story for him to get that done. I mean, I was trying to explain it to somebody yesterday. Shout out my man Hong. I was trying to explain it to somebody who doesn't really follow wrestling right now. It's like, if you tie things together, and you could tell me better than most, you tie things together, this is like a 45 year story, with the connections with Dusty.
Well, with Dusty, sure. Sure.
And how that's part of Cody's story, like him avenging what his dad went through or didn't, what the ceiling that was put on his dad a little bit, right?
No, not at all. That's like a little bit more of an exaggerated tie-in. Mm-hmm. I would date this back more to like 2016, 17, whatever year that was, that Cody, it was after Dusty passed. Mm-hmm. Cody left the WWE. He posts that, for me, it's the iconic list. Mm-hmm. Where it's Brandy's handwriting of all of the opponents he wants to wrestle. Mm-hmm. And the opponents are in Impact, in New Japan, Lucha Libre. Like, they're all, like, he literally does not want to join a single organization. They're in Ring of Honor. He wants to go from place to place to place to place and wrestle all of these individuals. And in one of the most brilliant marketing things I've ever seen, Vince wouldn't let him have Cody Rhodes because that's not his name. Mm-hmm. They wouldn't let him have Cody Rhodes, but they released Brandy. So she could keep Brandy Rhodes. So they would introduce them as Cody and Brandy Rhodes, because otherwise he would just have to be Cody. Mm-hmm. And they went from place to place to place to place to place. And then there was the tweet from Dave Meltzer. Well, Dave Meltzer was in a text exchange or a tweet exchange about an independent promotion drawing like 15, 20,000 fans. And Dave's like, I don't think that could ever be done in this country. But, you could see some really good independent crowds. And Cody said, I'll take you up on that challenge, or something along those lines. Mm-hmm. And that was essentially, in a roundabout way, the birth of All Elite Wrestling. Mm-hmm. And my thing with Cody, if you recall 2 years ago, I did not want Cody to go back to the WWE because I felt like it was, you built something. Like you were extremely impactful in building an entirely different wrestling company that got money behind it, that got a television deal behind it. And it's the first time there has been a true, clear number 2 wrestling company in this country since 2001. Now, with Redacted being gone and seeing the way that they've booked Cody, it's like, okay, I actually do love this story. Then you tie in the stuff from Dusty when he beat superstar Billy Graham in the Garden. They gave him the title and then overturned it and took the title away and did that whole thing. And you tie all of these stories together. You tie him leaving. You tie him coming back. Then you tie in the loss to the Roman Reigns last year at WrestleMania. And that's the part that I think people have not given enough attention to this Cody Rhodes story. Cody Rhodes' story doesn't mean nearly as much as if he beats Drew McIntyre or Seth Rollins or some other guy who's been champion for 6 months. Roman Reigns has solidified himself as a top 5 professional wrestling performer over the last 4 years. He became a must-see character when there wasn't a single person in the stands. He became a must-see character when screens were all over this warehouse masquerading as a crowd. The bloodline became the best story that professional wrestling has produced since Vince and Stone Cold in 97, 98, 99, 2000. And through the whole way, there was no flip-flopping. There was no let's get Daniel Bryan a win and he'll get it back. There was no Sami Zayn, we're in his hometown, let's give him a win. Nothing. It was the bloodline. It was Roman Reigns, and he was dominant for nearly 4 years. Not to mention, he's been a main eventer for a decade now.
That stat was crazy.
For 10 years, he's been a main eventer. The stat you're talking about is 9 straight WrestleManias that he's been the main event. Only Hulk Hogan can say that. And Hulk Hogan's main event in the 9th one was the Yokozuna Bret Hart deal at Caesar's Palace. That was the 9th one.
Yeah.
That was 30 seconds of work from Hogan in that 9th WrestleMania.
Right.
They stretched to make that work. The 8th one, there wasn't no title there. That was Sid Justice. That was a catapult for him to take off. And this is what, people talk about, Roman wrestles, 4 times a year, 6 times a year. How many times did Hogan leave? How many times did Austin get hurt? Like, Austin's entire run was probably 4 years, the length of Roman's title reign. The Rock's entire run was like the length of Roman's title reign. There are 2 guys that you can't deny what Austin meant for business. You can't. You can't deny what Hogan meant for business, regardless of if you liked his work or not. Those 2 are always at the top. It's non-negotiable. Next, it's Cena and it's Roman, because those guys have led at different points the WWE, the biggest wrestling company on the planet, into different eras, into different moments. This is the most profitable era in WWE history. Roman Reigns was at the head of that. Roman Reigns became Mike Tyson. He became the guy you had to see. Cody's story corresponded with his story and the perfect opponent to make it meaningful. Tears were shed last night, not just because of Cody's story, but because of Roman's. The WWE cameras were on Cody last night. The fans' cameras were on Roman. And when that video started circulating of Roman and Paul, woo!
Come on, man.
Woo!
Come on, man.
Man.
So I just understanding the business, understanding how these things play out. I understand why Cody, won. It was his time, everything else like that. Completely understand it. He deserves it. It's a great story. Knew it was going to happen, right?
And by the way, that's okay. Being predictable at WrestleMania is okay. WrestleMania 14, that was Austin's night. Everyone knew that was Austin's night. That's okay. WrestleMania 12, Bret Hart's night, or Shawn Michaels' night, excuse me. Everybody knew, the boyhood dream. Everybody knew. It's okay to have a predictable outcome if it's the right story.
Now, for me personally, and this is what this is why wrestling is great and everything else like that, and sports and all this stuff is great, is people would always talk about Cody finishing his story. I was The Rock. I don't care about your story. I don't care about your story. It's a good story. I don't care about it. I like Roman Reigns. I like the bloodline. I like what they've represented for so long. And I was watching that with my son and my wife and my daughter. She wasn't paying attention, but we were watching that last night, and everything's happening with the run-ins, and I'm standing up at this point. Like, I'm like, yo, this is crazy. When the Shield music dropped, and I said, Ambrose?
That's what I thought too. I was like, how did that work?
I stood up. I'm standing up, and when it's all said and done, and that third hand goes down by the referee, my shoulders shrink. And I sit down and I say, it's over. I knew it was going to be over. We talked about this in the group. Like, I understand why too, but it was just actually seeing the finality of Roman, a guy that I love wrestling growing up as a kid, and I left as an adult and I dipped back in and out or whatever the case may be. And it not exactly coincided with my son starting to like wrestling. He started like maybe a year or two before Roman started doing his thing. But Roman brought me back. Roman, that's why I started watching wrestling again. And to a certain degree, for a lot of the times, that's all I care. Is Roman on? Did Roman speak? Oh, did Bloodline? And then I loved the Bloodline when they were all together with Jimmy and Jay, and Paul Heyman is great. I loved that. And he'll go on, he'll do other stuff or whatever. But that moment, tweeted it out last night, you co-signed, other people co-signed, that moment, the greatest title reign that business has ever seen is over. And Cody, who I don't have a problem with at all, like I like Cody, but for me, took a back seat to the end of Roman's reign, so to speak.
To me,
no pun intended.
It was the same story. In my eyes, it was the same exact story, because Cody's story doesn't mean nearly as much if he just beats somebody. It had to be something established, right? It had to be Roman. And both were like man, Roman's run, it was just phenomenal.
I feel like they did a service, like a good service to how they ended it too. Like it's not against Drew McIntyre, against like a SummerSlam or whatever. It's like probably the biggest possible moment you could have to end it.
Yeah, there couldn't, the story had to have like, and I imagine that embrace between Paul and Roman at the top of the stage was, thank God it's over, because it's a lot like the Goldberg thing, where there's when you put yourself in a position where you're building this story, so you backed yourself into a corner, like you can't, it's like we were talking about with the fall off, you can't miss like the climax of the story, you can't ruin this. And Hogan and Sting at the 97 Starrcade had an amazing like year-long build that they ruined. They ruined it in one night. They wiped out like 16 months. You had to do this right. And with The Rock returning and being a part of it, and shout out to The Rock for taking a back seat to that main event. Like he played a minimal role in last night's show. And you got, you satisfied the people who like those little appearances, and you got the Shield returning. Oh, and the storyline of Roman having that chair in his hand and looking back, and instead of hitting Cody, he gives Seth the identical chair shot that Seth gave him however many years ago when the Shield broke up.
That was phenomenal.
Oh my God.
That was phenomenal.
Flawless. Yeah. And then Cody gets him. Yeah. And you look at the two title matches, right? Because Roman looking at Seth in that moment going, oh, I'm getting my revenge. And he gets Seth. And Cody gets him after that. But you go to Seth earlier. For a month, Drew McIntyre says you're focused on the wrong thing. You're focused on the wrong thing. You need to worry about me. You're worried about Cody. You're worried about the bloodline. You need to be worried about me. Drew gets him. And what's Drew do?
Goes over to Punk.
Worried about the wrong thing. He has been so centered on CM Punk. He goes over to Punk. He taunts. Punk gets him. Damian Priest comes out in a marvelous cash in. You had two very similar stories playing out in those main events, where you had guys who were just so focused on something other than their opponent that their opponent got them. And it was just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful storytelling. It was a perfect end to the Roman Reigns championship reign. And I'm so fascinated by what happens tonight, because the number one thing I got hung up on when it ended was The Rock still a heel. And as much as The Rock likes that moment in front of the camera, in front of wrestling fans, he hates it at the press conference. Like his press conference, he was a babyface. His interviews is a baby.
Roman press conference.
After. That was so Roman was a heel.
Use your feet.
Roman was a heel. Hey, who said that? You? Get out. You're wasting our time, lady. He throw some lady out of the press conference. It's marvelous.
He goes, what's your question? What's your question? Well, Roman, I just wanted to know throughout this whole time. Next question.
Rock didn't do that. The Rock played the board of directors like, now I'm Dwayne. I'm not The Rock anymore. So I think as much as he loves that part in front of the camera, he wants everyone to like him, which really makes his appearance on Fox News weird. But for the most part, that's what he wants.
That guy.
I think you can tie up the entire storyline tonight and set things in for the future with one easy story. Because there's been chatter that the night after WrestleMania is going to be an event again tonight. It used to be an event. There's been a belief, like Vince changed like 5 different things last year that everybody hated. And there's this breath of fresh air with Vince McMahon gone. Walk out there, the bloodline in its entirety, and Roman beats the hell out of The Rock and blames everything on him and leaves. It writes The Rock off TV. It can allow, you could do whatever you want to with Roman now, but that's your way of writing Rock off TV, because I don't imagine he's sticking around for Backlash in France. Like,
let's respect Backlash now.
Write him off. Well, I respect anything Triple H is writing at this point.
Yeah.
But write him off and pick up that story whenever you're ready. But separate this part with Roman and Rock, and Roman can just say, "You said you would be there," and you and beat his ass.
That's a good look. And Ace in the chat talks about WWE.
Saw that.
I
saw that.
The bloodline. Everybody's assuming, and I think that'd be a good call for him to go to the bloodline somehow, some way.
Yeah,
that'd be crazy. But
think about DX. Think about the night after Shawn lost to Austin. DX stuck around. Shawn was gone. Hunter takes the helm. In comes the New Age Outlaws. Back comes X-Pac. Right? There's I like that.
The reason why I had the sounds earlier for WrestleMania wasn't because of Cody. Obviously, even me wanting Roman Reigns to win, it had to end at some time. It didn't matter when it was, who it was against. I was going to have that same reaction no matter what. So that doesn't bother me. I was talking to Ace about this. WrestleMania got better on Sunday. After Saturday, I was like, it's not. I didn't think it was that good.
Saturday, because Saturday, I feel like it's not made like a main event. It's like a setup. I feel like WrestleMania Day 1.
Well, some of the things is there's a couple things that went out. This was so major. This Rock, Roman, Cody thing. It almost. I found myself this is just me. I know Sunday was pretty good, but I found myself when WrestleMania started at 4. I just want to get to the main event. I don't care about anything else that happens on Sunday for sure, but starting on Saturday, even that bloodline rules match on Saturday was like, all right, we kind of already know that's how it's going to go down. I want to see what happens Sunday night. That's the only thing that mattered. Now I could appreciate everything that happened around up into that with Sammy winning and some of the other matches or whatever the case may be. But that was such a big moment we were anticipating. It almost crippled the rest of the card. The other thing that
I could see that.
The other thing
it didn't for me, but I could absolutely see that.
The other thing that kind of hurt the card a little bit as well too was Punk not being there, because you would have had a Punk Rollins, a Punk Drew to look forward to as another massive main event. That they got a raw deal with that. Then I also, while I like the moment, and I love the moment, let me take that back, love the moment, I thought they left a little meat on the table with Bianca and Jade not being in one of those title fights, and Charlotte not being in one of those title fights. So I thought
Charlotte's hurt.
Yeah, but that's the same thing as like Punk too, right? Like Charlotte versus Rhea or something like that, or something like that. That's the night could have been.
So here's why I disagree. Here's why I disagree. Rhea's streak should continue, right? Because you ended Gunther's, which I didn't think was going to happen until I saw the video package.
You called that.
When I saw Sammy's video package, I was like, he can't lose this.
You called that immediately. And I'm watching. I'm like, nah. And then when the wife is there saying, "Get up, Sammy," I said, "Oh my gosh!"
Yeah, we even text. This is the Rocky storyline. Yeah,
I said, "That's what was her name?
Adrian.
Adrian. That's Adrian.
Yeah,
right there." I said, "Oh, Damien called that."
Yeah. So Rhea's streak had to continue in my eyes and make the match with Bianca bigger. you had to introduce Jade somehow, right? And I think the idea, it feels like Jade might not be where they want her in terms of being out there by herself on WrestleMania for 15, 16, 17, 18 minutes.
Yeah.
So you don't want to do Bianca versus Jade right out the gate.
Mm-hmm.
Build a story right there, because I feel like Jade is going to be an amazing heel. And Bianca is flirting with John Cena status, where she's so important. You can't turn her. And then you have Naomi just as the, kind of the perfect part of that. So I was actually okay with that. And Bayley getting her moment, I thought worked too, because it played off a long-term storyline. I think sometimes we book WrestleManias with every match being a Super Bowl, where you have to keep in mind, okay, we're going to, we're in Cleveland for SummerSlam, which they announced yesterday. What are we doing at SummerSlam? Oh, also, we have this huge pay-per-view in, is it Berlin or Scotland? There's another huge pay-per-view overseas that they're building towards. We have these tentpole moments that we have to build out. Well, we've got to build up Jade. We've got to work there. We've got Rhea's streak, and her run as I shouldn't call it a streak. Her run as the champion, where she is now established herself a lot like Roman has established herself now in the category of the Charlottes and the Sashas and the Bianca. She's in a really, really elite category because of what she's on. You want that title change to be right.
Yeah.
And you want that match with Bianca to be bigger than you don't want Rhea and Bianca. To me, I wouldn't want Rhea and Bianca on the same night or in the same weekend. I have Cody and Roman.
I thought, and I hear everything you're saying. I'm picking nits a little bit, but I thought they were missing a main event, and that's where Punk Rollins. It was what we all thought it was going to be Punk Rollins on that first night. That was massive.
So here's, what I was thinking about yesterday. How would that have worked if Punk didn't get hurt? What would it have looked like?
Seth losing, because Seth always loses. No, Punk would have. He would have beaten.
But would the tag match have happened?
No.
Would the tag match wouldn't have happened?
I don't think so.
So what do you do with The Rock?
Rock,
or is it someone else other than Seth? Is it Jay? Because the only match that really missed was Jimmy versus Jay. Jimmy versus Jay was we got to go. Jimmy versus Jay was not good. They missed on that. We'll come back. We'll get back to the Kings.
I want to talk national championship.
Okay. Stilo and Casey on ESPN 1320.
Oh, that was pretty cool, Mondo, when our truth got
that was awesome.
That was pretty cool.
Our truth got the hot tag was the best part.
That's the second time he's done that. Oh, man. I missed it. Jesse, did you see Mello versus Trick?
No, I don't watch NXT really.
I don't watch it either, but I saw like a 10-minute build up for that fight, like on Friday night, and they kind of had me at least interested. I was like, let me see how this ends up. I don't know what happened, but I think my guess is that Trick won. That's my guess. Trick beat Mello. Anybody who saw it, let me know.
He's gonna take it off of Damian Priest, that belt, in like 2 months. You see DAZN do Benavidez dirty?
No, so I saw
where he did himself dirty, not being ready.
I saw his response. I didn't see. Is there video?
Yeah. He was
where was he at?
He was at the fight.
At the
whatever DAZN fight they had, or whatever. Yeah.
He was all messed up.
Yeah.
That's his downfall. He hadn't been able to be disciplined enough consistently in his career. It's two issues before with the he had. I think it was coke. It was coke. Then he missed weight, and now this situation where you gotta be ready at all times. Like Canelo,
especially with
Canelo could change course and say, "Yo, September, I need you to go." Like you can't have no slip ups. So, and you just can't be drinking that much. I know it's easy.
Not if you're on camera.
Nah, man. Like you don't need to.
Everyone has a good time, but
you don't
you're
need
gonna
to
be on
drink
camera
that much and that fast to be like gone like they said he was. Come on, man. Not in public like that.
This is one thing I noticed too. I wonder if they turn on Roman maybe because they pointed it out commentary.
That'd be tough to watch. I don't want babyface Roman. I really kind of wish Roman would go away and then come back at SummerSlam. They just go away for a little while. But the bloodline can't do that. Or I don't know. Maybe Roman, he won't. I don't think this will be the case. But maybe Roman goes away. Solo says, hey, I'm in charge now. I'm the tribal chief. Roman's gone. He couldn't get it done. And he does that for 4 or 5 months. And then Solo's in some type of match at SummerSlam. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, wait a minute. Roman's back. Yeah.
Dude, where was Stone Cold?
They couldn't make a deal.
What does that mean, though?
Maybe he wanted too much money.
Get him the bag then.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to believe they couldn't pay him what he wanted. Oh man, so many things that were just still on my mind from. I was telling Jesse real quick. I kind of want The Rock to go away. I want Solo to take over for 3-4 months, and then it's SummerSlam, and Solo's in some type of match. Maybe it's against Cody, maybe it's against Gunther. I don't know, some type of match, and he's kind of running roughshod, and things aren't happening, and all of a sudden, oh, that's Roman. He's back. That's what I want. I don't want Roman. I mean, he could be out there tonight.
I think Roman
to kind of lay the groundwork, but I want him gone for a couple months.
If Roman doesn't lay out The Rock, I think a babyface turn is possible.
You start booing him again?
I'll boo him.
It's possible.
I'll boo him. I don't want
think in your
Roman.
scenario, if Solo takes over, Roman's the babyface.
Solo, maybe something that happens is a la Sid the night after WrestleMania 11. Maybe Solo beats the hell out of Roman and just beats him into a break. And then Roman comes back on SummerSlam.
Yeah.
Do we ever find out why Stone Cold wasn't there?
Maybe Fatu. Hold on, no, because we got to answer that one. Maybe Fatu helps Solo. They beat the hell out of Roman. Roman disappears for a little while. They run things for 3-4 months, and then Roman comes back at SummerSlam.
Or he comes back with The Rock.
Oh.
And they're both baby
maybe
faces.
they both get their asses beat tonight by Fatu and Solo.
Uh-huh. I like that.
He's already signed, right?
He signed. Yeah, he signed. He signed. To answer your question, I can't see anything regarding Stone Cold Steve Austin.
That is the one thing that kept it from being perfect.
It was definitely confusing to hear the gong and not the glass shatter. And then when the gong hit, it was like, okay, it has to happen now. Like, nope.
I was thinking
it was Taker.
I was thinking when Mankind won the belt and Austin came in, I thought they were gonna do that. He's gonna come in last second, but now
you thought Mankind was gonna come out?
No, how they did it when Stone Cold came in to save him at the end.
Yeah, the crowd would have. They would have gone.
Yeah, we were all waiting.
They would have gone nuts for that.
I'm not gonna lie. When the ref hit 3, I was a little disappointed. I was like, oh no, it's still cool.
I did kind of jump. I was like, it's over.
It's over.
It's
so ridiculous. I'm talking about this too. It's so ridiculous. My shoulder slumped so low. 3. I said, oh, wait a minute.
He's just patting Kenny on the back. It'll be okay, Dad. He'll win next time.
I was standing up. My shoulder slumped. I go sit in my seat, and then I put my hand over my face like, damn. Wow.
Great story. It was a great story. It worked.
But that's what you want, right? Like you want this. To me, that's the goal of all of this. You want people like ourselves who know the outcome essentially to still be invested and still feel. And they did it perfect. They did it perfect.
The first hour of Raw tonight is commercial free.
Ooh.
Maybe our friends at Tom's Watch Bar got a little satellite action.
Hey.
I'm saying.
Nah, bro. It's gonna happen. We're talking to the people Because if they got a damn 2-night watch party, they ain't gonna have no problem turning on Raw real quick. At least on one of them.
Well, it depends.
TVs.
It depends on what.
Oh yeah, they might have to do.
Yeah, it had like DirecTV. I think is the only one that shows Raw though at 5 o'clock.
Hey,
everything else is tape delayed.
Recorded.
Well, yeah, but it still wasn't there till 8.
Oh, that's true too. Well, if it were,
we'll be at times till 11, guys.
Well, 11:05.
11:05.
Look, we'll just airplay on one of our phones.
Hey, that's a shoot.
Airplay on one of the TVs.
Hey, that's a shoot. I got access to a East Coast account. We've done it before.
Speaking of national championships, last time we were together for a national championship, we were signing Kenny's contract at Morton's.
That's right.
That's facts.
Wow.
I just remembered it right now.
That's a shoot.
Yeah.
That's right.
Is
Yeah.
it 3 years, 2 years to the day?
Contract. Everybody, wait a minute. Everybody was. I think your contract was finalized that day.
Brother,
no, Kenny Jesse
no,
wasn't even
I
under
was still considered
contract
street
that
team
day.
at that time.
Aaron just walked in with me and Jesse and were like, sign this.
You're a jerk. Sign this.
Did the same thing to me.
I don't think that's what they did.
Aaron wasn't there.
Aaron wasn't there he wasn't there. You got a picture with Stacy, with the boss.
Well,
Stacey Kaufman was standing on chairs trying to take pictures of this guy signing his contract.
That's a shoot.
Vladi was there.
Oh.
Vladi and Luke were there.
That's true. The ESPN, the
damn Luke.
The ESPN 1320 version of Vladi and Luke were there at that famous dinner.
Vivek was there though.
Vivek was there. That's right.
Luke asking me every week to watch the film.
How are those mushrooms? Hey, go to hell. How about that?
Oh man.
Luke asking us if we're hearing the game plans from the other teams.
What's the scuttlebutt, guys?
Luke said, "Hey guys, I feel like the free throw music isn't working. Maybe we change it or something."
We need one of those. They're airing a behind the scenes of Wrestlemania docu. We need a behind the scenes of D'Lo and KC.
So hey, look real quick, and then we can move on from wrestling. But real quick, I got the question asked to me yesterday for the first time ever. We're sitting there, we're watching everything, and I think it was them airing that behind the scenes thing. That's what made me think about this. Got the question. We're sitting there watching it as a family. Reese goes, "Wait a minute, is wrestling scripted?"
Oh no!
And I said, "I don't know, son. I don't think so."
Oh no! Call Uncle D'Lo and ask him. Call Uncle D'Lo again.
Because I think I didn't even pay that much. I just knew it was coming on. I think I might have saw it the day before, but I didn't pay that much attention to the commercial. But it's corporate rock, right? Like it's not heel rock anymore.
No,
like
it's rock. It's Dwayne.
And he's like, "Hey, how you doing?" Da, da, da. And Reese is sitting there
it was
just perplexed. Like
it was one of the most. It was almost kind of jarring. It was one of the most like inside baseball things I've seen them do. Like in terms of now they've done like they did. I don't even think they truly tell the Daniel Bryan story, right? Which is it's essentially the same thing. They allude to it, but I don't think they ever were like, "Yeah, we screwed up." They were just like, "Yeah, we had an idea when Rock came in January." And what I'm curious to hear, and Rock said that in the press conference.
Yeah.
I'm curious, like, how do they acknowledge, like, I'm curious if they acknowledge Cody winning the Royal Rumble. Like, what were you gonna do? And like, tell the story, because my feeling was if you were gonna do Rock versus Roman, it wasn't gonna be for the title. Cody was gonna get the title, shot. But like, when were you gonna do it? How were you gonna do it? We once had a theory. Night 1, Rock and Roman. Night 2, Roman and Cody. Which I still think would have worked, to be honest with you. But it looked like a hell of a.
Yeah, I'm check it out.
It's just
I'm watching.
I didn't it was just like, wow, that's different.
Didn't expect that.
That's
but
different.
Yeah, got the question, and then
did he just drop it after that?
Kind of.
Okay.
Because I was just. He knows, but
did he ask?
I'm sure if he's asking a question, I'm sure he knows. But he was like, is wrestling scripted? I said, I don't know, bro. I don't think so.
Is it wrong to say, yeah, it's a TV show?
I wasn't ready to do that yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's gotta find out naturally. That's the way I found it.
He's got to find out when The Rock throws a punch and it doesn't connect by like 5 feet, and he wonders why did Roman just sell this?
Yeah, well,
why did Roman fall? The Rock missed.
And then they got people NBC who put on the Secrets of Wrestling when in the 90s. I said, wait a minute.
Never know. Reese could be at some gym talking to Terry Funk. Damn it, it's still real to me.
Hey, look,
take it easy, pal.
That little series, that little thing where they told all the secrets of wrestling or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been able to unsee when their heads come together and they're telling them the next move.
Oh,
I see it every time now.
Cody was doing it like 10 different times.
It's way funnier when one of them has short hair, because you always have to do like a weird sequence where you're just like buried in his like shoulder or something. Like
the best one was the Royal Rumble where it's John Cena, Shinsuke, and like 2 other people or whatever. And John Cena's just like, to hell with it. He tells Shinsuke now.
Yeah, John was never very good at that. All right, drop tackle clothesline. Hey, Cena, pipe down. Like, all right, guys, let's go home. Let's wrap this thing up.
Let's wrap it up.
All right,
Oh,
all right,
man.
John, settle down, buddy.
Yeah, ever since that Secrets of Wrestling, I've never been able to unsee that. I see it every single time now.
Once I found out it was
Every
scripted,
time.
I was more interested in like the behind the scenes and how that works.
It's not a thing anymore, but people glamorize the Attitude Era. It's really tough to like not see when they give themselves a little little extra color.
Yeah.
It's like, wait a minute, what is he? Oh, he's okay.
Wait till Reese
Sean
finds
had
out.
that. Sean, I still think Sean's at Hell in a Cell was an all-time classic. He pulls the gimmick out of his like tape on his hand. And as the Undertaker is throwing him into the cage, as he's going up, he goes like this.
Oh,
so he hits the cage and comes back, and his face is just covered.
that's crazy.
But he does it in mid-flight.
That is crazy. that
Does
he
it in
did that.
mid-flight.
You tell him wrestling's
Wow.
scripted, but everything Mankind did was real.
Well, that's a shoot. Yeah,
Yeah.
mankind was real.
So look, man, national championship. Don Staley, South Carolina.
We'll get back to the Kings.
Yeah.
Kenny's ignoring my layout here
Well,
because he can't wait to
What?
because he doesn't think I'm actually going to give Dawn her due.
Well, we know the bit that we have on here.
I
but,
also forgot the show's a half hour shorter today. So
but so Don wins,
Mhm.
all this other stuff. I was very, very upset, and she actually did it to Caitlin as well. But I was upset and thought it was so whack of Diana Taurasi over the weekend. Her coverage and her comments towards Angel and Caitlin. I just thought they were unnecessary, and that's the wrong person to be saying anything about. Yeah, the real thing's about to happen now. I think. For those who missed it, Diana during the Birdie and Diana
show is
show,
Bird and
yeah,
Taurasi,
whatever
yeah.
it is. They're
the Manning
simulcast.
cast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're simulcast. They're Manning cast, like you said. They just had a picture. They were doing a montage of, I think, different players. I don't even think it was just on Angel, but it was Angel, and she was on the ground, and it was sometime during the season. It wasn't even like tournament game or nothing like that. But she's on the ground, something happened, and she waves bye-bye. We're all assuming to an opponent. I don't know. Nobody really knows what she was doing, but it was her waving bye-bye. And Sue Bird goes, oh, look, she's waving bye-bye. And then Diana goes, yeah, bye-bye to your career. It's like, oh, that shade was unnecessary. And then after, might have been Friday night. I don't know. She was on with SVP, and she's talking about,
She being Diana.
She's like, yeah, Caitlin, yeah, it's about to get real. We ain't having none of all that. And she's going to get some real grown women. And yeah, we gonna see now. We gonna see. And it's like, bro, what are you doing?
Bro, that's Diana. Diana's not a media person. Like they put her on for that stuff. That's who Diana Taurasi is.
Came off like a hater.
But that's fine. That's who Diana Taurasi is. Like she's also that's her. I don't think she's a hater. Maybe she is, but that's her attitude with everyone. That's not her. Like Diana's 42 years old. She's not the one anymore. But she don't know she's not the one. That's Diana. That's always going to be Diana. That's why they put her on TV. It's for moments like that and moments like when she introduced your girl Asia Wilson.
I didn't see that part.
You didn't? Okay. Try to find it. I can't. I don't even know that I could repeat what she said.
Don't do it.
It was so like they actually re-aired it too. They played it twice. What's South Carolina's name? The mascot.
The Gamecocks.
And they have a nickname.
No, I'm not gonna say it.
Okay. She called them. She said, "Oh, Asia's here. She's the biggest South Carolina nickname in the building." Say that in your head. That's what she said on the show. That's what they put Diana Taurasi on TV for, is those shock value moments. She's not going to hold back how she feels about Angel Reese. That's the chatter amongst people in the league. Like they showed a WNBA graphic, like the top a WNBA draft graphic with the top 5 players. Angel's not that. Like I think there are people looking, because Diana didn't grow up in that. She didn't come up in this era of making millions of dollars in college. Yeah, they're going to feel some type of way about a girl who they're going to look at like she's not good. So they're going to look at her, but she's not good. We're going to come in here. And I told you this a long time ago. And I think this is true for Caitlyn. I just think they're going to have a lot harder of a time with Caitlyn. Is they're going to do exactly what they did with Sabrina. You're the latest one, huh? All right. Come see us. Sabrina responded. And once you respond, everyone's like, all right, she with us. If you cower away, then you're going to have a tough time. Caitlyn ain't going to cower. I don't think Angel's going to cower. And truth be told, Caitlyn's just going to be too good. But they do that with it's almost like the WNBA is almost like a sorority. You've got these stupid initiation things that they're going to put you through, and you better respond, especially if you're one of them. So you better respond.
And a lot of the comments were, and I understand it, is Diana, get your old ass out of the league. Like you out here hating on these young people coming in here. You get out of the league. You're still holding a spot on Team USA. Get your ass out of here.
Is she?
That's
what
they're saying. USA? That's what they're saying. That she's still holding on to a spot on Team USA. And
that's terrible. If she's on Team USA, that's awful.
That's what because the comments were flaming her on Angel. I didn't know. I saw some of it on Caitlyn, but I didn't go as deep into her Caitlyn comments. But they were flaming her like, get your old ass out of here. You sound like an old hater. They were saying some other stuff too. But they're like, you sound like an old hater. And that's what it is. Now,
it's not that with Angel. Angel's not good, dude. I just don't know how to keep saying that. I just don't think, and maybe you're right. Maybe I'm wrong, and I'll happily be wrong this year. I just don't think I am.
So the thing about that is,
damn, she got 5 gold medals. She's going for 6. That'd be insane.
And she don't give nobody no chance.
Man, yeah, her and people don't like to point this out. Her and Birdie being on that 2020 team was a joke. That was a joke.
She's about to be on 2024.
She's gonna be on 2024. She's gonna be that one who didn't play. She's gonna be, but 6 gold medals is insane.
No, that is
nuts.
That's unbelievable.
Wow.
But the thing, and I think Caitlyn is an unbelievable ball player. I love her game. But the way Angel gets critiqued and all this other stuff, and other people get critiqued, there's some things that Caitlyn. Number one, Caitlyn can't.
She got to fix.
She can't shoot the 3 without going to the left. That's all she's got. And that's what South Carolina did in that game. Now she started off on fire, but they just stayed on the left hand.
Well, you know what else there ain't gonna be? One touch logo threes. You're gonna have a whole roster of individuals to answer for it. Yeah,
because if you don't, you better pass the next time. The other thing about Caitlyn is that they hid behind this zone all day. She don't play a lick of defense. Play a lick of defense. So now she's gonna be asked in a man-to-man situation, to guard Kelsey Plum, to guard Sabrina Ionescu. You know, I want to see how that plays out. Now, I think she's tougher than a $2 steak, and I think she'll figure a lot of things out. I think she's going to be a great ball player in the league. But there's everything was catered to Caitlin for the last 2 years at Iowa. Everything was. And we'll see if she's able to do the same things in the league. I don't think she's going to do the same exact things. I think her shot, you just mentioned her shot selection is going to have to improve a little bit. Now, with that comes, you're going to be playing with better teammates. So if you're playing with Aaliyah Boston, you don't have to do everything. Sometimes you're going to be able to spot up, you know, as opposed to dribble and create and all this other stuff. You have to spot up. Her passing got so much better this year from watching her last year. I mean, she was dropping dimes all year long and trusting her teammates. She did a great job. But there's some things. Last night, yesterday, that was, in my opinion, WNBA level defense, one-on-one defense she was going to be going up against. She went up against yesterday, and she's going to be going up against
Friday too.
As well.
Yeah, Friday too.
Yeah. And there's holes in that game. She can't go right and shoot the jump shot. She cannot. And that's something that she's gonna have to try and figure out, because when it's right, it's all the way to the basket. And if I'm defending her, just stay on her left side. She's not gonna she can score a layup with the right hand and a little floater or something like that, but that's not what's gonna beat you. And that's what South Carolina did yesterday. As long as we limit the threes, we'll win. And that's what happened. Now, once again, better teammates, so it's gonna be a different strategy. But she got some more, and I want to see her defend. She just walks around on the defense.
But here's the thing, though. Like, she doesn't have to have that all figured out in July.
Absolutely not.
It's not even July. It's next month. She doesn't have to have it all figured out next month. Like, it's going to be her first year. She's going to carry a large responsibility, you know, because anytime, you know, 14, 15 million people are tuning in, you know, to see you and your team and the game that you're in, that's a tremendous responsibility. So you don't want her to crumble, but I also don't think she has to be polished either.
No, not at all. Just like any other rookie in any other league, Angel included. Angel ain't got to be who
Victor
she's gonna be.
Wembanyama.
Yeah,
like,
she ain't got to be who she's gonna be in a couple months.
Yeah,
you know, what I bet on with somebody like Angel, she's gonna work on her game. She's tough too, and the league ain't that yet. I keep saying Angel's not gonna get played out of the league. She may not start or anything else like that, but the game ain't there yet where she's just gonna get played out of the league.
Did you see the SNL cold open by any chance?
No.
It was centered around women's basketball.
Was that the inside where they did like Kenny and I saw that happened. I didn't see the skit.
So they did the you know, Ernie and Charles and those guys, and they had Kim Mulkey. And the Kim Mulkey was spectacular. Kim Mulkey wasn't on nearly as long as I would have hoped, but it was tremendous. And I thought more than anything, I thought it was dope that women's basketball led the SNL cold open.
Yeah.
It was really good. You got the Mulkey voice. It wasn't Amy, the girl from Parks and Rec.
Yeah, it seems like she would have been great.
She's the one everyone wanted after Kim's press conference about the Washington Post.
Yeah.
That's Amy Poehler, I think, is she's gonna kill it. She's gonna kill it. They had one of the other cast people do it, but it was perfect. Like, it sounded great. It was really good.
And can't let this moment go. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Don is a man. I love Don Staley.
Do you even look at what I write?
I do. I'm just saying. I'm not going to back you into a corner, but I love Don Staley. I love Don Staley.
Gino, okay, I ain't going to do all that, but Pat, Gino, Kim Mulkey, and Tara Vanderveer. Those are Hall of Famers, and those are the only coaches with 3 or more national titles. Obviously, Pat has 8. Gino has 11. The other 2, the 3 now, including Dawn, have 3. Dawn Staley's 53 years old. Here's the thing I'll say about Dawn, because there was a hiring at the University of Tennessee over the weekend, and I had no idea who this woman was. And I feel like I follow women's basketball pretty closely, especially women's college basketball. I had no idea who this woman was. She came from Marshall or something like that. She's getting the job at the University of Tennessee. Now, Kelly Harper's fine. She had experience as a college coach. I thought she did a fine job at the University of Tennessee. I was surprised that they fired her. But I look around and I look at that job. I look at that University of Tennessee job, and I think about how special it used to be. It was UConn and it was Tennessee. It was Gino and it was Pat. And ever since Pat left, they've from Philip Fulmer to this guy they got running now. They've screwed that women's basketball program up. Mm-hmm. But still, to a certain degree, it's the University of Tennessee. And here's what I'll say about Dawn. Dawn started at Temple, which is obviously really important to her. Philly. Dawn started at Temple while playing in the WNBA. And if memory serves, look this up. I'm almost positive Dawn Staley's last game was here. I'm almost positive that when the Sacramento Monarchs made their run to the 2006 WNBA Finals against the Detroit Shock, they beat the Houston Comets and they beat the Los Angeles Sparks. She played her last year with the Houston Comets while she was coaching Temple. I think she coached like 4 years as a player in the WNBA and as a coach at Temple. Did a very good job at Temple. She took what was the equivalent of a Detroit Pistons job, like a Detroit Pistons right now today job at South Carolina, and turned it into this. The opportunities that are afforded to some people in the coaching circles that aren't afforded to others is something that I will never look down at Dawn for. She took a program that the university cared little about and that no one ever thought about and turned it into now a 3-time national title. She turned it into Dawn is the new era of coaches. You look at the woman who was coaching Iowa. You look at Tara. You look at Kim. You look at my girl who left Notre Dame, Muffet McGraw. That is the past era of, it's not shade, just hear me out, of like the business suits, and this is how we look, and our Southern haircut. That y'all gonna have to move on from that. Because there's going to be a lot more Louis Vuitton jackets and Gucci's and Off-Whites and all of that stuff to appeal to these young people today on sidelines because of what Dawn Staley is doing. I may not like everything that Dawn Staley does. I may feel that she represents herself in not the most honest of fashion sometimes, but I have the utmost respect for what she's done in women's college basketball and for what she has to deal with in college basketball. And there is no greater example than what happened this weekend when some woman from Marshall gets the University of Tennessee job. While you had in 2008, I think she took over at South Carolina. In 2008, Dawn was one of the most important figures in the history of women's basketball at that point, before she ever won a national championship in college basketball. She had won gold medal. She had carried the flag out for the United States at the Olympics. She, I think, was on Martin. She was a part of the inaugural WNBA. She was a huge figure. Her first job was at Temple. Her first main job was out South Carolina. And you get this woman who gets in here who had a nearly identical record to what Dawn had at Temple, and she gets the University of Tennessee job. Shout out to Dawn Staley for doing what she's doing. And I think there are a lot of women moving up the ranks who are going to have to fight a lot of battles. Fight them the way Dawn Staley did, because Dawn Staley is going to be the new era of coaches. Not everyone is going to look like her. Carol Lawson is never going to look like her. Carol Lawson is going to wear Duke gear everywhere she goes. She's not going to wear Louis Vuitton or Gucci. Shoe game going to be fire. Shoe game going to be fire. But it's going to be Nike. It's going to be Duke. That's what she's going to do, and she's going to get through to you in a different way. Those two are paving the way for what college coaches are going to be moving forward. And shout out to Dawn, because Dawn built something that did not exist before her. And the battles that she fought in 2008 are battles that coaches who want to emulate Dawn Staley are fighting in 2024. So I have a tremendous amount of respect for what she's done and what she's built. And you cannot deny 3 national titles.
And the one thing that I'll say about what you said, and I know you feel the same way, Dawn's way is Dawn's way. That doesn't mean it's the only way. You know what I'm saying? Like, Tara Vanderveer still gets through to young people.
Mm-hmm.
Kara Lawson still gets through to young people. Gino still gets through. Those girls, those girls love Gino.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? If you saw how they behaved after they made it to the final, they love Gino.
That was a moving screen, by the way.
Yeah,
a terrible call.
I wouldn't have called it.
Terrible call.
Yeah, I wouldn't have called it.
But she moved.
Yeah, I wouldn't have called it.
It was funny.
It
was funny watching the Bird Tarasi cast with Stewie on, 3 UConn alums when that screen hits, and they're all just like, did she move? Oh, no. Oh, it's not funny. It is funny, but I laughed. And I kind of wanted UConn to win because I believe Gino and Dawn hate each other, and I wanted that to be the national title.
But
I wanted that awkward handshake when it was over.
But Don's way is Don's way, and there's
We
a number
right through the commercial. I had no idea. Sorry, bro.
You were cooking.
You was definitely cooking. But Don's way is Don's way, and that doesn't mean it's the only way. You know what I mean? And I just look at what she does. Like I hear some of the stories throughout that game, and and even before that game or whatever. And she talks about some of the young girls she had, the freshmen and stuff like that, Wiley, and how heralded she was coming into South Carolina, and the skill and the flair that she had. And I saw it. I remember watching that North Carolina game, and Don benched her.
Mm-hmm.
Don said, you got to play defense if you're going. I don't care what All-American you think you are or all this other stuff. This is how you've got to play here if you want to win. And they talked about how she said, you're a talent, not just her, but other people that she's recruited, unbelievably talented. If you think you're going to come here and get 20 shots a game, and get your numbers and all this other stuff, this ain't the place for you. We're about winning. We're about coming together as a team and doing what's best to win as a team here. And if you're not okay with that, by all means, you can go somewhere else. But this is how we play here. And these are the lessons that you try to teach these young people, about winning, about being for the team, about being together. Don does it. Kara does it. Vanderveer does it. I think Gino does it. You know what I mean? Pat did it. These are the things that, in my opinion, always went out at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
I think our girl in the LSU, not our girl, but you know what I mean. I don't think she's Kim Mulkey. I don't think she's a great person, but I see that type of stuff in how she coaches the game. All great coaches, I think, have the same traits of trying to get a group of individuals to come together as a team for the betterment of the team. And I think that always wins out.
And that's one of the unique things about coaching is we tend to evaluate coaches like we evaluate players. Whereas when you feel like you're watching a player, you're watching a skill set, right? With a coach, you can't quantify it the same way. And whether I like her or not, and I don't, Kim Mulkey gets through to her players. Dawn has a way of getting through to her players. I've told you this. I'll never forget watching Dawn Staley coach her first year at South Carolina. Like, that's why, and Kenny and I were talking earlier, I was stunned to see Dawn's reaction last night yesterday after winning the national title. Like, I didn't, not that I didn't know that I was in her like that. Not like that. Not like that. Like, I mean, I get in the moment, like, wow, we did it. Like, I get that. But when Holly came around to do the interview, I was floored by her reaction. But I remember her seeing her first year. She got her first big recruit, and Kelsey Bone, and Kelsey was lazier than you couldn't imagine. And you think you could be lazy with Dawn Staley? Dawn, I swear to you, 5 feet from me, reenacted that Cuba Gooding Jr. scene from Boys in the Hood. When I say she beat the crap out of the air, like she was throwing fists at no one. She wasn't talking. She wasn't yelling. She just started punching the air. And all I could think was like, man, this coaching stuff is difficult. She got Kelsey. Kelsey not even in the drills. She's like off to the side because she's not listening and she's fed up with it. That was year one in 2008. But I know everyone else. And you know what happened to that girl? She transferred. She transferred to Texas A&M. Everyone else out there on that floor listened to everything Dawn said, because when you're a player like that, who when you're a player the caliber of her, you're going to get people who respect your game. Kara, a player of that caliber, you're going to get people who respect your game. Obviously, with Gino, it's different. With Pat, it was different because those kids didn't see Pat play, right? But most of them have played before. But a lot of these people are, Dawn's still in highlights. Dawn still shows up on reruns of Martin. Like, Dawn's still very visible in all of this. And she is a central figure and maybe the central figure to women's college basketball moving forward. She might be what Pat was. She might be what Gino was. And whatever one she is, there better be another.
I think there definitely is.
If she's Pat, there needs to be a Gino.
Yeah, I think there's a few others, and that's what I love.
Besides Gino. there needs to be a Gino besides Gino.
Right. I think there's a few of them, man, and that's why the women's game is in a great place. And a little bit of a segue here. Men's game is in a little bit of flux.
Well, let's get Ramsey here, because I think that's what he wants to talk about. 916-909, 24 million people for Iowa, South Carolina. Wow.
They doubled what they did the other day, right?
Peaked at just about.
That was 12.
12, yeah. Peaked at 24 million people. That is incredible.
Wow.
Ramsey, what's up, man?
Not too much, gentlemen. Yeah, that is my question. Going from the women's to the men's game, what is the landscape of the men's game going to be now, especially now with the SEC, with John Calipari flipping from Kentucky to Arkansas? Because we do know Arkansas had a good program and was running a tight ship with Eric Musselman before he went to USC. What does Calipari take with him to Arkansas? And who takes the job in Kentucky now?
Good question. A multitude of good questions.
Do not know.
Yeah.
What I think the men's game needs to do, and this is a little controversial, and I understand why, and maybe nobody cares but me, but they need to put an age limit on the college players for the betterment of everybody involved. For the bigger picture is they need to cut down, and I'm not saying like go make a bill to do this. Like, I don't think it's going to happen, but they need to put a 3 years from your graduating high school class limit on these guys being able to enter the draft. They need to make them sit out a year if they transfer, if your coach didn't leave. And they need to use that NCAA as a minor league type system, the way college football does. College football doesn't have these issues because most of the time 18-year-olds aren't ready to go play in the NFL. So they have to stay. Women's college basketball, I think, has a year limit, right? Like they have to be 3 years removed, or they have to be juniors or something like that, right?
Yeah. To go to the draft.
Yeah.
Yeah. It has to be. Yes. It's 3 years. I think you have to be 21. I think that's what it is. But I don't feel it's not worded that way. It's worded differently.
I think that's what would help not only the NBA, but the men's college game. You've got to get guys that people can follow their story to. We just talked about wrestling, right? Like if Cody would have beat Roman the day after, or the next pay-per-view after Roman got the title, who would really care?
Yeah.
But we were invested for years with both of these guys. We're invested for at least 2 years with Caitlin. I know people weren't paying attention the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
But at least a couple years with Caitlin. We're invested with Juju. We're going to see Juju for another 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Paige, we've known her for 3-4 years. There's nobody like that. Zach Edey, I don't think people really invested in Zach Edey like that. Connecticut, while they got seniors on there, we can't name their starting 5. And that's what happened for these teams in the past. You got to get invested. And not only does that help the college game, it helps the NBA because these guys are already stars going into your league and people that they're familiar with going into your league. And the Players Association, don't think they'll go for it. I understand the money aspect of it and, letting these 18-year-olds make their money and stuff like that. I get it, but I think that's what would be best for everybody involved.
Kamara and Maddie, hang tight. We want to talk to both of you and don't want any rush on your thoughts. So we'll come back. We'll take your phone calls, 916-909-1320. James Ham will join us as well. We'll talk Kings basketball. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Mm-hmm. 3 years. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. 3 years to turn pro. Yeah, Jersey, I'm with you. I want to see Juju in person. I absolutely want to see her in person. I need to make it an effort. I need to make an effort to go to Stanford more. Go to Stanford and watch them work. That's a great program. D-Lo, was Undertaker there because he was the original final boss of WrestleMania with the win streak? I like the thinking. I don't think so.
I don't think he was out of place, too, with the Undertaker.
Mm-mm.
I don't think it was like, what the hell is he doing? This doesn't make sense.
He was absolutely not out of place. It just wasn't who we wanted.
Yeah, it wasn't who it was supposed to be.
When it was clear where this was going, it was like, oh, got to have all. I mean, Austin and Rock headlined 3 WrestleManias. Give me that. But for whatever reason, it wasn't meant to be. Hammer. Oh, yeah, that fortress is popping. It is popping.
Was that him under the ring peg junk? I know there was someone under there. Did you see when Cody went under the apron, someone had to move their arm all quick because you could see it?
No, I didn't see it.
Let me see. I'll tag you on it on Twitter.
We did. Twitter boom is dead. R.I.P. to the Twitter boom. The X boom. We'll take a couple phone calls when we get back, James.
I'm on, I think.
Oh, nope. I don't have you on my screen.
Oh, my bad.
There you are. My bad. There we go. Yeah, the McIntyre tweet made me laugh. That was pretty funny. I thought Bad Bunny's tweet was funny too.
I didn't see that. What did Bad Bunny say?
What would Bad Bunny
So,
say?
Drew tweeted during the match, he grabbed like his girl's phone or whatever, bored at work, LOL. when it was over, Bad Bunny quote tweeted him and said, "Hope you had a good shift." I didn't see that.
Yeah, he quoted it after and he dropped that.
Good stuff.
I like Drew, man. He's cooking. He's cooking, and he set up the program of the summer, man. Because we don't know where Cody's going, but it sure looked like Punk is pretty damn close to being back. He had his brace off, and
I thought he was going to do something like other than that. Like I
Yeah.
thought he was going to like fight him.
yeah, I popped when that music hit though.
Yeah, that was good stuff.
Okay. All right, man. James Ham here with us as our show ends a little early today. We're ending around 3:30 to bring you coverage, complete coverage of the NCAA National Championship. And, of course, all four of us are headed out to Tom's Watch Bar. And I guess we're just leaving right after the show. Well, we can't leave right after the show, but Kenny and I will be there around 5 o'clock. So come through, hang out. We're going to have a good time. We're going to be talking a lot of wrestling today. James, prepare yourself. We're going to be talking a lot of wrestling at the Watch Bar today with you guys. Tom's Watch Bar in Doco. Let's get to Maddie. A couple of calls here before we settle into the Kings. Maddie, what's going on, man?
Yo, what's up, y'all? How you doing?
What up, Maddie?
Yo. So, just want to touch on a couple of WrestleMania thoughts real quick. So, one, I agree that when the Shield music hit, I was like, yo, Ambrose was good. And you got to know, Tony Khan was punching air all of Saturday and Sunday night. Like, that's just a given. WWE cooked, man. And I felt like a kid again last night, man. It was crazy. I was a big Undertaker stan, so when the gong hit, I marked out for real. And I like this role for the Undertaker, sort of like the ghost of WrestleMania, like, you know, enforcing when he definitely has to. So I loved it, and I just want to say I like D'Lo's idea, but I definitely think we need to see like Cody and The Rock at some point, whether it's SummerSlam or somewhere down the line.
I like it. Yeah, I like it. I like that idea.
Jesse, I can't remember. I want to put him on blast. It's my boy Matty. Did Matty call in Friday and said Cody was going to be a heel?
No, that wasn't Matty. That was someone else. Yeah, some guy. I can't remember his name. Old Yeller. He told us to call him Old Yeller.
That's right, Old Yeller.
Old Yeller comes in on Friday and he said Cody was going to turn heel because he said the fans were starting to get tired of him.
Yeah, it sure looked like that last night.
Shout out Old Yeller.
Yeah, salute.
Hey, the Philly crowd was good. I think maybe my thought is more of the lighting, but you couldn't, especially on Saturday, you couldn't see anything. You couldn't see it. So if there was a big moment or a big, pop or something like that, the lighting, it was so dark in there, you couldn't see what was going on with the crowd. It seemed like it was a little better on Sunday. Seemed like you could see into the crowd a little bit.
Was it because the weather was different?
Maybe. I don't.
It would have gotten dark by the second hour of the show.
But I just remember
meteorologist Michael Cole made sure to update us on the.
Well, I remember the first day I was like, it's really dark in there. You can't even, like, you almost couldn't tell they were in a stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Almost looked like an arena. And then I was like, they look like they're freezing.
Oh yeah, they looked miserable. Absolutely miserable. I
really Wale, and then we just had hoodies and beanies on, and
poor 2 Chainz. 2 Chainz didn't even get the graphic. They're like, yeah, there's Drewski and Wale. It's like, yo, that's 2 Chainz right there. James would never ignore 2 Chainz. Let's get Kamara in here real quick. Kamara, what's going on, bro?
What's going on,
Kamara, by the way, Beyonce's vinyl for Cowboy Carter, it comes out in like a week for most of us, for regular people. Kamara was showing off his new Cowboy Carter vinyl on IG this weekend.
Oh, that's how
I guess that's what happens when you travel out of the country multiple times to see Beyonce. The rest of us have to wait till like the 12th or something.
Wow.
Little peasants like us. Hey, salute.
Salute indeed.
Well, I mean, I know Damion's not talking. He's got front row seats to WrestleMania, so I don't know what that's about.
I was at home.
Oh, okay.
I was watching at home.
Yeah. Fellas, I was thinking about something, and I think it was apropos with the whole wrestling thing this weekend, and then with the J. Cole stuff. I know you guys talked ad nauseum about it early in the show, and you know how like you guys always talk about like when a person turns heel and it doesn't match their character type, and I felt like Cole really just like I never believed in the whole Cole Kendrick thing. Right, the camps were too closely aligned with one another. Like Cole's produced some of Kendrick's early records on Section 80 and whatnot. But I think ultimately getting gassed up by other people over the last 2 weeks, and Cole was trying to become like was trying to act as a heel with that particular, and it just the persona didn't work. And to Casey's point, or I don't know if it was Damien's earlier point, I don't know if it hurts his career, but it did take away from the aura a little bit. Because
that was Casey.
Yeah, because I don't know if it's not going to hurt your career, but it's like you shouldn't even succumb to that. You're supposed to be rising above it. And the fact that you got sucked into it, I think that was the most disappointing thing. Not the fact you did a mid-diss. I know, Keisha, you were pumping it up on the group chat.
I wasn't pumping it up. I just a little warning shot.
He was kind of pumping it up. He was kind of pumping it up. He was kind of pumping it up.
Kind of pumping it up. But I mean, I just think like ultimately when something doesn't go along with who you are or what you're about, like we can kind of see through it. I respect Cole for understanding that I can't keep going down this road because it's gonna wear thin. And so I hope people don't hold this over him, but I do see where Casey's talking about with again the order thing. So anyway, miss you guys. Just wanted to say what's up and have a great week, bro.
My man, appreciate you,
Kumar.
Yeah, appreciate you, Kumar. You was kind of gassing it up in the group text.
I said, okay, I see him in the
James,
bar,
your thoughts on J. Cole and Kendrick Lamar?
I agree with everything he said.
See, there it is. James Ham, our Kings insider from the Insiders, joining us here as we get ready for a frantic final week of the regular season. It's not even a final week. We're 6 days at this point. There's no games tonight. It'll be 5 days starting tomorrow. Dang. And it feels like, I guess it'll be 6 days starting tomorrow. It just kind of feels like Kenny and I are a little bit different. I kind of feel like the Kings need to win the rest of these games to really, really have a shot at the 6th spot. Where do you land with these final 4 games and the Kings' chances to be a top 6 team?
Okay, so by my math, if the Kings win all 4, and that includes a win over the Pelicans and over the Suns, and the Suns and the Pelicans win their remaining 3 games, they would all tie, and the Kings would get in as a 6. That's because the Kings have
the head-to-heads are thrown out at that point.
They're thrown out.
Why New Orleans is not a concern.
And the Suns have a tiebreaker over the Pelicans. If the Kings beat the Suns, that would give them the tiebreaker over the Suns, and the Pelicans have a tiebreaker over the Kings. So all of those tiebreakers cross-cancel each other. It goes straight to conference record because they're not all divisional foes, and the Kings have a much better conference record than the other 2. Now you can start looking at other variants of this. The Kings could lose to the Pelicans, and then have the Pelicans lose 2, not including the Kings, and the Suns lose 2. They would all tie again, and then you could see the Kings get through. But it's interesting. I think it's going to be a fun week of like game on.
Yeah, like, first of all, go Clippers.
Go Clips.
Go Clippers. Go Clippers. Okay, Clip show.
Man. Against Cleveland. Paul George dropping Evan Mobley to hit the game winner. That was nasty.
Yeah, I'm intrigued too to see who shows up. Like what Kings team shows up, because the Kings have a brutal schedule. I mean, it's OKC, and then it's this crazy back-to-back that means everything between with the Pelicans and the Suns. And then I think we all sitting here can go, okay, maybe they win all 3, and then they lose to the Blazers last game of the season. We're all just like, I don't even know what to say. Like what, I was telling Jesse earlier, you could just see like Scoot wearing his big old like bottle glasses and like flexing after scoring a career high 42 on the Kings last game of the season. We're all sitting here like,
Scoot's a monster.
I knew it was happening. I knew this was going to happen.
Scoot's going to appear at WrestleMania 42. He's a monster.
Yeah, they I think they can they can go 3-1 and still get to their goal. That's what I think. And then, you know, the math I think aligns up. But as far as getting to the 6th seed, I think they can go 3-1 and still get there. But obviously, like Davion brought up earlier, depends on what's part of those 3, right? Like I think, and you laid out a good scenario as well, but I think feels like you have to win the Pelicans and Suns game.
Yeah. Okay. So you could lose to the Pelicans. You can't lose to the Suns. And then you would have to have the Pelicans lose 2 games. If you're going to lose 1, the other 2 teams have to lose 2. I could easily see, I mean, the Kings could go 4-0. Just check this. The Kings could go 4-0. They could, and then again, beating the Pelicans could go 3-1. And if the Suns go 2-2, the Kings are done because the Suns need the Kings need the 3-way tie. If the Kings finish tied for the 6th seed with the Pelicans go through and they don't because the Pelicans have the tiebreaker. So same thing. If the Pelicans lose 3 games, the Suns and Kings, the Kings win 4, Suns lose 1, and they end up tied. The Suns and the Kings end up tied at the end. The Kings would go through because they'd have the tiebreaker. So yeah, I think it's gonna be fun. I mean, like this is what you want to see, right? This is like you put yourself in this situation, but also look at the top. Like you're not gonna get a night off from OKC. OKC is right in it with the Timberwolves and Denver. You know, they're what are they, a game back with 4 to play. That's crazy. So you're going to have OKC fighting, you're going to have Denver fighting, you're going to have Minnesota fighting, and that's what you kind of want. Even the Minnesota game, I think the Suns play Minnesota on the last game of the season. That could have implications for the 6 seed and the 1 seed. And again, I think this is the brilliance of the play-in tournament. I wasn't 100% like sold in the beginning, but now, like, yeah, game on. This is spectacular.
We'll come back. We'll settle in for what I think will be our last conversation of the day. Nice long conversation with our man.
We
James
got no more
Ham
breaks
here.
coming up.
Don't you dare go anywhere, folks. We'll keep the cameras rolling here during the commercial break.
That always cracks me.
And we'll come back with more of James Ham here with D'Lo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Okay. Just a reminder, guys, we're out at 3:26. My stupid ass really wishes I had remembered that this morning.
Okay, so I just tested something.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the numbers.
What'd you do?
I tweeted out, join us.
Well, the James Ham effect. Oh, there's probably, yeah. No? Mm-mm.
Well, I forgot
No.
to tweet it out this morning because because I don't usually.
You're alone, yeah.
Yeah, I'm alone. Well, with Jesse.
Well,
I'm all alone with Jesse. But I forgot to tweet it out this morning. There was no X when I logged on at all. As soon as I hit join us, it bumped to 300. Well,
James is the key to this whole thing working.
I don't know. I do need my own theme music, Jason Siebenthal. Yeah, I'm gonna get you sucker. I'm gonna have my own theme band that just follows me around everywhere.
That's a good reference, James. That's a good reference.
Oh, Junebug.
Look, brother, if you can't dig my melodious voice.
How much is it for 1 rib? You just pour the soda in my hand.
Chris Rock.
Got change for 100?
That's where all of like Chris Rock's like mannerisms were born. All of the how much money for a rib?
How much is it for just 1 rib?
Over the top, yeah.
Give you $1.50. Oh.
And you just spray some barbecue sauce on my lips.
That was episode 2 where Michael Scott does the Chris Rock impression, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, from Bring the Pain. Have you seen Bring the Pain?
No, sir. Assuming that's a Chris Rock stand-up or something.
It's a Chris Rock stand-up or something.
I'm not a big stand-up guy, I don't think. Like, I think it's funny, but I don't know if I'll go out and like watch.
That's fair.
Kind of the same way. Like we have stand up on occasion, like at the lake. We have a guy who used to be a comedy promoter, and so he's been able to land us some like pretty big time comedians. But then you have to be kind of you have to tone it down because there's some older folks.
Yeah,
and
not everyone can do that.
Yeah, I just let it go. I think it's hilarious when they start making fun of the old hair, the blue hairs. Whoa. Okay, did you see the last dive bar people were able to get the trademark for Las Vegas Athletics?
Oh.
Because the A's are irresponsible boobs when it comes to everything business, which is why they trademarked Sacramento A's and Sacramento Athletics over the last week, which now we're yahoos for not going out and doing that ourselves.
Said it over the weekend. All that unlicensed Sacramento A's gear I'm seeing, I love.
I haven't seen it.
I love. There's T-shirts floating around, and give me some Sacramento A's gear.
Well, here's the problem that they have. If they just want to call them the A's and not the Sacramento A's, and they're not going to produce that product, then they won't hold on to their trademark, and they won't be able to fight anyone else for the trademark.
Somebody said that
you have to actually use it.
Somebody said, I don't remember it, but somebody said Cavill said there was going to be some type of Sacramento on the uniform when they did that little press conference.
Yeah.
They said they started off saying, hey, we're just the A's, da-da-da-da. But when asked about it a little bit more, he's like, no, there will be some signage on the
Someone pulled the string.
All right, we are back here with our man James Ham of the Insiders as we gear up for a busy week. Of course, we're gearing up for the national championship tonight, UConn and Purdue. We're going to be out at Tom's Watch Bar in Doco. We would love to see you. There are 4 million TVs at Tom's Watch Bar. We're going to have a good time. We heard they had a 2-day WrestleMania party there. We'll see if they could throw Raw on one of those TVs. But we're going to have a good time out there. Come through. The Michelob Ultra is going to be flowing. We're going to have a great time watching UConn and Purdue tonight. And even if you're not,
any predictions?
I'll go. I picked UConn earlier. I won't deviate from that. I'll just stick with that. I know. You told me.
I need Purdue.
I got you. I didn't say I was rooting for UConn. I root for the family to get paid. Everybody got to eat.
Me and the Sean Cunningham, we're doing well in a pool.
Okay.
We need one last win. One win.
You care to disclose?
No.
Oh,
No.
Wow. You know it's a lot when you can't say how much it is. I like it. Hey, I'll be a Boilermaker for Hammer tonight. And even if you're not that interested in the game, just come hang out with us.
Yeah.
We're gonna be outside.
Come by for sure.
Be outside. You know, I don't ever go outside.
Shout out to my guy, Coach Chris. He is him and Young Zell. Actually, we got some all-stars. Coach Chris, Young Zell tied for first in the D-Lo and KC bracket challenge.
Okay.
And Javon Stallworth is third.
All right, Javon. I see you, boy.
I think I'm last.
Well, it's okay.
I did poorly in that pool.
I'm 41st.
Hammer, that pool was going to pay you nothing. If you did well in a pool that's going to pay you, that's the only one that matters.
Ain't that the facts, Jack?
So come through and see us tonight, Tom's Watch Bar. We'd love to see you. I say tonight. I'm talking about like an hour and a half. Come see us at Tom's Watch Bar.
Oh, James, you're only 79.
Out of
80.
Who's 80?
Daniel Yoon.
Step it up, Daniel.
You got to try to be this bad.
Hammer, we talked a little bit about this earlier. Kenny's had some strong opinions on it as well. What does Colby Jones and what we saw from Mike Brown, and perhaps more importantly, what we haven't seen from Harrison Barnes, particularly yesterday. What story do you think that's telling over the course of the next 4 games?
I think the story it tells is that Mike Brown is coaching his behind off. Like, he doesn't care who you are and what you mean to the franchise and how long you've been there and how many games in a row you've played. If you're not going to step up in this moment, then he's going to go to someone else that can. And whether that's a rookie or it's a second-year guy who was a two-way player halfway through the season, or it's Kessler Edwards who's in the final year of his contract, he doesn't care. Put up or go sit on the bench. And I think that that's what Mike has to do in this situation. But doing that, us saying that is one thing. Actually, as a coach, putting your veteran, your leader on the bench for 11 minutes and having him play 11 minutes and playing a rookie in the final week and a half of the season, it's bold. But what do you got to lose? Like, if you're I'm going to put you in the Knicks game in the fourth quarter after you haven't done anything the entire game, and the first thing you're going to do is turn the ball over. Like, what is Mike Brown supposed to do? Like, and I'll say this again. It's unfortunate. The Kings have a couple of players who have, like, they've shown you who they are. And, like, for this team to take the next steps, they have to have people who are ready to take that next step with the core. And some guys just, they're not there yet, or they're not made for it, or whatever. But, like, man, you have every opportunity in the world. You have two of your top scorers from last year are gone. They might not, one of them is done for the year. One of them might not even be able to make it back if you make it to the playoffs. Everybody's got to step up.
Mm-hmm.
And I see Alex Len out there stepping up. And I see Keon Ellis. And I see Davion Mitchell. And I see Trey Lyles. You know, I see Keegan Murray. We've been waiting for Keegan Murray to shoot 18 times a game. Now in the last 5 games, he shot 18 times 3 times. So, like, where is this step up from everyone involved? And it's just, man, you got to do it.
You know, James, I talked about this on Friday. I don't think I talked about it with you. Mentioned a little bit to Dame when he came in for his run-in. But when it comes to Harrison, man, I hate to sound like our people in the Bay Area, but I just feel like you can't trust him. You can't trust him in the biggest of moments, when them lights are the brightest, when you need him the most. You can't trust that he's going to show up.
You know, I think that there are plenty of moments that we can point to where Harrison Barnes has in the past.
When the lights are bright? When
you
really need him?
I mean, we remember him missing the shot in Game 4, right? Again, well, you can go back to his time with the Warriors, but the shot in Game 4 this season, this last playoff, where the ball rimmed out. Like, the fact that he took that shot, it shows me he was ready. I just think that, you know, for whatever reason at this point, he's played a lot of games, he's played a lot of minutes, and all of a sudden it's like you have every single opportunity here to seize a moment and to step into a role where you're averaging 15 to 20 a game and helping this team get over the hump. And he hasn't been able to do it. And so, you know, I don't know what to say, because it's tough. Harrison Barnes, you know, certainly in the last couple of games of the playoffs was not great. He had 6 points. He had 4 points in the last 2 games. He was also limited. You know, that's where Mike Brown pulled the plug and put him to 15 minutes and 14 minutes in the last 2 games of the playoffs last year. But, you know, Game 3, he had 17 points. You know, he had 13 points in Game 1, 2, and 5. It's not like he didn't show up at all. And, you know, but that's not what I can, like, Kevin Huerter's numbers in the playoffs. Holy cow. Like, and you can go back and it's multiple times that we've seen this. So, like, he had one really good playoff series early on, and then, you know, a couple of really suspect playoff series, and that was for Atlanta before we got to Sacramento. And then again, he just couldn't figure out how to perform on that stage. Maybe they have to, again, for a guy like Kevin, maybe he needs more time. Maybe he needs to grow into it. But again, like, the Kings don't have time to wait for these guys to figure it out. It's got to be on to the next. And then this summer, it's got to be on to the next. Is so if these guys they can't figure out how to fit in and they can't figure out how to be impactful playing alongside Sabonis and Fox, then okay, it's time to, like, if you want to be a 50-win team, you want to be a team that wants to compete for a championship, you got to make changes.
And I understand the things that you're saying. I think we're saying kind of the same thing. But last 4 games of the season, we need them. How many times do you think HB gonna score 15 plus points
in the last 5?
In the last 4 games? No, that's my whole point. Not that he's not capable, but how can you have confidence in that? How can you, as he has not shown you the ability of which you could have confidence, be like, oh, 3 of those games, he for sure gonna get 15 plus points. I think if we ask somebody right now, majority of people would say 0.
I think it's tough because he has been reliable for the Kings for years. And then all of a sudden this season, it just like, especially the whole first half, it was just like, what in the world? Like the team meeting, they had the team meeting after he took 2 shots, right? And then boom, all of a sudden he looks like Harrison Barnes again. Like, do you need another team meeting real quick? Like, what is it that you need to get you over the hump? Because
those type of people concern me. Whether they're teammates, coworkers, whatever, if they constantly need to be reminded about something, like, that's a problem.
You can't trust them.
No, I agree. But I think for a long time, you could trust Harrison Barnes. It's just now, whatever it is this season, you feel like you can't.
Well, you can trust them. You can trust them in January against Indiana when you're 7 games below 500. And he's going to show up and he's going to play. But we got 4 games left. We probably got to go 4-0. Not like if he plays good, they're going to win. But just, I need you to perform.
Go down swinging.
Yeah, I
if
need
you're going
15
down
plus for the rest of the season. Matter of fact, I'll even stall you out a little bit. I need 15 plus shot attempts every game. We can't even rely on that.
I think what's crazy is that we're talking about the last 4 games. He's got 6, he's got 0, he's got 10, he's got 2. The 2 games before that, he had 24 and 20. And that's the thing. It's like, I don't know what to say because he wasn't broken like a week and a half ago. The game against Dallas where they almost beat Dallas at home and you lost by 4. Like, he scored 24 points in that game or 20 points in that game.
That goes to my point, though. That goes to my point. And I like HB regardless of what the sign says. I like HB. But after that, Malik Monk goes down. Yo, we need you to step up. You can't just kind of float around no more. I need 20 every night, or I need 15 plus every night. I need you to shoot the ball every night because we got nowhere else to go. And what do the numbers look like since we really needed him in that crunch?
Yeah. No, I mean, moving forward, like whether Harrison Barnes, and again, I'm going to lump Kevin Huerter in the same exact story because it's been my concern. Like, look, man, like these lulls, these swoons in your season, you just can't have them. And for that matter, hey, I'll say it. De'Aaron Fox has had way too many swoons this year. Like this year, he's had way too many swoons. The month of January, where he wouldn't talk to the media and all that stuff. Dip. The post All-Star break, you're waiting for him to get back. Like, he's had a couple of games over 30. He's got a 40 piece, but he's also had a bunch in the teens. And so this team, I think expectations hit them hard. And then on top of that, I think trying to fight through expectations, like they've tried to stay in it. They've played a ton of minutes. They're you're relying so heavily on Sabonis and Fox. And the fact that some of these guys haven't stepped up and consistently helped out has put so much more burden on Sabonis and on Fox. And it's allowed opposing defenses to just crush those guys. Like, they're all over Sabonis. They're all over Fox, trying to get him from, stop him from going downhill. And a lot of it is just because, hey, look, like, are we going to fear whether Harrison Barnes is having an on night or if he's going to score 6 or if he's going to score 20? We'll probably find out in the first couple of minutes of the game whether he's going to score 6 or 20. And if he's not going to score 20, then let's just double team and let's take away De'Aaron Fox and let's take away Domantas Sabonis. And that's something where, like, again, this team is going to have to do some soul searching in the summer and make some tough changes.
Yeah, and you know, those might be conversations for like 2 weeks from now, but like they got to have conversations today because they got games to win. Like,
Yeah.
Mike and Monty can figure out whatever it is, and West and all those guys, they can figure out how to improve this team in the offseason with or without a draft pick. But they have to, you know, hopefully it's without, because that means you've navigated these last four games correctly. And I just don't know how you do that without Harrison Barnes against Oklahoma City. Like, I could see how you can get through Brooklyn, you know, with that. And, you know, maybe I what you said on me earlier wasn't lost, but I could see how you could do that against Portland. I don't know how you do that over the course of those 3 games in between, or those 2 games in between, excuse me, with New Orleans and Phoenix.
Well, and how much you need him against the Pelicans. He's the guy that you've put on Zion to try to wall him off and slow him down. Like, you need him so bad. And the problem...
And if this team does wind up playing a play-in game or 2, you're going to need him in those.
Yeah, I mean, because if you're facing LeBron, you need Harrison Barnes. If you're facing the Warriors, you're facing, again, the Pelicans or the Suns, like, you got to figure it out. Whatever it is that's going on, you got to figure it out, and you have to get him engaged. And whether that's running plays for him early or whatever it is, because, I mean, again, I'm just going to say it like straight up. He's not hiding from anyone. Mike sees the same exact thing we do, because against the Knicks, he played 14 minutes and 47 seconds. Against Brooklyn, he played 11 minutes and 15 seconds. That's after playing, again, against that Dallas game we talked about. He played 40 minutes. The Utah game, 29 minutes. Like, this is a guy you rely on for heavy minutes. And if Mike is seeing the same thing we are, then he has to be concerned. And that's why look at this kitchen sink time, man. You throw somebody out there, they can give you 3 minutes and they're playing great. Okay, maybe you get 5. If they can make it to 5, maybe you get 8. Okay, next time around, if you're not good enough in the second half, okay, I'm going to throw Sasha Vezenkov out there. I'm going to throw Kessler Edwards out there. I'm going to try to mix it up. And even Kessler got an opportunity a couple of games ago. He wasn't great in the first half and just didn't look like he was fitting into the game plan. Mike came back with Sasha in the second half and found a little bit of gold. And that's what I think, again, we're watching Mike do the best he can to get through without realistically their primary scorer off the bench and without Malik Monk, who's like their energy. It's tough, but if you're an NBA player, you got to want this opportunity. Like, it doesn't matter if you're 23 years old or 22 years old like Colby Jones, or if you're 32 years old like Harrison Barnes. Like, you should want the opportunity to go out there and put your stamp on a game. And right now, we're just not seeing it.
Is Colby Jones the kitchen sink?
Yeah, I mean, you got to love Colby Jones, what he's bringing. I was telling Jesse earlier, like, it's tough to come up with a player comp because we haven't seen that much of him. But there's a reckless abandon and like, every single play you see him. And the player that reminds me of is Manu Ginobili. And I'm not saying that Colby's going to be Manu, but the type of skill set where you're really a jack of all trades, master of none. That's what I think, again, Manu was just brilliant. Every time a big rebound needed to happen, you saw him just sell out, throw his body out in the middle of nowhere, not knowing where he's going to land and try to go grab a ball. And when you need him to D up somebody specific, he's there. But when you need him to all of a sudden show up off screen and pop into the play and double team somebody out of nowhere, it's like there's an instinctual play that Colby Jones has, that the type of style and the type of player he is, that he's always going to be around the ball. It's almost like Hafunga. Like, it doesn't matter where the ball goes, there he is. You're like, where did he come from? And that's where I'm just super impressed. Like the play where he almost won the game against Boston and gets fouled at the end, but doesn't get the call. But also there was a play right before that where he went in, flew past Sabonis and grabbed a rebound that was just so impressive. So I like his game. I don't know what it means long-term, but this is what the G League is for. It should be to create players that can fill these types of roles. And I think that we're starting to see the sort of the fruits of the G League's labor here in Sacramento after a couple of years with Monty. I think he grew up in the Rocket system, McNair did, and they did a lot of work with the Vipers, and they brought a lot of players up, and that's what you have to do when you've got superstars who are making 40 or 50 million bucks. You got to have a pipeline of players like this that can help your team in a pinch. And Colby's just it looks like another cog in the system right now for the Kings.
Another guy, James, off that bench yesterday, is somebody that you talked about earlier in Davion Mitchell, who may have changed the whole trajectory of his career, his time with the Kings. You and Jesse kind of broke that down about, the way he's played since the All-Star break. This is a guy that you probably want around in your program if you're Monty McNair and Mike Brown, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, like at some point he was either going to have to figure it out, or he was going to play himself out of the league. And it's such a delicate balance. I mean, you're an undersized point guard who has defensive skills. And I've said this to you guys so many times, and I know so many people out there think I don't like Davion Mitchell, and it's just not the case. I just watch him. He's the opposite of what I'm talking about with Colby Jones. You just see Colby all the time in a positive way. Everything he's doing, whether he's out of control or not, or whether he's falling on the floor, or he's diving, he's grabbing a rebound, he's making a pass, he's hitting a floater, whatever it is, you see him. And then the opposite with Davion, you see him, but it's because it doesn't feel right. Everything he's doing doesn't look like it's in the flow. And then all of a sudden the light bulb went on. And I'm really, really happy for him because he is such a hard worker and he's a good kid and he wants to be great and he puts all this effort in the defensive end. But if you can't ever sort of figure out how to fit into a team concept on both ends of the court, then you're not going to make it. And, this free-flowing offense that the Kings have, it just wasn't built for him. And then all of a sudden he just said, you know what? I'm a ball player. I'm just going to go play. I'm going to stop worrying about where I should be. And you see it. And that's what I'm super impressed.
There were a lot of conversations about Davion's future with this team around the trade deadline. Do you think the last couple of months have changed that?
You know what? It's possible maybe to add a wrinkle to that all of those conversations and then him being here was him kind of having a realization mode that look, maybe there isn't a huge market for me and maybe I need to figure it out. And maybe I need to get with a coaching staff and have them help me figure it out during the All-Star break. And why is it that this thing isn't working the right way? And I think that there's a possibility that he's changed who he is to this team. But I also know that, look, we're about to go through a summer of change. And the Kings are close, and they've got a bunch of pieces that are part of what the future is. But then you also have a lot of pieces that could quickly go from a reserve point guard or a reserve forward or a reserve shooting guard to an expiring contract and the way you view them. And I don't know what's going to happen with him, but you can start stacking up contracts pretty quick where a Davion Mitchell, Chris Duarte trade is $12 million worth of expiring contract. You add in Trey Lyles, now you're at $20 worth of expiring contract. So I don't want to look at players like that, but that's certainly where Davion was heading. And now you have to, it can still work out that way. That's just who they have to be in the bartering business that is the NBA. But I definitely, I think he's showing that he can be more.
This is why people don't like Davion. It sounded like you just wanted to trade him.
No, I'm telling you that, if you have to.
No, I get it.
Look,
you got to get better. The point is you got to get better. I just think Davion's played really well since it feels like the pressure turned up, since Mike put him back in the rotation, since Mike's been consistent with what his ask is of Davion. I feel like he's been one of the Kings' more consistent players.
Oh, I think recently for sure. But I also think that it's him letting go. You can see it. He's like, no, I'm just going to go do it. I'm not going to worry. I'm not going to, if I have to apologize afterwards, I will. But I'm just going to go play. And that's where I think he's changed. I think he was you hate seeing a player on the court that you can see the wheels turning in their head, because then it's not going to work out.
Do you still think that's happening?
No.
Okay.
I think that changed. And again, it may be a little bit before the All-Star break, but certainly during the All-Star break and when they had that players-only meeting, not the first meeting where they had the coaches and everybody and had a big conversation, but the players-only meeting, it's almost like guys started to feel empowered from that, and just like stop worrying about it. Just go out there and play. If you're playing 2 minutes, you're playing 25 minutes. Whatever it is, put it all out there. And you can see when a player's holding back or when a player's lost in the moment and confused. And I didn't know if Davion would find it here, and it's possible that he still does, that he figures it all out and that he secures himself as like a indispensable piece off the bench for the Kings. But it's also possible that everyone knows who he is, and what he's doing right now for the Kings is actually helping his value, and the Kings might look for something different. Look, you got to get bigger, you got to get stronger, you got to get longer. We all know that. You have to get more athletic. This team does. And that means every position on the floor has to be looked at in that way. How do I get, a lengthier, more defensive-minded player at every single position? And I think Davion can fit without any question at this point. I did not feel that way for the last 2 years.
So let me ask you a big picture question. Both of you guys, really. Last week of the season, Kings are, 8th seed, I think, right now, fighting for a play-in. Got 45 wins, I think it is. Do you think this team underachieved this year? Or are they about maybe what they should be? And, you also got to factor in, I think, you lose Malik Monk. That's one of your top 3 players. You're losing him for about 3 weeks or so. I've already lost them for 2-3 weeks. So, but what you think about this team, big picture? Do you think they underachieved?
I don't think so. I think they are exactly who we thought they were. That we would have liked to have seen them like not lose some of these games and to show some of the resiliency and stuff like that. But I think we all knew coming into the season that they had holes. Like, in order to get to a certain point, they needed to add this and this and this, and they didn't do that. And so, like, look, can we expect a team last year that was surprisingly good to have a whole bunch more increased pressure and expectations in year 2 with the same exact crew? I mean, there is something to what Mike says about, hey, look, a couple of our guys had career years last year. Like Kevin Huerter had averaged 12 points a game for his career and comes in and averages 15. Malik Monk had never found like consistent playing time until a short stint with the Lakers. And then boom, he's like your everything off the bench. So like all of these expectations, Keegan Murray's a rookie, like a lot of guys playing above anywhere that they ever had before. Even Fox, he had averaged 25 points a game, but he had never averaged it like he did last year. Same thing with Sabonis. He had averaged close to what he was doing, and all of a sudden, boom, he takes off. Like, I think that this team really just found like some sort of weird kismet last year where they fit in together and they grew together and everything worked. Sometimes it doesn't work out in year 2, and that's where you have to be flexible, and you've got to see what's happening, and you got to make the moves to improve the team. And I'm sure that that's what they're going to look at hard this summer.
And I think a lot of people in the chat talking about they ran it back and, the front office underperformed. I think that's a little unfair to the situation. It's not, we try to lay this out for you guys as much as possible. It's not as simple as see player, go get player. In free agency, there's guys that you may target in free agency. It's a two-way street.
Yeah.
You've got to want the guy, and then they've got to want to come play for you. You know what I mean? So there's that. Maybe you want somebody, they get a better offer somewhere financially. That factors in. Trades. There's a number of different things that factor into a trade. A lot of people talk about P.J. Washington and going to Dallas and how that's turned things around, and Daniel Gafford. Tell me if I'm wrong. It doesn't feel like the Kings had those type of assets, or maybe we're willing to give up those type of assets for those type of players. So just running it back, that's a little to me, that's a little lazy. That's it's not telling the whole story. When you talk about running back. Number one.
That's not wrong, though. They did. It doesn't mean they didn't try to.
Well, that's the implications of it. That they just like, oh, we're not going to do anything. We're not going to try to do anything.
They were content.
Yeah.
I got you.
And I don't think that's necessarily fair to how that played out over the summer.
What do you think? Do you think they underachieved?
I think I'm with James. They're about where they're at, all things considered. We can talk about those games that they should have won, but I think you could say they overachieved by going 7-1 against teams like the Nuggets and Lakers. You know what I mean? Those balanced out a little bit. Fox was hurt for a little bit. Monk is hurt for a little bit, and they found a way to still possibly be a 6 seed and win 48, 49 games. So I think they're about where they should be.
48 wins would be pretty amazing because it is very literally exactly what they finished with last year. Mm-hmm. And for a team that so many people are, whether frustrated with or otherwise, ran it back, you got the same result. I would argue, and again, I'm sorry my brother's not healthy, like Huerter underachieved.
Yeah.
Like Kevin Huerter's,
no question,
season in every sense of the word, most importantly, the way that it ended was really kind of disastrous. Now we can spend an entire offseason, which is hopefully weeks and weeks away, talking about why that may have been. I think we all have our feelings on it, and I think there are plenty of people, to blame. But in the end, Kevin's the player, and his performance wasn't good enough. Harrison's is weird. Like, I don't even know how much different like Harrison Barnes's numbers are from this year to last year. But the one thing we said, like, if Harrison really just scored 11 points per game, the conversation would be different. But it's your old, that's what averages are for. What we didn't realize is with HB this year, the averages are broken down into gigantic chunks of the season where it's not like, oh man, Harrison hasn't really been himself the last 5-6 games. James pointed out, De'Aaron really ain't been himself the last 12 games or so. Yeah, Harrison wasn't really himself for 41 games.
Jeez.
And then, he leveled up, and it's like, all right, now we're cooking again. And now we're kind of getting more of a, to what James was talking about earlier, a little bit more of an off and on rather than a completely off. We're getting the off and on that I think we're kind of accustomed to with Harrison Barnes. And the fact that it's happening at the worst time, the fact that it's happening right now is the worst case scenario, I think, for the Kings.
Well, I think the bigger problem too,
given the situation with the other guys on the roster.
Well, yeah, totally. But I think the problem that we have is that we're looking at 4 games that mean everything, right? It's just 4-game sprint, and your veteran is having just a complete downturn. And if somehow he can piece together 4 perfect games, like, it gives you a much, much better opportunity of making it to the postseason. But then what? Because I can't expect 11 consecutive games. I can't expect 12 or 15 consecutive games that are the perfect, and no player's perfect. Players miss shots. It's not even that. It's not the missed shots. It's not anything else. I mean, Harrison Barnes shooting 39.2% from 3. He's shooting better from 3 than he did last year. Per 36, 15 points, 3.6 rebounds, very similar to who he was last year. It's just that we're watching him take less and less and less of the pie and not be able to step up in these moments. And truly, it's the physicality aspect that I think we can point to. Like, this is a guy who, again, he's shooting 47.6% from the field. Last year, he shot 47.3%. He's only averaging 0.7 less shots per game than he did last year, where the real thing I see is the free throw line, where he's averaging literally 3 free throws less per game. And that just tells you that, number one, he's shooting a whole lot of threes, although that number doesn't even bear out. 4.3 attempts last year to 4.7. He's just not getting to the free throw line. He's not showing the physicality on the offensive end, and some nights on the defensive end as well.
You can't miss on the defensive end.
Yeah.
And I guess that's the frustrating thing. You can't miss on the defensive end. You can't miss on the offensive end right now. Just for everything. And it's funny, everyone was willing to point out what happened with Sacramento last year with, oh, they were the healthiest team in the league. Y'all pointing out what's going on now?
No, of course not.
Are y'all pointing out that the sixth man of the year isn't playing?
Right.
Are y'all pointing out that they lost all of their depth at the 2-guard position? Because it feels like people sure like to pick and choose when this healthy, unhealthy argument plays in. Y'all better talk about the Sacramento Kings the same way you talked about the New Orleans Pelicans last year. Better talk about the Sacramento Kings the same way you talked about the Minnesota Timberwolves last year. Because I don't hear none of them doing that.
What about a Lakers team that just walked into one of the most important games of the season? LeBron doesn't play, and AD goes and sits in the first half. Like, okay. I mean, the Kings, the one thing I'll keep saying, they're gritty. They're fighting. It's not that they want to lose or they're trying to give up here or there.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't been able to find that rhythm that allows them to find long-term success. Like, if they could have had one 7-game win streak, like in the second half of the season, this team would be just right where we expected them to be. But they were just never able to find that. Every time that they started to build on something, they take one step back. And that's a tough way to make it through the season, especially when expectations have completely changed. So, look, I think that they still, like, this is a team that I would project to do good things in the offseason and good things next season. I just feel like this season kind of is played out the way that, we're always waiting for like the other shoe to drop and for them to take off. And then when you have injuries hit, like, I don't think that this team, I mean, they haven't been horrible since Monk left, but I also don't think that they have enough to get them through.
I feel like they're leaking oil a little bit right now, at least from what I see offensively.
Yeah.
In these last few games. And I don't know if that's where they're at or in virtue of the road trip or whatever. But ever since that second half started in Madison Square Garden, it's just kind of been leaking oil with trying to score, it looks like.
Yeah, and I would say to that point, again, talk about a team that's figured out a way to stay in it, even though they are leaking out everywhere. You can see that they've changed who they are. Their identity is morphing throughout the season. They're all the way down to, they're tied for 15th in defensive rating on the season now. Since the All-Star break, their defensive rating is like a 111.6. It's just slightly above the Boston Celtics defensive rating in the second half. Well, since the All-Star break. So, like, look, out of necessity, they've had to make some changes here. And I think that they're showing us that, hey, look, we are resilient. We're fighting. We have some missteps here and there, but we're still like in it against the Knicks. We're still in it against Boston. All of these games that you've thought, okay, well, do they even have a shot at this? They are. Now we can go back to the Washington game and say, oh, they lost to Washington. Okay. That one-off is okay, as long as you don't have 6 or 7 of those one-offs like they've had. But it was just kind of the reminder of like, hey, this is who they are. The rest of the games from here on out that we've seen, I think this has been a gritty season. It's been a gritty second half. They're 14-10 second half. They're a top 10 team in the second half of the season since the All-Star break. Like, they fought. Mm-hmm. They've got injuries. They keep trying to grind through. I just don't know what their ceiling is because of some of these injuries at this point.
All right, we are headed out to Tom's Watch Bar. Come join us. The whole crew going to be out there. James, Jesse, me, KC. We're going to watch UConn and Purdue. We'd love to see you. We're going to talk. We're going to hang out, have some fun. Again, if you're not super interested in the game, just come hang out with us. You get to hang out with the James Ham in person. All of the pressing wrestling questions from WrestleMania, you can ask James Ham in person. James Ham gives his live, uncut thoughts on J. Cole versus Kendrick Lamar and J. Cole's remarks at Fayetteville Festival last night. All of that, the Dreamville Festival, all of that live at Tom's Watch Bar. So please come hang out with us. If you can't make it, you want to enjoy the NCAA game, no worries. We are shutting down 30 minutes early. We're carrying some pregame coverage for the show or for the game, excuse me, and we'll have the national title game. We're going to head over to 102.5 for the quickest of moments. Don't blink. We won't be there long. But we hope to see you at Tom's Watch Bar tonight in downtown Sacramento. And either way, we'll be back here tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Gigantes.
Jerry Reynolds tomorrow.
babble a little bit more on your way out. Jesus Christ.
The best video
First
I've
day.
seen so far of the eclipse was what I saw in Cleveland just now. It was completely black.
Oh, the time lapse footage.
Yeah, well, I guess they had, the Indians or the Guardians, excuse me, are playing a game, and they moved the game time to kind of accommodate the eclipse. So they had all these cameras just kind of watching, and that stadium was pitch black. That was crazy. I hadn't seen any other video like that.
Well, share it.
Jalen Williams
Well, it was
is
on the
questionable.
broadcast. I'm watching the broadcast.
Oh, okay.
Jalen Williams is questionable tomorrow with an ankle injury. He'll probably play. Shea is not on the injury report. Yeah.
All right, guy. Well, I don't know. I was going to say we got to go over 102. The fact is we fucking don't.
Yeah.
We're just here. I don't know. What, y'all want to talk about something before we sign over? Y'all got any thoughts? Looks like there's a D'Lo and KC stinger there that you might want to get out of the system. I see a D'Lo and KC stinger you might want to throw out of there. I don't know what that is. Why don't I just leave you alone and let you do your job?
That is a trip. I found a video. I just retweeted it. That's crazy, man. That's a trip to see that. It's like 2:00 in the afternoon when this happens out there. Actually, no, 3:00.
Groovy Greg, hey, like they're on the road, and I know he talked to Biederman, I think, at one point, and Monk did say, he's trying. He feels better than expected, but look, there's a big difference between a MCL sprain that has a reevaluation in 2 weeks and an MCL sprain that has a reevaluation in 4 to 6 weeks. So there are grades of MCL sprains. And so the one that Trey Lyles had was not considered at the time. An MRI was taken and was not considered at the time nearly as serious as what we're seeing from Malik. So I saw somebody else in the chat earlier say, oh, Steph Curry played through this, or he's back in a week. And it's like, look, there are grades of sprains. And I'm just going to, I don't know exactly what his grade is, but I'm going to guess it's probably a grade 2, which is why he had a much longer time frame than Monk did. So it's possible. But I know he wants to be out there. But I also know he's a free agent, and I want him to do what's best for himself. That's harsh, but let's be honest. These guys need to do what's best for themselves at the end of the day.
Oh. James, why was Stone Cold Steve Austin not at WrestleMania last night?
I'm not sure.
No.
I did see Cena.
Oh, Cena was there.
I saw whatever that was, him and The Rock yelling, staring at each other closely.
Hook my guy up, Cena, with a Rogaine.
Oh, that's tough. He's got the long hair. Yeah, that's
that, or spray paint the back. Got to do something, dude.
Who's that? Oh,
Cena.
Yeah.
Cena.
You need to get with Kyle and come home.
No, he might need to do that too.
Can you imagine a bald John Cena?
He was pretty close. He was pretty close before.
Was he?
Yeah, early John Cena, I feel like had short hair.
Would be really that.
Hey, this is huge. Did you see this?
We got something. Ham's got something.
Charlotte.
According to Adrian Wojnarowski, Charlotte has been granted permission to interview Sacramento's G League head coach Lindsey Hunter for their head coaching opening.
Lindsey Harding.
I'm sorry.
Good.
Jesus. What did I say? Lindsey what?
Hunter.
My bad.
You're good.
Yeah.
Good for Lindsey. I'm not buying it.
Yeah.
I'm not. Good. I hope it's real. I'll say that. I hope it's legit and it's not this circus that we've seen in the past when it comes to these interview stuff.
Yeah, no, that's huge. I mean, look, it's got to start somewhere, right?
Absolutely.
So
get those interviews.
Battle of the Bigs.
All right, guys. I guess we'll go over to 102.
Zach Edey. He's so damn big. And Klingham's has been good. He's considered a top 8 pick from what I saw. Where
Edey is?
No,
Oh.
No, Edey's the second rounder.
Oh, I was like, I ain't seen him top 8.
No.
Klingham, he can play.
Yeah, that's a good point, Cass. I don't want that for Lindsay.
Yeah.
Hey, not them. Like, not them. Not them. All right, guys, we're gonna shut down. I hope you guys can make it, man. We're gonna have a good time tonight at Tom's Watch Bar.
Yeah,
Michelob
man.
Ultra come through, and man, hopefully we'll see you guys tonight.
Yes,
If not,
yes.
we'll see you tomorrow.